I cannot believe that happened. I accidentally killed the stream. Now I got to get everybody back in here. I cannot believe that happened. I was trying to get coffee. I hit the wrong button on my phone and it killed the stream. I'm so sorry. I cannot believe that happened. What a disaster. It was all my fault. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I killed the stream on accident. I can't believe I did that. Hold on. Now I got to send the link to everyone again. That was horrible. And now I probably just lost everybody. Get back in here, everybody. I'm sorry. These are my stupid fat thumbs. I don't have toe thumbs, but sometimes I have stupid thumbs that do stupid things. Like I do stupid things like hit the end stream button when I shouldn't. Wow. I mean, get back in here.
Do you remember my question? Did you review the deposition and testimony of Dr. Curry?
Dr.
Curry.
Yes, I reviewed Dr. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, so I reviewed testimony of Dr. Curry. I reviewed Dr. Curry's reports. I reviewed Dr. Curry's testimony.
Okay, and what if, did you review the deposition and trial testimony of Dr. Hughes?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
I'll allow that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did you
And we're back.
Mr. Depp?
No, I did not.
God.
Stream anyway.
I requested to interview Mr. Depp twice, and both times Mr. Depp and his lawyers refused.
Dr. Spiegel, I'm going to ask you some questions in this case respecting your opinions and the opinions you have formed and the bases for them. And I'm going to ask you to provide me with, in a reasonable degree of medical probability or certainty. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. On what were you requested to analyze and opine in this case?
So it's fourfold. One, I was asked to opine about the risk factors that are associated with intimate partner violence and behaviors that are shown, risk factors that are shown in intimate partner violence to be consistent with behaviors that Mr. Depp has demonstrated. Two, I've been asked to opine about the acute effects on alcohol and substance use. And I mentioned that including mood, behavior, cognition, functional impairment. Three, talking about the psychological profile, if you would, of, no question, I'm sorry. Oh,
No.
okay. Of psychological and medical sequelae of patients who have suffered intimate partner violence and perpetrated intimate partner violence, and whether or not Mr. Depp's behavior is consistent with that. And lastly, about alcohol and other substance use disorders, their diagnostic criteria, their medical and psychological effects, psychiatric effects, their cognitive effects, and their functional effects. And I think I would like to just go with the jury one other thing. When we talk about, when psychiatry talks about substance use disorders, it's imperative to understand we're not talking about someone who rarely uses and happens to have a bad night. We're not talking about someone who uses on a weekly basis and has a bad night. We're talking about repetitive patterns of behavior that meet a list of 11 criteria that can be deemed mild, moderate, or severe. Because I think people get confused when they hear the word substance abuse, that they think of, oh, I may have used this because I used it twice. There is a whole criteria of behavior and sequelae and consequences that go with a substance use disorder. I'm not just talking about someone who will occasionally smoke a joint or smokes a joint or snorts occasionally coke, okay, or has alcohol on weekends. So I really need to reiterate that, because I think when you look at psychiatric behavior, we tend to people look online and say, my gosh, I have all 7 of these, right? And they're reading it not quite the way the psychiatric literature is supposed to go. So please, when I'm talking about this, I need you to understand, one, that's what's going on. As I told you about intimate partner violence, it's horrible that anyone would strike anyone, okay? But again, we're talking about repetitive behaviors for means of control, right? So that's real important to understand when you're moving forward. And I may say occasionally substance abuse, but what I'm referring to is substance
Objection
use.
beyond the scope of the question.
I don't know.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, could you please just summarize for the jury the conclusions you came to with your opinions, and then we'll take you through the specifics.
So in my opinion, based on my a review of the evidence, based on my clinical experience, based on my publishing experience, based on my teaching experience, that Mr. Depp has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who is a perpetrator of intimate partner violence.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the impact of drug and alcohol abuse over time. First of all, based upon your review of the record evidence, what type of drugs has Mr. Depp used?
So Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about use, we're talking about a substance use disorder here. We're not just talking about use, okay? So we are talking about alcohol. We are talking about amphetamines. We are talking about marijuana. We are talking about cocaine. We are talking about LSD. We are talking about ecstasy. We are talking about opiates. We are talking about prescription benzodiazepines. And we'll get into a separate thing about the abusability of Seroquel and or gabapentin or Ritalin. And we are talking about much of the time concurrent use, meaning simultaneously.
In your practice, do some patients suggest to you that drugs and alcohol actually help them?
So I think it's patients who lack insight or are in the very early stages of recognizing they have a quote unquote problem will sometimes actually say that they have this medication actually calms me down. This medication makes me feel better. And in actuality, they may not acutely feel anything, but chronic and continual use will take its toll on the brain. So the answer is yes, but again, people who have substance use disorders have lack of insight and a lack of judgment about what's going on. They're very poor moderators of their own behavior.
Has Mr. Depp suggested, based on your review of the record evidence, that alcohol and drugs actually help him?
Yes, in a review of the evidence, he has suggested that alcohol, Xanax, I'm in the list of medications, do help. Although I will also tell you on review of the evidence that there were at least 2 times I can remember that Mr. Depp was referring to at least short-lived periods of sobriety, and I cannot exactly tell you what that included, that both times he said that he functioned better and that he recognized that alcohol and drugs was at the root of his problems.
Now, there's been testimony that Mr. Depp is quite charming, both off and on the drugs and the alcohol. What is your answer to that?
So again, let me put one thing clear here. I am not here to impeach Mr. Depp's acting skills or his persona. He has way greater skills than I do in that. What I'm here to say is talk about how drugs and alcohol affect what we all have in common. We're all human beings. We can all only get so much, take so much when something is going to happen. And that's what I see every day in the emergency room, on the consult service, on inpatient psychiatry. Bad things happen, not because of anything special, except we're all human beings and our brains, substance abuse, are not titrated. They're not regulated by the FDA. We don't know what we're getting. We don't know how much we're getting. There is no control over what makes it to our brain. So it is not the actor. It is not the persona. Okay? It is a person just like the rest of us who are human beings who will have these effects. And that's what we all share in common. Everyone in this courtroom shares that in common.
When Mr.
What
Depp
is he talking about?
relationship with Amber Heard, was he
I have no idea. I've known a lot of people on drugs,
In what substance abuse?
and they're all different.
substance
Yes.
abuse?
So
Can you explain to
leaving
the jury
your-
what that is?
Overruled.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay, so polysubstance abuse is the use of 3 or more substances. And I answer, like I said, concurrently, he was. Even while I was getting ready for rehab on the island, he was.
So was she.
So, yes, he did engage in that.
Did Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse affect him cognitively?
Yes. So if nothing else to look at, Dr. Blaustein, a psychiatrist that evaluated Mr. Depp, did a mini mental state exam on him. And as part of that mini mental state examination, you're asked to remember 3 words and then come back 5 minutes later and repeat those 3 words. And in the meanwhile, you're getting other types of testing for attention and concentration and visual, spatial, and language. So other things that are being tested too. Mr. Depp was unable to recall any of them. And that is very unusual for a 50-ish year old male. I don't remember how old he was when he took that. Generally speaking, that age group should be remembering 2 or all 3 of those words. One, I do know that his lines were also fed to him by earpiece. Again, affecting.
Okay.
I did see in
Cool.
video deposition about having to have questions. I don't want to say repeat as much as completely forgotten. So the answer is yes. And you know, any one of us who use alcohol and cocaine to that level of degree, and I'm talking about a severe level of substance use disorder, are going to have effects. It is inescapable because we all have brains that are malaffected by extensive substance use, and potentially sometimes less.
I would know.
But certainly what we're talking about here is extensive.
What, if anything did you observe from the record evidence about Mr. Depp having difficulty focusing, his attention span, processing, whether he could function as an actor?
Johnny does drugs.
So-
Objection compound.
Yeah, we're going to have more of this
Compound is
testimony.
overruled.
Johnny
Thank
does
you.
drugs.
So again, in terms of the acting part, we do know that he needed his lines fed to him for movies. Part of that could have been also due to, and I don't know which movie, and please forgive me about that he actually confessed he did a movie entirely wasted. So I imagine it would be harder to do that.
Oh my Lord. I can't handle this.
Additionally, like I said, when I looked at deposition, you can tell that the processing speed was down. His thinking rate was down. If your thinking rate is down, and I'm not talking about, again, I'm getting older. I'm probably not as sharp as I was at 25, okay? But I'm talking about it so slow that when we're trying to move on to other questions, we're still trying to answer the original data that's presented to us. So attention span is very much impaired. And if your attention span is impaired, your memory is going to be impaired. It is
What does this have to do
inescapable
with
that that's
abuse?
going to happen. So all that comes into play, and that's what I witnessed in the video deposition. Fortunately for Mr. Depp, I do see that during this trial, his cognition has improved somewhat, which will happen if you are sober. So I commend him on that. But again, I'm specifically referencing the time with Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's relationship. So we're talking about that.
What, if any, observations from the record evidence did you have about Mr. Depp having alcoholic blackouts or foggy mind?
Again, there were reported times where he would be essentially, quote unquote, passed out drunk. You saw pictures of him passed out drunk and not being able to remember what he did, which is, again, if you look at the record evidence, you
We
will
saw
see
pictures of
that-
him not being able to remember what he
and
did.
This is linking intimate partner violence and substance uses together. I know we're going to get to that, which is basically if you have blackouts and you're using alcohol or using cocaine, it's going to be near impossible to remember what happened the night before. I don't think I'm the first person that's ever told you that alcohol can cause blackouts. And basically, alcohol decreases a brain chemical, glutamate, which is involved in memory formation. If it blocks that to an extensive degree, the individual cannot remember what happened because they didn't have enough time for their brain to process the memory. You need this brain chemical. So does alcoholic blackouts happen every time? So no, of course not. But are they a complication of a use disorder? Absolutely yes.
What? This
And
guy's right.
there was record evidence of that.
Dr. Spiegel, you said at one point alcohol and cocaine. Is it possible to have blackouts
blacked
with
out during this
alcohol
testimony.
and different types of substances?
Yes. So
Dang, this guy.
my clinical
Like-
experience, and I'll date it back within the last month.
I can't
We
make
had a
joke
patient
anymore.
who was using both, especially cocaine, and she had these kind of stroke-like lesions around the brain center known as the hippocampus, which is involved in memory formation. So
Objection
combine-
relevance.
Just giving an example.
Overruled.
combining the two subs together increases the likelihood, even if you don't get what is a major stroke. And again, we think of a major stroke as someone who has speech difficulties and movement difficulties. There's a lot
had
of
a
different types of stroke that can just affect
What does this have to
cognition.
do with the
They
price
don't
of rice in
necessarily
China?
have to have severe movement deficits or severe language deficits. They can solely affect you in terms of your cognitive symptoms, and actually known as a vascular neurocognitive disorder. So you need to understand, and that's part of the psychiatric diagnosis. You need to understand that you can have these insults, these lesions, these strokes without demonstrating physical features. And at a minimal, we know that he was using both substances concurrently, and at a minimal, we know he had cognitive issues that we talked about, or at least had some of them.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. What, if any, correlation is there between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders?
So the risk factors, if you would, for intimate partner violence, okay, and there are probably many of them. I don't have time to go over all of them, but the ones in particular, characters in particular, are one, having someone in the relationship who is jealous or suspicious. Two, having someone who has a higher than average acceptance of violence ideations. Three, someone who has rapid and extreme mood shifts. Four, someone who has limited self-control. One of the roles
Sounds
of
like
cognition,
Amber.
one of the roles of our brain is to prevent inappropriate behaviors and acting out on thoughts. We all get angry at people. That's human. We all get angry at people. We all think things about people. The difference is when our brains are intact and working well, most of us don't act them out. Okay? Most of us do not act them out. So that's because your frontal lobe and other parts of the brain are involved in making sure these negative thoughts don't get acted on. Okay? So when you have the effects of alcohol acutely, it causes disinhibition, which means you are, by definition, losing control and having rapid mood swings. Two, you are affecting parts of the brain that are involved
He's
in what we call
describing her.
social processing cues. So you no longer can interpret what's in front of you that is, I would say, right or wrong, or what I should act on and what I shouldn't act on. So we act on them, even though sober, and I've seen it with Mr. Depp's record evidence. I've seen it clinically. Sober, we can contain that. We can contain that. But when you have these mixtures together, knowing, by the way, that about 40 up to 60% of intimate partner violence is done under the influence of alcohol and or substance use disorders, okay? Knowing that treating it gets it better, improves, I'm not saying removes it, but improves it. Hearing from Mr. Depp's own text to Dr. Kipper that he was better with that things are going better, will show you that given those confluence of factors, given them all lining up, the risk factors, combined with something that when any of us use to a certain amount, if we're novice at it, it'll be a lot less. If we're more experienced and have more tolerance and dependence, it's going to take a lot more, but inevitably will make us disinhibited and will make us act out, and acting out can be done in a lot of different ways in intimate partner violence, okay? With also remembering control is the end game of intimate partner violence. So that's how they basically interact in a nutshell.
Ms. Butterhoff, I assume you have,
I have quite a bit more.
let's go ahead and take our morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen, just do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. We'll be back with you
I'm sorry.
in 15 minutes.
Sorry, I
We're
talked
just
too
taking a
much.
break. No, we're just taking a break.
Dude, shut up. I'm sorry I talk too much.
Why is he doing that? Oh, good Lord. He does look like the guy from a series of unfortunate events. Count Olaf?
Count Olaf.
This guy
IPV,
is super
intimate
weird,
perfect
man.
violence. Super weird guy.
I definitely think he's odd.
All right, let's just take a break till 11 then. We'll
Look
come
at
back at
that
11, okay?
Thank you.
He looks so much like Sam the Muppet. Foxy Fox brought that up, and he looks so much like this dude. Like, it's a hilarious, even with the wispy hairs. This is so
He's just-
perfect.
You know what? He's just not super likable. Not at all.
No.
Yeah, he is just Jim Carrey playing a character. I think you're right. For my next role, I'm gonna go onto the Amber Heard trial.
That voice is unbelievable. Kate Dage says my nose has automatically assumed mothballs. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. I appreciate that. Okay, so what do we think about this expert? Well, I guess we should back up and go back to the other expert testimony. The other guy, the hand surgeon.
Oh yeah, hand club man.
What do we think about him?
I wasn't super impressed with him either. I thought she beat him up pretty well on cross.
Yeah, I thought so too. I mean, and also he kept saying that Johnny had his hand stretched across the bar,
He
Which
did
was
say
not-
that.
he did put his hand like that only to show the jury how his fingers were curled over the
Mhm.
edge. And then he turned around and sat the way he was sitting, which was with one elbow on the bar and his hand like this on the
Mhm.
So I think I think the expert misunderstood the testimony.
I think
Mm.
she scored some points on that because she made him look like he didn't pay very close attention to the details of what Johnny had actually said. Also,
Mhm.
I think it doesn't make sense to claim that there's no way the injuries he got could have happened from a heavy vodka bottle being hurled at you and somehow from some angle hitting your finger while it's sort of at rest on a bar or maybe hanging over. I mean, there's so many ways that injuries can happen. And why couldn't the finger have been crushed by a heavy vodka
Yeah,
bottle?
how does he figure that there's
Could
that
not
every
possibly-
other
that
way
didn't
is
make
possible.
sense.
Every other way is possible, just not the vodka bottle way.
That didn't make sense. It didn't make sense.
All
I mean,
right.
I could see if he was alleging it was cut by a knife. I could see a doctor saying, I don't know, unless it was a really dull knife because it looks like it was smashed instead of sliced. But why can't a finger be smashed by a heavy vodka bottle? That doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand
It does
that.
not. But we have a new song that Gadfly has written and performed, and it's so good. I have to
Boo.
play it again.
Is this Camille? Is this
Yes.
the Camille song? I love
Yes.
it.
I have to play it again, and then I have some questions for him about this because it is my absolute favorite song so far that he has written. So here we go, everybody. This is Camille by the amazing Gadfly, who we are so lucky to have with us today. And I don't know why he sticks around with me, but it's incredible that he's here every day. I feel like honored to have him. He's so talented. Here we go.
Saw an angel dressed in white in Fairfax, Virginia, and she had to fight a serpent in its sides that was spewing lies. But don't look at its sides. I know that this is the end. You know the money ran out, so did all the friends, and right now you're lying on the stand, legend not the same, you understand. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you grow. Cut the liars, come back home. Camille, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Camille, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Camille, sleepless nights, insomnia, getting trapped by all the deposition that's boring you. If you wanna be alright, but think of what a crazy life can make it up. I know, you're all out of fire. You put the demon flame out smile while we get gaslit fire. Hope you never retire, 'cause I'll be fine. You're all that I need. Call me up, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the lights, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Call me up, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Call me up, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the lights, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Call me up, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Call me up, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the lights, come back.
Okay, now listen. Listen to me now. This song is so good. It's so good. Look at Foxy Fox says it's so good. I'm about to cry. The chat is
Thank you, Foxy.
the chat is on fire. It is a fantastic song. First of all, the 80s vibe is so great. You got me, right? That you as soon as it started, I was like, I'm gonna love this song. It's so good. It should be on the radio. Like it's not even like that. I mean, yeah, it's funny, like, but not like Objection Hearsay funny. This is a bop. It's a bop.
Yeah, I went more songy and less, just like ranting off comedy bits. 'Cause I do make music, and so I wanted to make it more
fantastic.
musical.
God, you're so good at it though. You're so good. I'm blown away by it. Totally blown away. Love it so
Gadfly,
much.
is that you singing all
Yeah,
of
that's
that?
me.
I love your voice.
I love your
Well,
voice
thank
too.
you.
Yeah,
It's
you were like
beautiful.
really singing in this one, whereas the other ones were kind of like, the rapping and the funny stuff, and like Objection Hearsay is not very musical. It's kind of monotone. But on this one, boy, do you have some skills.
Yeah, I
Thank
loved
you.
it
Thank
too.
you.
I thought it was really good.
I have sent it to Camille. The chat wants to know if we sent it to Camille. I sent it to her this morning. I found her email address, and I like to think she drove to court today with her windows down and that song blasting. Stephanie, if someone wrote a song like that about you in court, would you be blasting it on the way to court?
Totally.
How
course.
fantastic is that? I mean, so good, and the video is so funny, but you can get it on iTunes and Spotify as well, because Gadfly has amazing music, and it's all there. It's on iTunes, it's on Spotify, and I gotta ask you, when you are writing a song, like, do they just come to you, the ditties, do they come to you in the, with your, like, do you just hear like a chorus or something? How do you start writing songs?
Yeah, it's all
I'm so
voice
thrilled by it.
memos. So
Yeah?
like I'll think of like for the Amber I didn't punch I hate you thing too. I basically would just like usually in my car. I'll just think of like a melody and I'll just record a little voice memo and then try to structure a song around it. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Stephanie writes
works.
music. Stephanie composes music on the piano. She's a really good piano player and a singer, and she
Awesome.
writes tons of music that is really good. I am not somebody who can well, I have composed a few songs, but I don't think they're any good. They were parody songs mostly. But
I think your songs are great, Megan.
yeah, there's a couple of them on YouTube. If you dig hard enough, you can find them.
Well, let's hear one of those.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Do your song about
Yeah.
No way.
do one
not
about
after
airport
that.
security that was totally hilarious.
That was just a riff on what was that? What was
Oh
that
yeah, it
guy's
was like you
That
used
was a
somebody
parody
else's.
song. I used somebody
Yeah,
else's
yeah.
song. Yeah, no, but this to me is, and then you have the talent to
No,
actually-
that one about Mama has a Smith and Wesson.
that's a terrible song. I hate that song.
It's not terrible. It's funny.
No, it's no good. But you
All
have
right, well, let's
such
just
an
talk about
ability.
writing songs. Wait,
Yeah, writing
Gadfly.
songs.
Yeah.
Okay, so sometimes when I write a song, what happens to me is I feel like there's a melody just floating somewhere and I just heard it and grabbed it. It's not really like I came up with it. Does that ever happen to you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where they come from. It's just like randomly. I have no idea.
Right, like you just heard the music and you just grabbed it. It was like sort of floating and you just pulled it down and put it out into melody. I don't
Yeah.
know. That's how it happens to me.
No, I understand.
And my best songs happen like that. If I feel like I have to make it happen, then I'm like, forget it. This isn't working. I'm out of here.
Well, I never consider myself like a musician because I play keyboard, that over there. I mean, it's a MIDI controller, so I play that and then I quantize it and edit it on the computer. So I would call
It's
myself more of
so
like a producer than
cool.
anything, but
Oh, I think we need to get together and have a party and write songs. It would be so fun.
All right,
we
I
should.
found the TSA song. I will play this for you.
Yeah.
Hear
Look how
it.
cute she looks.
Look how
I'm excited.
young I looked, and I had red hair back then. This was a very long time ago.
Well, you done told me to hand over my possessions. I placed them in the box and took my spot in the procession, but my belt threw off a flag. Now you wanna go through my bag? Well, it's alright, I guess. It ain't no difficulty. All you're gonna find is some toiletries and undies. Hey, wait, that's just shampoo. No, I wasn't trying to pull one over on you. Hey, wait 1 minute, you. I won't go in there. It's not my thing. You'll see through my underwear. Why am I in this glass box? There goes my shoes, my things. Hey, my iPod. Hey, now there's no need for that mugging. You touch me there again and I swear you'll get a drubbing. If you bought me dinner first, I still might not even let you know. I don't want to wait. My time is short. This is insane. I'm yours. Wait, what? I'm yours? Hey. Oh, what you doing? And where did I go wrong? Hey. Oh, what you doing? And where did I go wrong? Well, they're keeping me here for no damn good reason. I miss my flight, my stuff is gone, and still there is no pleasing. They say I can't go home till I submit to a TSA drone, but I have no more rights, they say, but I can hardly wait to sue them. The Fourth Amendment says there ain't no better reason to rid yourselves of governments who's searching for no reason and act like they're your kings. While the terrorists are finding seats on the wings, it only remains to be seen how long we'll let them treat us like the bad guys while the real ones are laughing. Wait till they get sued, cause we're in the fighting mood. La 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 la. Just wait.
Just wait. I love it.
Wonderful.
That was back when the Patriot Act was disturbing everyone, and
That was
the
fantastic.
TSA was giving us all nightmares.
What do you mean, Megan? It's called the Patriot Act. It has to be good.
Oh.
Right? The
What do you
Patriot
mean?
Act.
You know
My
what?
hair
Our
did look
dad
good. I need to
was
get
so-
my hair cut like that again. That was a good haircut.
Our dad was so right about that Patriot Act when it first came out. He was like, this is stupid. This is a bad idea. This is very, very bad. This is going to end up bad for the people. He was right.
Yeah, he
Mhm.
was right. And at the time, I was like, no, it can't be bad. It's George Bush. He loves us. And now I'm like,
No.
now I see through it all,
Yeah.
So yeah, I sort of play the guitar. I don't play the guitar very well. But
You play
I,
Better
better
than I
than
can
Amber
do.
Heard.
I play better. It's weird. I'm somebody who, because I have, I think it's my ADD, but I get obsessed with things. And so I will obsessively play the guitar for a really long time and then, get better at it. And then I will put it down and not touch it for 2 years. And then I don't remember how to play,
Yeah, me as well.
Yeah. So maybe we should collaborate on a song, I think.
We should.
I
We
think
should.
Because we're going to have to do something after this trial is over. I'm already upset and worried about what's
Well,
going
I
to
have
happen.
an idea.
What's your idea?
I want to create a Dungeons and Dragons campaign based around this trial. And it's going to be based around, and I think we should play it live on a stream. And I've got people I know who will join us. And basically the setup is this. We'll probably set it on the island maybe. And we'll have the island, and the whole story would be the characters are going to be like vampire hunters, right? So you could have lawyers, the good lawyers. You're going to have good lawyers and monster lawyers. You're going to have vampire hunters. You're probably going to need like a werewolf hunter. You're also going to need, so there's like all the good characters could be like the ones who are fighting the witch coven, which has taken over your compound, and you have to chase
And you have to
it
get
out.
them out.
You have to chase them out. And I think the witches, the monsters could be like Rottenborn will be a specific type of monster. Hilarious. We could have a specific type of Elaine monster. And the big monster, of course, is going to, at the end that you have to get through is Amber. And she has,
Medusa.
Snakes coming out of her head. And like, it could be really good. And I think it would be really funny. And I think that it would bring in the gamers too, because I know we have a lot of gamers in the chats. And I know, I just started getting into D&D with my kids, and it's been a lot of fun. And, it's so, what's great about it is that it's so, you can do anything with it, right? Gadfly, do you play D&D?
I have before. I actually don't play a lot of role-playing games. I mean, I play a ton of board games, but I don't play a lot of role-playing games. But I've done it a couple of times.
Mary says maybe Johnny will let you use his actual island. I'm game for that. I'll even do LARPing. If we get the island, I will dress up. We will do it live action role play.
That'd be incredible. If Johnny Depp put on like
please come.
Yeah.
Please.
Man.
So I think we should plan on that. I think we should do a Dungeons and Dragons Depp v. Heard campaign.
Although poor man, once this is over, he's probably really going to want this to be over.
Oh,
is it ever going to be over? I don't know if it's ever going to be over, because this has captured the imagination of the people like nothing I can remember. I mean, people are totally invested in seeing him exonerated.
Yeah.
And there's going to be, don't you think?
Yeah. And I think that if she wins this case, because like we've said, defamation is very hard.
It is hard.
Very hard to prove. So if she wins her case about the defamation and she's not guilty of defamation, she will forever use that not guilty verdict as gaslighting to say that she was abused. That's not what this case is about. It is not to determine whether she was abused or not.
Okay, sure.
But that's how she'll use it, because you know how good of a gaslighter she is. She will use it to tell people that she was found in court to be a victim of abuse. And I'm afraid that she's going to just start, well, I'm not afraid. I'm saying she's going to start suing everybody.
Will anyone,
she is not a victim.
Will anyone listen to her though? Because people are sick of her. She is poison. Every time she gets on that stand, it's like, oh, I almost think Amber's legal team. Almost, it's like, oh, they're putting somebody up besides Amber. Good job. Thank God. We don't have to listen to her right now. I just think no one wants to listen to her. People are done with her lies. I really feel like most people see through it.
Except the media. The media is working overtime to convince us that she's a victim.
Yeah, but haven't we all learned by now they lie about everything? Don't we know that?
I mean, wait till I show you some of the headlines later. When we go on another break, I'll show you some headlines.
Okay, back to this guy. I'm going to start calling him Dr. Death.
Hey guys, I got my Gatorade.
Sir, is that actually Gatorade in that bottle? Is that your demon juice that you drink?
Oh my God.
Yeah, all right.
This guy's testimony to me is just not useful. I mean, okay, so he's testifying. To me, it sounds like he's talking about Amber. That's all I can hear is he's talking about a drug user and an alcoholic. Well, that's her too. If we're going to put that label on Johnny, there is no way that she can escape without having it. MDMA, she's on all the time with Xanax.
I want to know how people with histrionic personality disorder and what's the other one? Borderline personality disorder, how their inhibitions are affected by drug and alcohol use as compared to other people.
Dr. Spiegel, before we took the break, you were talking about the correlation between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders. Does the literature support your testimony on this?
Yes, the literature fully supports everything I just said through that interaction.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that you reviewed Mr. Depp's video depositions. Is that correct? The
Yes.
ones from November 10 through 12 of 2020 and December 14 of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach any conclusions about his cognitive symptoms, insight, and judgment in watching those?
So during the video deposition, what was readily apparent was a gentleman who had a significant delay in processing speed. And like I said, when you have a delay in processing speed, many other cognitive functions are going to follow. You're going to be impaired attention, concentration, memory, all that's going to happen. In terms of having to, the speech process, if you heard the deposition, the way the thoughts were conveyed were much more in the way of kind of disconnected, disjointed statements. It wasn't that they were not necessarily understandable, but they didn't have any coherent pattern until he was more structured by Ms. Bredehoff to kind of get to the point of the question, which happened throughout most of the deposition. And so you could see there that there was obviously some form of cognitive issue that should not be happening in someone in their mid-50s. I think probably due to the alcohol and substances.
What, if any, observations did you make about impulse control?
Okay,
So,
now do
in the
Rock's
deposition?
Yes, or,
Okay.
and,
Or any
and
other
on the
time?
record evidence either.
So again, I think that under the guise of not being acutely intoxicated, I think Mr. Depp was able to control much of his behavior, much of his thinking, even if it was aberrant or negative, he was able to control that. I think that once you start getting to the point of adding substances to that, that will set it over. If you saw the video, I think you all did, about the in the kitchen where there was smashing of glasses, slamming of cupboards, and yelling at Ms. Heard that you don't exist. And throughout the deposition of Dr. Kipper, Mr. Depp is firing him and rehiring him and yelling and screaming. And I do believe that a lot of it had to do with the interaction of, hey, we're trying to help you get sober. Okay. And it is obviously something you are resisting, not ready for, not wanting. And so you saw a lot of yelling, a lot of acting out, if you would, which puts you on the state of, hey, this is a gentleman who has really significant trouble with delaying gratification, okay, delay and reward. And certainly one way to make that significantly worse is with substances. There's no question about that.
And you may have subsumed this in, but what, if anything, did you observe relating to erratic behavior based on the record evidence?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, when you talk about erratic behavior, Dr. Kipper's deposition, I believe it was, where, and I think I made particular note of this only because I'm a psychiatrist myself. There was a very large ranting about Dr. Cowan, who was Ms. Heard's psychologist therapist. And the language, you can be dissatisfied with your provider. I have no problem with that. You could be dissatisfied and you have the right to go to wherever you want to go to. But the texting that were involved in this in terms of erratic behavior was disturbing in terms of the verbiage used, the phrases used. Am I free to use some of the language, or should I reserve that, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
I can?
Believe me, the jury's been hearing it.
Okay. All right. I want to make sure. Sure, I want to make sure. Okay. So it's something along the line that Dr. Kipper is an effing charlatan. He ought to.
Objection hearsay.
He's entitled to rely on it and he's to give his examples.
he can talk about what he developed from the hearsay, but not repeat it himself.
He's entitled to give examples of it.
I'll
from the
sustain
hearsay.
the objection.
Without giving the exact words that you recall.
Oh, without giving the
Go ahead,
exact
just-
words?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, without giving the exact words, it was basically vulgar language directed towards Dr. Cowan throughout multiple texts, multiple things that Dr. Cowan were doing in therapy. It was, like I said, it was without relaying it, the exact thing. I'm trying to be as accurate as I can. And I think at the end of it, I think he was also talking about that Dr. Cowan was filling Amber with positive thoughts, a therapeutic.
Objection hearsay.
I think he's keeping it more general. He's entitled to rely on.
Overruled.
Thank you.
So more along the line of giving Amber psychiatric jargon to put on him. And actually what I read and interpreted what Dr. Cowan's was getting blasted for was he was, kind of teaching Amber how to misheard, how to use conflict resolution in a more appropriate manner and learning to express things more rationally rather than express things as irrational as they have been expressed. And for that, there were a lot of negativity being sworn at. So again, erratic behavior in terms of writing a text, but I have no problem with people being angry. Okay, none whatsoever. It's just the expressing of it and the continual ranting of it was very uncomfortable for me to read. But regardless, I think we have seen in terms of erratic behavior, much of the psychological and the physical maltreatment we talked about.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I don't agree.
Sustain next question.
Okay.
She always
Mr.
says
Depp is
that.
58 years
Like that
old.
matters. Well, I
Are
don't
the
agree.
Behaviors that you
Don't
have been
agree.
describing for the jury, are those typical and age-related?
No, so while I don't consider 58 years old, I'm 59, okay? I will tell you that the age-related changes that occur in humans are very erratic, hit and miss, meaning they'll occasionally be there. You may need a little bit more time to answer a question or pull things out of memory. You're just a little bit slow and a lot more inconsistently slow. You wouldn't describe what Dr. Blaustein's changes were or what I saw in the deposition attributed to age.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Seroquel?
Seroquel or quetiapine is actually an atypical antipsychotic, which is indicated for many things, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, adjunctive treatment for major depression. So it's indicated for a lot of things.
But what effects may it have? And this is one of the drugs that Mr. Depp was taking,
Yes.
correct? It was a prescribed drug?
Yes.
Okay.
So
please
So
explain.
the effect of Seroquel is it's very often used as a sleeping agent because it doesn't have a lot of the side effects that are associated with conventional antipsychotics, movement disorders, tardive dyskinesia, et cetera. At least it's a very low risk of that. So people have used it off-label. Physicians have used it off-label to help them sleep. The problem is the effect is very barbiturate-like, and it really knocks people out, or certainly if you use it at high enough doses, it can. Okay. And the problem is it also has street value. So it's absolutely used on the street for that downer-like effect. And obviously it's a little bit more readily available because it's prescribed. So it does have that street value portion of it.
And Dr. Spiegel, what effect would this have on Mr. Depp based on the dosages he was taking?
So I think what you're looking at is
Objection speculation.
Overruled.
I thought Amber was
continue.
on Seroquel.
what you will see in patients who
That's
have
what Dr.
substance
Kipper
use
said.
disorders are people who unfortunately kind of wake up and fall asleep only through pharmacological assistance, meaning that their own circadian rhythms are no longer in control of that behavior. So you will take stimulants to quote unquote get you up in the morning, and then you will take things like quetiapine, Seroquel to knock you out. So basically what these are being used for is
That's what they did to
I'm gonna
Marilyn
get up,
Monroe.
and I'm going to get knocked out.
She couldn't
That's
function
very
without the drugs they
characteristic
put
of
her
what
on.
would be actually legal prescribed substances. That's not illegal.
Overprescribing
at all.
stars.
That's very legal.
Yeah, this is a
Always.
thing they do all the
And
time.
that's the seemingly
And it's
what
really
these
sad, and
medicines
it should
affect
stop.
our unpaid
How
substance
Prince and
use
Michael
disorder.
Jackson died, basically.
Dr. Spiegel, what
Yep.
is Neurontin?
Giving them pills
So
to get up,
Neurontin
giving them pills to go to sleep,
is actually an anti-seizure medicine,
and then
which
drugs and
I
alcohol on
think
top.
it's
Yeah,
indicated for
Elvis.
seizures.
Yeah, Elvis,
and
too.
it might be indicated for one chronic pain condition, although I can't swear
a
that to you. That said, again, in a substance use disorder population, it has significant street value, and people who misuse opiates often supplement that with Neurontin because it has this anti-pain calming effect. So unfortunately, it also can cause respiratory suppression. And so when you use it with opiates, there are people that are unlucky enough to succumb to respiratory suppression as a result, but it has a very additive, calming effect that people use it for.
And what effect would this have on Mr. Depp in the dosage he was taking?
Again, I was looking for the objection. Okay, again, what it would do is have the street value of using it with the opiates. The advantage is you're using with opiates, and it's making, because opiates in general, despite everything else it does, are calming. And you use it with it, it offers further calming, which is why doctors have been warned not to prescribe medications like gabapentin and opiates together unless under significant, strict following, because it can cause serious problems, such as death, respiratory suppression.
And Mr. Depp was also taking Adderall, correct?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the jury what that impact would have, and particularly in connection with the dosages?
So Adderall is a psychostimulant,
Who is taking
which is
Adderall?
prescribed relatively
He says Johnny
regularly
was?
for ADHD.
I thought Amber was
problem
on
comes
that.
again
Are they now claiming that
when
everything
you're-
Amber was
you-
taking,
you
Johnny was taking?
Shouldn't be
Very
prescribing
weird.
or receiving Adderall when you're already misusing cocaine. Okay, you're now doubling your stimulant dosage here. And basically what
But
you
Johnny
are
doesn't
talking
do
about,
drugs.
again, it
Nothing's
comes down
weird.
to in the substance use disorder population, you are using it to stay awake, have energy, keep yourself going, getting high,
Yeah, did he
getting
mix up
energetic.
the medical files?
And then the only way to kind of combat that,
It sounds like it to
because
me. I
how
don't
this
know.
effect is to kind
This
of
is so bizarre.
take downers during the day, and downers being anything that's calming. So anywhere
Johnny's
from
lawyers are taking
opiates,
notes.
prescription, anywhere from
Amber was
Neurontin,
feeding him
anywhere
pills.
from
She was giving him
Seroquel,
Xanax,
all
though.
medications that
I
are
didn't
potentially, not potentially, which are abusable. And so
Stimulants.
that's
I
what
don't know.
this is going on. That's what the substance
I
use
guess we'll
disorder
find out.
patient has. And it can't be given with someone using cocaine, because that's an extreme risk
Bam.
for death. It can't be given together.
And
No drug
what,
can
if any,
keep me
effect
awake.
would these drugs have if they were mixed with MDMA or cocaine?
So when you combine the two together, like I talked about before, there are effects where you are looking at, right, the predisposing traits of intimate partner violence. So jealousy, rapid mood changes, poor self-control, and to some degree, condoning violence to a certain degree. When you combine them all together, you get this disinhibiting euphoric
Says the press.
effect from
Do not
cocaine and
operate heavy
Adderall. Then when
machinery
you
while
combine the
listening
two
to this
together,
testimony.
what happens? You get too much, and then you start getting irritable.
I
You
can't
start
believe he
getting
didn't fix his hair.
agitated.
It's
Okay,
amazing.
you start becoming
He had 15
suspicious,
minutes. Nobody told him to slick that down.
jealous,
I guess they really didn't talk
potentially
to him.
disinhibited,
Good job, legal team.
psychotic, and these are the risks. And again, we're talking
Elaine
about
fucks it up
not
again.
your average everyday use of these substances. We are
Your
talking
hair
about
looks great.
chronic use together. And we also know that alcohol and cocaine use independently increase significantly the risk of intimate partner violence. These aren't statistics I'm coming up with. They all depend, anywhere from reports up to 7 to 27-fold. So you are, quote unquote, colloquially playing with fire when you are talking about substances and intimate partner violence. You are playing with fire.
Nobody denies that.
And that's all of us.
Nobody
And
denies that.
the substances that Mr. Depp was taking and the record evidence relating to those, did you draw any conclusions concerning whether he met this criteria or these risk factors?
So in terms of substance use disorder, when you look at it, so major role obligations not being fulfilled, don't have any evidence about operating under the influence or not. Social issues, especially disagreements and arguments with your spouse or family. Obviously, there was tolerance and dependence for the amount he was using, because if anyone is naive to these medications, most of us would be dead. Unsuccessful
Just want
efforts,
him to say,
difficulty
"Great
coming
Scott,"
back,
once, just once.
using more than intended, giving up social, occupational obligations because of this. I know there was right after the rehab on the island in Australia when Mr. Depp went out partying with Marilyn Manson. And using
Objection
there we
beyond the
go.
scope of the question.
Marilyn Manson.
Can we bring
gotta
Marilyn
bring
Manson
Marilyn
into the
Manson.
courtroom?
We got to bring that. Elaine, I don't agree.
Okay.
I don't
What
agree
other
on-
record evidence did you
Okay.
have supporting this?
I don't agree.
So-
Well, yeah, no shit,
Yeah,
dude.
and motion to strike that from the
psychological,
record.
using despite the fact it causes known psychological, psychiatric, or medical effects. And I think that's been pretty well documented. So in this case, you're talking about someone who has a severe substance use disorder. I do want to emphasize
The boogeyman got mentioned again.
Marilyn Manson.
that intimate partner violence and substance use disorders are two scourges in this country. They're two plagues. This is very serious stuff we're playing with. And when you are just getting someone closer and closer to the threshold.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance
This is highly relevant.
I'll overrule as to relevance.
beyond the scope.
Go ahead.
What?
Beyond the scope of the question.
Yes.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
All right. Tell me more about the relationships between substance abuse and IPV, please.
Yeah, so again,
I like how the judge like led
we're
the
talking
lawyer
about
into a good
this,
objection.
and You are,
Yeah, she
you
was
may
like,
be able to
well,
control
no.
the risk factors for any of us.
Overrule
May be able to
that.
control the
It's
risk
beyond the
factors
scope.
for
Okay, sustained.
any of us might be able to. Okay, when we're thinking and we're not disinhibited, not having these hyper intense emotions from substances.
help a sister
Once you add
Help
that
a
to
sister
this
out,
mix, your brain can no longer do what it's supposed to do. And it's supposed to prevent you from doing this, quite frankly, because it's wrong.
Mhm.
Did you arrive at any conclusions concerning substance abuse and potential self-harm that may have led to Mr. Depp injuring his finger?
So I think the physician before me explained that pretty well, but I'll
If you
tell you
do
that
cocaine,
Mr. Depp has a history
you
of
can't control
self-injurious
yourself.
behavior,
Thanks,
meaning
man.
cutting himself. Mr. Depp has a history of
What?
burning himself.
He has a history
I
of cutting
know
himself since when? We
the
didn't hear that.
actual event happened. There
What?
was texting to Dr.
He has a
Kipper,
history of someone
paraphrasing, not
saying that he did that.
exactly, that Amber and him got into a disagreement related to her wanting him to be sober. And then as
She
a
wants him
result
to
of
be
that,
sober
he
while
said
she's high
he
as a
got so
kite.
angry, he cut the tip of his finger off.
Oh my
So
god.
if you're asking me, can someone who has, or have I seen, and can someone who cuts themselves, burns themselves,
Cut
can
himself
cut a
and
tip of their
burn
finger
himself.
off
When?
with or without alcohol or cocaine or the rest?
When?
The answer
When
is
did that
Objection
happen?
beyond the scope of the question.
That's exactly what he, thank you.
Yeah, lack of foundation.
Please
was
Where,
it overruled?
where
It
is
was
this coming
overruled.
from?
Go ahead.
So that is not a very far jump. I've certainly seen patients do a lot worse than that who started out with similar risk factors of, burning self and cutting self. I'm not going to get into the
Object to this.
descriptions, but I've seen people do a lot worse than that.
Okay.
So the answer is yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn
We
now
have heard no
specifically to
testimony
intimate partner
that
violence, and I
says
know
he
you've
did that to
talked
himself.
certainly about it.
No.
But can you
She
tell
said
the
he
jury,
burned himself with
please,
the cigarette, but I don't believe
a
her.
little bit more about
Mhm.
intimate partner violence and
Wait,
what
has
is
anyone said he had a
included
history
in
of
that?
cutting himself? Didn't know.
No one has
So,
said he had a history of cutting himself.
The
No.
APA task force
Okay.
on violence in the family
No, she has the
defined
history of cutting
more
herself
or
according
less
to the
this
testimony
topic
of the
of domestic
doctor.
abuse and intimate partner
No, she only
violence
threatened it,
as
or threatened
recurrent
That's
said
her
she was
abusive
thinking
behavior
about it. You know.
by means of psychological, sexual, or physical maltreatment for the purpose of achieving control or maintaining power,
This
authority,
is gaslighting
and control.
times 1,000.
Can it include threats and intimidation?
It includes, so in the part of
It's Mr. Burns.
psychological abuse, which is done
does look like Mr.
essentially
Burns.
as a means of
I made a Gary
emotionally
Johnson
and
joke
mentally
earlier, and you
hurting
missed it. I
someone,
don't
but with
appreciate
the
it.
same end goal to achieve
I
control.
don't even know who that
It
is.
can be
The guy who
destroying
ran
property,
for president.
it
was
can
a
be
libertarian.
financial,
Oh, the
which is
libertarian.
part of that. Verbal outbursts, I'm sorry.
That's why I missed it. I
Threats, intimidation, body language, all of that goes under the concept of psychological abuse. And you may be able to divide it verbal, nonverbal, what's exactly emotional versus verbal, but they're all under that rubric and they're all under the guise of maintaining control.
Do survivors of intimate
Let me check
partner
my
violence
Gatorade.
experience mental health issues?
Did he just
Yeah.
Repeat the
seriously go?
question.
Do survivors of intimate
microphone.
partner violence experience mental health issues?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So survivors of intimate partner violence. And by the way, I should start out by saying we don't expect in psychiatry, we don't expect our victims to be perfect. We don't expect our
We
victims
expect
to
them
be
to be
unscathed
pooping in
by
people's
what they
beds.
perceive. So starting with that, okay, it is not unusual as survivors to see substance use, substance abuse, substance use
So when she
symptoms,
does it, it's okay. When
chronic
Johnny does it,
depression,
he's a crazy
post-traumatic stress
abuser. Got
disorder,
it. All right, cool.
or subsyndromal post-traumatic stress disorder along the lines of battered wife syndrome, and some emotional unpredictability. And again, you are a victim here. You are a victim.
Do perpetrators
I am?
typically seek treatment or counseling?
No, perpetrators are not receiving counseling treatment. One, because they're going to be probably having to tell someone that they actually struck someone, which is what their thought is about the big problem about intimate partner violence. It's just
What?
hitting.
I can't
Again,
even follow
important,
this
but not
guy.
the sole part of it.
What?
So perpetrators very rarely will go into any type of formal counseling. Victims go into counseling. Victims are seeking actually couples counseling. Victims are seeking
This is
couples
making my neck
advice
hurt.
to try
Wait,
to
but Johnny
repair
went to a
what's happened.
therapist.
Okay, but
Yeah,
in
he
terms of
did.
actual,
They're going to
What
say
is it?
though that he
Perpetrators?
walked out.
they don't do that.
But earlier he
In
said
your
you could
review of
change
this
your
case, is
doctor.
there record evidence of physical violence by Mr. Depp?
So
Objection,
my
Your
review-
Honor.
Which I
No foundation.
Do you want to approach him?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so
The judge just wanted them to approach so she could have a break.
it's like, what
Guys, I
is
just
going
needed a
on?
minute.
Why now? Again, Amber is the kind of person who everything she does, she accuses you of doing. This
Mhm.
ultimate projection. We have now heard that they're trying to tell us Johnny was on Seroquel, he was on ADHD meds. This is the first time we've heard that. So I better hear some follow-up from Johnny's lawyers explaining this, because this never came up before. It literally never came up before. Cutting himself also
Yeah,
never came up
That's
before.
the cutting himself. What was the foundation for that? Did
that
we hear
never
any
came up.
evidence?
No, and I don't know why he didn't object. We heard nothing. I've watched every minute of this trial. I didn't hear anything about Johnny cutting
Right.
himself.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Objection,
except for the
lack of
time.
foundation.
No, except for the time when she claims he was threatening to cut himself that day that that recording was happening. But what he said happened was he was telling her, "You cut me. You want my blood. That's the last
Right.
thing I have left to give you. So cut me. Take it."
Yeah.
Right.
He did
Who are we
not
staring
actually
at?
cut himself. They're looking at the gallery to see who. Well, let's see who's there.
But why are they looking at that blonde woman?
He looks like he's staring at the jury. Is the jury gone?
No, they're there.
That creepy doctor is just sitting there staring at the jury.
Yeah.
He's turned to
That's-
them so much that I feel like he's about to go into the jury stand and
Well,
be like, "Hey
excuse me,
guys."
but
It's possible that the jury is not turned toward
Hold
him,
it.
though.
That looks super creepy. That's where they look when they're talking to the jury.
Look at him.
He's staring
staring at
them
Staring
down.
them down.
What is going on?
Well,
That's
okay,
bizarre.
Lawn Lumber, and Runkle of the Bailey are in the gallery. I just love these names, by the way. So
Well,
Law
can we
Tube,
please hear from Runkle of the Bailey? Like,
Yeah.
why is he trying to creep out the jury
will.
like that?
He
Is
will.
he trying
He
to
will.
hypnotize them?
he will update this, and thank you for the $20 super chat, CB. I appreciate that. He will, after court today, he will be on his stream discussing what was happening inside the courtroom. But my guess is what Lawn Lumber said, which is that the jury has not been looking at the witnesses. They have actually had their chairs turned towards the lawyers. They're watching where the actual battle is, and it's not on the witness stand. They're actually watching the lawyers. And so he says their chairs are turned toward the lawyers, and when the witness speaks, they're going like this. They're looking back towards the witness. So it's possible that they are facing the Elaine, and he's facing the jury for some reason. Oh yeah, DUI guy is also in the courtroom. That's correct. He's there too. I don't know if they all got in today. They've been sleeping on the sidewalks to get in there. I mean, LawTube is committed to this cause. They are bringing you the information from inside the courtroom, which is amazing because our mainstream press will not do that. They will not tell you what's going on with the jury. They will not tell you any of these things. They want you to believe that Amber Heard is running away with this. And they hate the fact that LawTube is inside the courtroom, just throwing cold water all over their scam.
I mean, the whole world is. It's like, I don't know how they think they're going to convince people to not believe their own eyes.
Well, they're good at that.
I guess
That's
so.
why they're very good at that. That's like their whole shtick. They're really good at convincing people that you didn't see what you just saw and you didn't hear what you just heard. They convinced the entire world that Donald Trump told people to inject bleach.
He did. I heard that. He did. Yeah.
That is the most ridiculous hoax that has ever been done to America. And if you ask people on the street, they will tell you that Donald Trump told them to inject bleach. He did not. I have all the proof, including the video clip of him saying they are injecting UV light. It's like a disinfectant, is what he said, which is true. There's this experimental therapy going on where they inject UV light through the veins into the lungs. It's kind of amazing, and it kills things like a disinfectant. He says that. Some asshole reporter stands up and says, "Did you just suggest that people inject bleach?" And that's the headline that everybody goes with. And of course, that's not what he's talking about. Who can be so stupid? It's just like when they said he told people to drink fish cleaner. Again, also not true. Some idiots, I think that woman killed her husband on purpose. I think she poisoned him. The woman who, they both ingested it and the guy died and she didn't. Well, she should be investigated. Right. She should be investigated for murder. Because if you're giving your husband, if you're mixing fish cleaner into his drink and handing it to him, somebody should investigate you for if you did that intentionally.
Yeah. And well, listen, I mean, they even...
The chat is saying, please don't bring Trump into this. Look, it's important for gaslighting, to understand gaslighting and how the media lies to you. Whether you like Trump or not doesn't matter. They lied to you about what he said. Don't you want to know when they lie to you?
Yeah. Hey, I didn't vote for Trump, so it's fine.
And I'm not going to vote for him again, so it's fine.
Yeah, look at that.
So what have you reviewed that correlates with the risk factors for IPV that related to Mr. Depp?
So
I'm clarify, I didn't vote for Biden or Hillary either.
So starting
that out there.
Let me clarify.
I guess we'll start with the physical because that was a question that was put out there. What I have reviewed has demonstrated pushing, shoving, grabbing.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me see if I can direct this a little differently, Dr. Spiegel. Rather than giving the summary of what that was, what did you review?
ACLU
that
already brought
correlates?
him
In
into
other
this.
words, did you review witness statements? Did
Oh,
you
okay,
review
So what-
depositions, photos?
Yes. So what I reviewed was in terms of witness statements, Dr. Kipper's notes. Very, very interestingly, actually, early on in I think it was 2012, or around that time, circa 2012, 2014, Ms. Heard was
Action beyond the scope of the question.
What he reviewed is the question.
All right, let's see.
so I reviewed so Ms. Heard's.
Objection, there's no question pending.
If he's
Okay.
answering, go ahead and answer what you reviewed. Please continue with what you reviewed.
Therapist's notes, counselor's notes, text messages, depositions, video, pictures, psychologists' notes and evaluations, and I said physicians' notes. That's what I reviewed.
All right. Now, you've indicated that
Ancient
intimate
texts,
partner
scrolls.
violence includes physical violence, sexual abuse, and psychological aggression. Can you please describe for the jury what psychological aggression is and what it entails?
So it says psychological aggression would be the engaging in behavior for the sole purpose of emotionally and or mentally harming someone, with the main purpose of, again, to maintaining control. So behaviors that can occur with psychological aggression include insults, intimidation, holding things financially against someone, jealousy rants, property destruction. So
What
all
else did they tell me
that
to say?
is involved. A nonverbal communication, so threatening looks, glances, things like that. All that is involved in psychological maltreatment and intimate partner violence.
What if anything would be psychological aggression if it was trying to control somebody's career? Would that
What
be a
if
factor?
anything?
Yeah.
Section leading.
Overruled.
So yeah, I'm trying to control someone career. That would be under financial, trying to mistreat someone, especially someone wants to succeed and try and have a career, and you're preventing them from doing so by maltreatment. That's another example.
So I'm going to ask specifically about the risk factors for intimate partner violence. Is substance abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes, it is a risk factor as well as a precipitating cause.
And what record evidence did you review that correlates to Mr. Depp engaging in substance abuse?
So the record evidence of, I'll just start with Dr. Kipper and the substances that Mr. Depp was using and misusing, both in terms of prescribed and on urine drug screen.
We know that he does drugs.
Brought out for that.
We know.
I don't know why we have to
Is
keep
lack of
hearing this over
behavioral
and over
control and
again.
impulsiveness
Literally like the
risk
30th
factors
time.
for intimate partner violence?
At least.
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what, if any, record evidence were you aware of that Mr. Depp had exhibited lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness?
Again, threatening.
Objection. Record evidence.
That correlates with, and I'm on the risk factors at this
overruled.
point. Thank you, Your Honor.
Threatening, destroying furniture, property, breaking things, writings on walls, mirrors, writing in blood on furniture. All that would go with that.
Writing in blood.
All right.
Pooping on the bed.
And What, if any, risk
Yeah,
factor is
rock star
narcissism
stuff,
for
exactly.
intimate partner violence?
So a patient, before we get into narcissistic personality traits or disorder, the overall, it's categorized under what's called cluster B personality.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the question.
He's explaining the narcissism.
Well, I'll sustain objection if you
Okay.
ask a question.
Can you explain to the jury what's involved with narcissism as it relates to the risk factors of intimate partner violence and
So
what that realm is?
So narcissism patients have, again, poor self-control, okay, rapid mood shifts, okay. As a result, they have an undue sense of admiration. They worship power, they worship control. They have lack of empathy, and people are generally kept around as long as they're useful to them. A large sense of entitlement. Anything else?
Who seems
need
entitled
for-
in
need for-
this
need for
relationship?
praise.
Holy shit.
So that would go under narcissistic personality and IPV.
I have a great video for you,
What
Manny,
if
by the way, when
any,
we have a break. Can't wait. for you to
Require,
see it.
what, if
Okay.
any, traits would be requiring admiration? Would that fit
My
into it?
camera's all screwed
Yeah,
up
oh, yes,
again.
requiring admiration need to
I'm
be
frozen.
admirers, part and parcel of.
I'm gonna have to turn it off for a little bit.
Yes.
Would being envious fit within that?
Yes.
Fragile self-esteem?
Envious, just like her. Jealous of his
And,
career.
What, if any, record evidence do you have that correlates with Mr. Depp?
I hope everyone's
being
counting these what if any's.
Well,
Yeah.
I do think
Where's our
that
blah? You're usually doing the
the
what if any count. You're not. You're
fact
falling
that
down on the job.
he thought that Amber owed him, misheard owed him.
Objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The fact that
Objection.
misheard
Stupid.
owed him and only wanted to be together with him because of his fame is an example of that. I do think the jealousy aspects are an example of that. I do think, as I think Mr. Tillett had testified that, being admired is one thing, but then behind your back saying something else about people is another thing.
What?
And I can probably say with a reasonable certainty that
I don't
to
know.
some degree
I
this
can't
whole
keep up with
trial
this.
is that because of
Objection,
the-
Your Honor.
This whole trial?
That's not record evidence. Speculation.
Please continue.
that this whole trial in terms of narcissistic insult is what's going on. I believe that Mr. Depp was very much a mainstay appropriately in Hollywood, and then this was pulled the rug without.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be?
He's able to explain what
I'll
he's,
sustain that objection.
can you explain what you mean by this whole
Wow,
trial?
you guys, YouTube is
Your Honor,
censoring
can we
Amber
go-
Turd.
The-
I just checked
this
my
court case
YouTube
we're going
live,
through.
There's an objection.
and anybody who writes Amber Turd, the comments being hidden, it's not me. But
Yeah.
YouTube is hiding Amber Turd from the public. They are
Thanks,
literally hiding comments that say Amber Turd.
We're hiding it under the sheets.
So if you don't
I mean-
see your comments showing up, it's not me, it's YouTube. And probably David Shane.
How is the freaking Crypt Keeper guy gonna be saying this is all narcissism? So you're saying like no one can sue anybody for defamation? That it's a narcissism
What
Because
other
aspect?
Yeah, I
conduct is in the record evidence that correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic, having those traits?
Was the thing about the trial rule? I can't
Yeah,
speak.
Your
you're
Honor.
not allowed to say that.
Not say that. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
The only other thing about narcissism that I think in terms of the trial would be in order to maintain any sense of control, a narcissistic person really has to have lack of empathy, because in order to engage in behaviors that quote unquote are used to keep individuals in control, you don't really think about the other person. You're not really caring what happens to that other person. So I think that's
What happened? We lost the feed. We lost the volume. That wasn't me. Gadfly, can I hear you still? Talk. Say something.
Sorry, I was muted.
Yeah. Okay. So it's the stream. Shit.
Yeah. Law and crime yet again.
Law and crime. Law and crime does this to us a lot. So now I'm going to have to go find another stream. Oh, wait.
Oh.
It's back.
So are
No.
attitude accepting or justifying intimate partner
Yeah.
violence a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Yeah.
Lag in crime.
Do some perpetrators in intimate partner violence try to minimize the IPV?
Yes. So it is unfortunately not uncommon, especially during the calm phases of the abuse cycle where there is no increased tension, there is no acting out. Okay, you are talking about more of the honeymoon, apologetic phase, begging for forgiveness, telling them how you're going to change.
Oh, like
maybe
the audio
giving
clip of
them
Amber?
gifts. And then when the dust settles later in the day, a day or two later, it is not uncommon for the perpetrator to kind of switch the blame over to
Sounds
the
like
victim,
what Amber does.
saying
That's
that,
exactly
hey,
what he did on the clip.
you
That's
know,
crazy.
this either denial, this never actually happened, and trying to make it look bad.
Like when she said
or
I didn't punch you, I hit you, that
allopathic
kind of thing.
defense where you instigated it, or an altruistic effect where I'm doing it for you, transformative effect that society kind of accepts this. So it is very uncommon for all of a sudden for that to start shifting during that time, because it is during the calm phase and everything is relatively calm. This, of course, is when the victim wants to engage in treatment. But beyond that, the ability to kind of quote unquote, for lack of a better phrase, win people over, family, friends, the law. I mean, the very ability to do that is part and parcel of that calm, charming phase where it looks like the victim is, just fabricating this.
And is victim blaming a characteristic?
Yes, like I said, I mean, to blame the victim, that one of the defenses are the allopathic defense comes along with victim blaming. That's what sense you're doing. I'm blaming you for what you made me do.
And is there record evidence that you reviewed that correlates with Mr. Depp engaging in this type of behavior?
So I think for a lot of the issues seen, the big precipitant was going to be the need for sobriety. Coming back to that severe
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I think he's trying to explain it. Thank you. Please continue.
The severe substance use disorder, and many of their arguments, but what I reviewed in the record, stemmed around Ms. Heard's desire for Mr. Depp to maintain sobriety, and that what was happened. So as a result, she was blamed for, bothering him in a way he didn't want to be bothered, and that triggered what was going on.
Are you familiar with the term gaslighting?
Oh yeah, we're all
I'm
real
familiar with
familiar,
gaslighting.
Elaine.
Okay, what, if any, gaslighting is consistent with
What, if
intimate
any?
partner violence and the risk factors?
I'm amazed that they're
when you
doing
start
this.
God,
being
the jury
able
has
to
got to be
when a
thinking, this is
person
Amber.
starts to be able to be manipulative and charming, you start to be able to win people over. And especially when you see someone who's a victim who is essentially vulnerable, emotionally labile, okay? You see that person, and then you see this calm
Emotionally
demeanor in front of
labile,
you,
that sounds
who's
dirty.
very charming, very engaging, very personable. And then all of a sudden it starts looking like the victim is just was essentially losing it, and i.e. they're being gaslighted.
Is there examples where an intimate partner violent perpetrator claims that the victim is the person who's actually committing the abuse?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
How common is that?
That's very
God,
common.
here
Again,
we
that's part
go.
of that is very
Amazing.
common in the occurrence of like
Yeah, we're now
honeymoon
gaslighting the
phase
gaslighter
and the calm
gaslighting.
period of the abuse cycle.
I can't
Very
keep up.
common during that time,
I
where the
cannot keep
victim,
up.
where they're shifting the blame or anything along that line. That's very common for that to happen.
And you indicated that you reviewed some audio tapes in this case,
I mean,
correct?
couldn't it just
Yes.
all go both
And
ways?
what, if
Like,
any,
what-
evidence did you review there
Oh,
that
so- yeah, I wanna
correlates
hear what
with
his
Mr.
thoughts are
Depp
on the audio tapes that
attempting
we
to
all
claim
heard.
that Amber was
Oh.
the one?
Well, I think
Oh.
that was what was said, that Amber was the abuser.
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't understand the objection.
What record evidence?
Just
Thank
object
you.
to
Please
anything.
continue.
Objection.
So that claiming that
unintelligible.
Amber was the abuser in this particular scenario. And what I will reiterate again is that, one, victims are imperfect, and two, it is not uncommon in the context of being a victim when you know that person is about to proceed or relapsing to a substance or going to a substance and anticipating what's going to happen, that you anticipate the next mood and start initiating self-defense. But by and large, that's not what's going on here. By and large, Mr. Depp, behavior
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
was
There's an
consistent.
objection, sir.
Oh, sorry.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. All right, we can move on to the next one. Is prior victimhood of abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
She
Yes.
did not testify to being a victim
And
of abuse, by
so-
the way.
Go ahead.
There's
She didn't
something
say
known as
anything about being abused as a
intergenerational
child.
theory of
We
violence,
thought she was going
which
to, but
is
she didn't.
basically along the line
He also
of
said, I have never.
observation,
Been a victim.
imitation, reinforcement.
Yes.
So you observe a behavior that occurred in childhood, you imitate it when you see that there's no
Yeah, but she didn't say she
significant
was abused as a
negative
child on the
consequences,
stand
but
here.
you do get the positive consequence of maintaining
But Johnny
control
did.
of a situation, solving the conflict in your way, if you would. So that theory is, interestingly, it
My neck
applies to
hurts.
not
I need my
only the
cane.
victims, I'm sorry, not only the perpetrators, but also the victims, because there are many victims who grow up in a house of
Oops.
abuse
Dropping things.
that are not abused, but they're the victims of abuse.
What are the warning signs of intimate partner violence?
So
If there's a man.
warning signs would be increasing the tension,
I had a massage scheduled this
escalations
morning, and I
of tension.
actually
So that's when you
rescheduled it.
start seeing,
Bad
hey,
decision.
Now I'm paying for
partner's
it.
getting angry. Okay,
My neck is
starting to break down the communication, starting to engage in verbal, nonverbal threats. Victim concedes due to this tension, and that leads you to the actual acts. So these acts progressively build, and then they occur.
I hope this guy explodes during the cross. I
What,
really
if
hope he does.
anything,
He is going to get mad.
have you seen in intimate partner violence about apologies and promises?
So again, the apology is part and parcel of the honeymoon phase, and
The jury
promises
is
are
not
part and parcel
sequestered.
of the
They go
honeymoon
home every
phase.
night.
And, you know, the
FYI.
victim wants to believe it's going to work. They want to believe their spouse is going to be faithful to this. And as part of the abuse cycle, it ends up, as I should say, in the calming cycle, like I said, the victim tries to get some help
Check YouTube in a
to
couple
try to
in a
resolve
minute for a
this.
new poll.
until
We're going to poll who does
the
this guy
tension
look
buildup
most like?
phase where something bothers them. So again, it could be bothering someone about substance abuse. It can be bothering someone about finance. It could be bothering something about your career. Anything is liable to build up tension when you have this framework of limited self-control and erratic, intense mood shifts.
So what, if any, record evidence did you review that reflected Mr. Depp engaging in these warning signs, including the apologies and the promises?
I think that was almost routine, that after it was all said and done, that he would apologize for letting this monster
poll.
out,
New poll,
letting
everybody
this
on YouTube.
anger out.
Can't wait to
almost
see what you
routinely.
think. Sam the Eagle, Doc
And
Brown,
there's
Mr.
very
Burns,
well
or
record
Count
evidence
Olaf?
of that starting as early on in the marriage in one of the therapy for Ms. Heard. So that's
Or all of
that's
them had a child
very
together.
common and very much occurred. Recognizing what happened. And the other part of this
Kung Pao
is,
says I should make
again,
some merch that
when you
says
can
what if any.
recognize that when you're sober, even short-lived sobriety, when you could recognize that things are better, things are happening better, life is better, then even that should show you that, hey, there's an issue here. There are issues here that when I don't use can be resolved.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. I'm going to now move to the Goldwater Rule. Can you explain the Goldwater Rule, please?
Sam the Eagle is
so the
winning by
Goldwater Rule
34%.
Is when Senator Goldwater was running for presidency. And I'm going to
Doc
be
Brown
honest
is
with you, I
coming
think it
in
was in the
close
late
behind him.
60s when he was, early 70s, because I was too young to even follow politics then. So please don't quote me on exactly when it was. But basically what's happening is
Who's he talking to? The jury?
clinicians,
Jury, I guess.
psychiatrists were making these quote unquote armchair diagnoses from their homes or offices because they saw this person on TV, the way they acted, and were asked to comment about what they think their diagnoses are. And therefore, it was felt that that should not be done by professionals in these public settings.
Does it have any applicability here?
No. it does
Objection.
not.
Why not?
No foundation.
He was explaining what the Goldwater
You
Rule
want to
was.
approach?
Oh, here we go. We're approaching again. All right, I'm checking the poll. My camera's just freezing up again, so. And it looks like
Yeah.
law and crime just froze up too. Dang. All right, it's back. Sam the Eagle is barely winning this contest with 32%. Doc Brown comes in second. Then Mr. Burns at 25%. Count Olaf is only got 12%. And so you've got some time to vote. I'm going to leave that open for a while on YouTube. If you want to vote in the poll, you got to watch this on YouTube.
I think it's a little mean to Christopher Lloyd to say that he looks like
Who's
he does.
Dr. Heinz Doofenshmirtz?
Well, that's from Phineas and Ferb cartoon.
Oh, one of those cartoons I never watched.
Okay. Well, you should.
I do.
You should look it up. He does kind of look like that, honestly.
Does he? I will. I'll look it up. Yeah, I'm really annoyed at a lot of the stuff he's been able to get on the record here that puts ideas in the jury's mind that we have not heard about before. And I'm confused about why Johnny's lawyers are letting it go. Like the cutting and the what was the other thing?
I think they're
Hurting
letting him
party.
say this because they have contrary stuff. So if they don't object to it, they can cross it like super hard. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's true. Well, we'll see. I wonder how much longer this is going to go on. I mean, how long?
Dr.
are they
Spiegel,
gonna
do you
keep
remember
him
the
on
question?
stand?
Does
Let's
the
not forget his last name is
Goldwater Rule
Smeagol.
have any applicability
I know Smeagol,
here to your testimony
There's-
and
I think
your
it's Smeagol,
conclusions and opinions?
but I'll never hear it
No,
any
it does
other way than
not.
Smeagol.
And
for
why?
multiple reasons. One, the basics of expert witness testimony would almost be thrown away if you are not allowed to base things on what you evaluated of an individual, what you've read about an individual. So if I'm not allowed to comment on records or charts or information that I looked at, expert witness testimony can't be done. But more specifically for this case, in the Goldwater Rule, the pure version of it was the armchair diagnosis of watching someone on TV. Just, you don't make a diagnosis. More recently, I think that's even more recent. We've had examples of that. So you don't make diagnoses like that. This is not the case here because like I said to you at the beginning, I have reviewed a lot of professionals and their evaluations and their treatment course, video deposition, picture deposition, court filings, emails. I mean, I reviewed a whole lot of things that directly describe Mr. Depp and his behavior. So I'm not commenting on a public opinion, and I have absolutely no knowledge of what's in Mr. Depp's history. If I was just doing that, it would be like watching a movie. That's not relevant here.
And in fact, I think you testified earlier, you invited Mr. Depp to.
Oh, yes.
Give an
And again,
example.
Objection leading.
Leading,
Overruled.
Thank you.
So to be fair,
reminding the witness what we want him to
for an
say.
evaluate for my own direct evaluation. Again, I was offered twice that I can do an evaluation of Mr. Depp directly, and both times Mr. Depp and or his lawyers decided that wasn't going to happen.
Okay.
So-
And in fact, the court did not require Mr. Depp to.
No, and the court did not require Mr.
Good,
Depp.
he
to
shouldn't
undergo
have.
this evaluation.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, these opinions that you have offered here, do you hold them to within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Finally, here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Dennison.
Oh, I'm so
All right,
excited.
it's not Camille. It's somebody else. It's
So
the
how
other
many
lawyer we don't
babies
know
have
his
you
name.
eaten in the past week?
Sir, I'm Wayne Dennison. We haven't met. But let me ask you, let's start with what you finished with.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Let's start with what you finished with. You
Wow.
understand
Ask me a
that the
question.
court was twice asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court ruled on it, right? I don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had a motion to them, right?
No, when Ms. Heard's lawyers moved for them and asked for them and did not get them. Isn't that right, sir?
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding of was that you all did not want him to undergo one. They petitioned for it. The court said no. Yes, that's what my understanding of it was.
The court said no to ordering Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Right, I said the court did not require it, right?
And there was one that was ordered, in fact, right?
There was,
All right.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so I can tell you right now, the reason why Depp did not get court ordered to get any evaluation is because they did not make his mental state a factor in this case. But Amber Heard did. She claimed she had PTSD, which means she had to be evaluated by Johnny's
All
expert.
right, so
That's
the
why
last
she
thing
got
you talked
evaluated
about
and he didn't.
was the Goldwater Rule.
yes, sir.
Been around for almost 50 years, right?
Yeah, I'm 59. That sounds about right.
Yeah. And it's been
59?
around
Ooh.
as a result of a presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
And who has that rule? What organization maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of.
Association that I'm a member of, yes.
Aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so
Or something.
this is an ethical rule, right?
It is an ethical rule. And yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes, they're guidelines.
And you know that over time, the American Psychiatric Association has amended the rule, so it's not just about diagnoses, but it's also about professional opinions.
Could you be more specifically say about professional opinion in regard to what?
Well, let me read this and see if you're familiar with it. It is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual based on publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the rule, right?
If you're reading it directly, I will believe you.
Okay. However, a diagnosis is not required for an opinion to be professional. So my question is, it's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater Rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again, I will reiterate that would come down to essentially nullifying witness testimony, expert witness testimony without a direct evaluation. And as we know, it didn't happen. But regardless of that, the whole expert witness testimony thing would be basically rendered null and void.
The rule, in fact,
thing, you know.
contemplates that issue, doesn't it, sir?
Again, I'm just telling you the answer to the question. When you're reading me those statements, I'm telling you the response by the other side, who is publishes also, is that if that was the case, there could be no expert witness testimony in the courtroom.
Psychiatrists are ethically prohibited from evaluating individuals without permission or other authorization, such as a court order. That's the rule, right?
Again, if you're reading that, then I have to believe you're not misrepresenting it. And I would come back to, again, then this whole thing on we might as well get rid of all the expert witnesses we've had throughout all
good
the time.
idea. Get rid
for
of
court
all of them
proceedings.
throughout all
Because
the
what you're
time.
saying
Yep.
is unless a court orders it, and that's
I
what
actually
you
like
just
that
said,
idea.
the APA
Me
said,
too.
then therefore
Get rid
expert
of the paid
witnesses
whores.
cannot do an evaluation based on an observation of the medical records. Insurance
shouldn't
companies
have
cannot
that.
do evaluations solely based on the medical record with our doctors rendering professional opinions. So at the end of the day, you are essentially saying that unless someone has directly evaluated it, this whole medical system we have, this whole legal system we have,
Yep,
is
it's
null and
crap.
void.
It's null and
I'm not
yep, that's
saying-
No, yes, you
exactly
are,
what
sir.
we're saying.
No, you are.
Give me a second, and I'll give you more than a second. What I'm saying,
Smeagol
and
said
what I
something
am
right.
reading to you, is a rule
I like this guy.
by your organization that takes into account that there could be court orders that would permit the exact kind of evaluation that you say I'm eliminating.
And I think we're going in circles because I think I just said that means expert witness testimony
Is garbage.
would not be allowed. And the branch of
It shouldn't be
forensic
allowed.
psychiatry would be especially hindered. And
That's
we
the
know
one.
the branch of forensic
That's the one
psychiatry
that
does
should be
not
kicked out of the
prohibit
court.
that. So I am a member
other
of the
experts I'm fine
APA.
with, but
That doesn't
psychiatry, get
necessarily
rid of
mean
them.
every single thing they put in there, everybody has to uncategorically agree with, because clearly that's not the case.
Did you agree in your deposition that the professional opinions you rendered were inconsistent with the Goldwater Rule?
Yeah, my first was inconsistent. If we're saying that if the Goldwater Rule says, and I very much said that during deposition, that the Goldwater Rule was made for presidents and public figures such as that, but regardless of that, because that's what it was made for. It's not made for Hollywood, but I'll even take that Mr. Depp's a public figure. What I'm saying to you
I would
is
say so.
that
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
Goldwater rules say we cannot do any expert witness testimony in our field. That is exactly what the Goldwater Rule is saying based on exactly what you read. And I'm just telling you what you are saying that rule encompasses.
What I'm
lost.
asking you, sir, is
Yeah, answer the
did
question,
you
weirdo.
comply with the ethical requirements of the APA when rendering the professional opinions that you've rendered today?
It is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA. Secondarily,
So the answer is no?
Secondarily, again, in order to not, we wasted our whole morning because there was an expert witness before me. There's an expert witness who's everyone brought in. So all I'm saying to you,
They should
that
all be
means
thrown
the
out.
whole field of medical legal law is corrupt and unethical
Yes.
for engaging in an act that the APA clearly says we should not do. So if you're saying that, then the answer is yes, I'm agreeing with that statement.
What?
You're agreeing that the APA would
He's
deem
laughing.
your testimony and your professional opinions rendered unethical.
I am saying you are saying
Oh
that the
my
whole,
Lord.
I'm an expert witness. I am saying as an expert witness,
I'm a
and
genius.
solely as an expert witness,
Genius.
that guideline is permitting that from occurring. I would say then that the whole field of expert witness testimony, again, would be disavowed by what you are quoting in the Goldwater Rule. And we know that's not the case, because if it was, we would not be allowed to do it.
And you said the rule was for presidents, right? And
That was
public
initially for
figures.
press, yes.
But, and the name of the rule came from that. But the rule says it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual. That's right, sir. It's not just presidents. It's not public figures. It's individuals.
Interesting.
Funny, it was named after the, according to your logic, if you don't put something in the title, it's not true. That's what you told me this morning, I believe, at my intimate partner violence. So what I would say to you then,
What? That's not what he
sir,
said.
is that if you say this about an individual, again, any court would have to render an expert witness testimony invalid. Any doctor that reviews charts would have to render it invalid. I can go on the list of docs that do not see or interview patients directly, and that's a violation. So basically, you are saying that unless you do a direct clinical evaluation, then all of the field of forensic psychiatry and all of managed care is doing an unethical violation because we are not seeing the presence.
Yes.
We deny patients
Agreed.
medications all the time without seeing them.
Yes.
We deny patients
Correct.
treatments, unfortunately, without seeing them. And I'm on the receiving end of that.
Well, you shouldn't
So
be doing
the answer
that,
to your
sir.
question, again, unless you are saying to me that all of this is unethical, which is what you are
It
saying.
is all unethical.
This is
Oh,
what
my
you are.
Lord.
This is how I'm interpreting what you are saying to me. That
This
unless
witness
you
is
do the
so
evaluation
bad.
directly
Yeah,
yourself,
he's bad.
therefore it cannot be considered ethical. And I'm telling you how that applicable to not just expert
This
law,
is the
but
first
also
question.
managed care and applicable to
know.
hospital duration of hospitalization stay. They get evaluated. So tell me where you want me to end this.
Well,
Sorry.
Now.
why don't we
Wow.
why don't we talk about what you just testified to? Because I didn't ask you anything about that. I asked you whether under this rubric,
I don't know what
under
you're
this
talking
principle of medical ethics, have you acted unethically? Yes or no?
No. As an expert witness, I have not acted unethically. And if you want the jury to believe that expert witnesses
drop the
are
rule
unethical,
in the
then I
chat.
guess that's for them
Well,
to
that's-
decide.
Read it for
yes or
That's
no,
for them
sir.
to
You said
decide.
no.
Rule,
Let's
here
go
it
to the
comes.
next question.
Okay.
Right? Psychiatric diagnosis occurs in the context of an evaluation based on thorough history-taking examination and where applicable collated or collateral information.
Here's the rule.
You'll agree with that?
I believe I said that earlier, yes.
And it's a departure from the methods of the profession to render an opinion without an examination and without conducting an evaluation in accordance with the standards of psychiatric practice, correct?
Well, again, by the way, for the record, intimate partner violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that.
Oh, so then
Substance
why are you here?
usage by themselves is not a psychiatric diagnosis. If you want to cut to the chase, psychiatry is not a diagnosis of that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis.
Okay.
Ergo, I am basically
Ergo.
commenting
He uses words
on
like
the things that were
ergo.
brought to me, which are not diagnosis. But an evaluation, if I was going to treat a patient or anyone here, those are the steps I would take.
We, I think, started with the notion that this rule applies broader than diagnoses. It
Wow.
applies to professional opinions.
I believe
And
you
you've
just
rendered
quoted
professional opinions relative to narcissistic personality traits, haven't you, sir? Relative to Mr. Depp.
Again, I believe you just commented on what it takes to do in a psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis. I'm almost certain that's what you said. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you didn't say that, but I'm sure you did. And therefore, what I'm saying is neither IPV nor substance usage nor
Maybe you didn't, but
narcissistic
you did.
personality traits a psychiatric
didn't, but you
diagnosis.
did.
And then under the rubric of expert witness testimony, you are saying I acted unethically under the rubric of expert witness testimony. So if you, sir, would like to proceed that expert witnesses are unethical based on that, I am not going to sit here and disagree with you and waste everyone's time. I think it's fairly obvious. But thank you. I'll go ahead.
What?
These were your
Wow.
words. I'm just saying them back how they're interpreted.
Okay.
Great. Anyways,
Okay, then. Moving on.
Let's start with the easy question then.
yeah, this guy's
Maybe
about
we
to start
That was pretty
melting.
easy. Go ahead.
All right,
Yeah.
Doctor, you're
Oh,
gonna have to just answer the
geez,
questions.
he's
Okay,
total
sorry about that.
dick, this
Haven't been
guy.
getting into it.
You need to just answer the questions. Dr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Just got yelled at by
You
the
are
judge.
not rendering any diagnosis whatsoever of Mr. Depp today or ever.
Oh, look at this.
Oh. Dun,
Look.
dun, 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 dun.
No, I probably would say to you that certainly I would not say narcissistic personalities, or I would say traits. Certainly,
Wow.
from what I have read,
That
intimate
was a
partner
yes
violence
or
is not
no
a diagnosis.
question,
so the answer
sir.
is no for that.
Well, no.
Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. The answer is no. But if you want to tell me that substance use disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes. And
But that wasn't an issue, was it? Whether Mr. Depp used substances? I mean, you said you've gone through the record. That wasn't really an issue at this trial. He's said it from day one.
No,
Oh,
this
so
is
you're saying he's already
Johnny's
admitted
lawyer,
to the
guys.
diagnosis?
This is
He's
not
already
Roger
admitted to the
Moore.
use of the
Johnny's
substances.
lawyer.
Well, again, there's a difference between admitting to substance use and substance use disorder.
Let's go back to what you just said about narcissistic personality traits.
Yes.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a DSM-5 diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
Diagnostic personality, and you haven't testified that Mr. Depp has narcissistic personality disorder, have you?
I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm going to say he has traits, which are characteristics of provisional diagnosis of, it's a provisional diagnosis, probably narcissistic personality disorder. But yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
Well, when you say provisional diagnosis, you know the DSM-5 requires, in order to find that diagnosis, 5 of the 9 factors.
Mm-hmm.
And you haven't done that analysis. You've never
Check out
made
the new
that
ticker.
diagnosis. You've just identified certain factors.
Nice.
That are criteria for the diagnosis.
Getting
Right.
wrecked.
But you need 5 of 9 to get to the diagnosis. You've already told us that you didn't make a diagnosis. You're just identifying traits, correct?
I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis. Yes.
Right.
But you just said it. You weren't giving a diagnosis.
And
Oh,
did
my
you
Lord.
testify in deposition that the existence
Johnny's
of
face.
traits as opposed to the
Like, this guy's
disorder
an idiot.
doesn't
Where did they
have
find
a
these
correlation with
Dude, you literally
I-
took someone in a dumpster and like put a suit on him. And
If I said traits do not have a correlation with the, if that's what I said, and I don't remember saying that, but that wouldn't be a correct saying. Narcissism has a correlation with the diagnosis. Yes, that part's true.
All right, how far are we going to back this up? Because there's a diagnosis of
Sean
narcissistic
Coleman,
personality
to the stream.
disorder,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, sir.
And that one is has some correlation with IPV, right?
Narcissism has correlation with IP. Again, sir, you're not allowing me to answer. You're splitting hairs. You're splitting hairs between the traits that are consistent with, which all I'm commenting
Poor choice of
on
words,
is
buddy.
behaviors and traits that are consistent with the diagnosis.
I'll
And
tell you
Mr.
about
Depp,
splitting hair, sir. There's
narcissism
some of them on top of your head.
absolutely has risk factors associated with IPV.
Let's go back again, and maybe we can focus on the question I ask
I
you,
love this guy's getting
and we can
angry.
get
I
an
love it.
answer that's addressed to that question. Narcissistic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV, yes or no?
Yes.
And you previously testified that there is no literature at which you are currently aware that the mere presence of narcissistic traits is a risk factor for IPV.
Am I answering the question?
Yes,
That's incorrect.
you didn't testify to that.
A cluster B traits, which narcissistic personality disorder is part of, is a huge risk factor for intimate partner violence, which cluster B traits include narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, amongst others. So the answer to the question is every resource on intimate partner violence will support that cluster B traits, where narcissistic personality falls under, is a risk factor for intimate partner violence.
Any single trait is a risk factor for IPV.
Again, I will repeat, cluster B traits. I didn't say any trait. I said cluster. No, you said
Let me be more precise then.
okay.
Any narcissistic trait in and of itself is a risk factor for IPV.
But you are mischaracterizing what I said. What I said, I'm pretty sure I said cluster.
Comments on
If you look
splitting
at
hairs
all
are
the
killing
intimate
me.
partner violence literature, I would behoove you to do so.
Pretty great.
You will see
The
that
jokes write
cluster
themselves.
B traits. I didn't say narcissistic per se. Cluster B traits, where narcissistic personality disorder is part of, are risk factors for intimate partner violence, part and parcel, uniformly true. And I'm not sure, the thing I don't understand is I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry, because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the question.
Oh my God, the judge. This is the second time
So
now.
you want to talk about
Yeah, dude, this
cluster
guy's
B, so let's
so
do
bad
that
for
for a
them.
minute. Borderline personality disorder
Amber's team is like
is a risk factor.
they're like
for
opposite
IPV.
land. So dumb.
As part of cluster B traits, yes.
Now,
Histrionic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
Less so.
But
Welcome
it
to the
less-
circus, Sean.
Less so. I mean, it's a risk factor, but less so, yes.
Can you
Less
hear
so.
us now, Sean?
Significantly less so.
all right. So
hi, Megan.
Oh, good. He can hear.
which traits under narcissistic, before I move on there, there's only been one diagnosis in court of personality disorders, correct?
I'm not sure who you're referring to. Are you
Why
referring
does
to
it
Mr. Depp?
matter?
Ms. Hurt? Who? I'm not sure what you were talking about.
Do you understand that there was a medical examination done of Ms. Hurt?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand that the testimony was ultimately that Ms. Hurd suffers from two personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurt or Mr. Depp. So that's all I was asking you,
Answer the question.
Yes or no to my question?
Oh,
which was there's
shit.
only one diagnosis of, Ms. Hurt was diagnosed with that.
Yeah. And both of the diagnoses are in cluster B, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both those cluster B things are, I'm not allowed to comment on the testing. So therefore,
Oh, God.
all I can say
He
is
can comment
that
on
cluster B
everything else,
traits,
though.
and I'll tell you what they are. And by the way, I testified this before, which was that one, I don't expect perfection from my victims. Two,
I don't-
absolutely there were cluster B traits Ms. Hurt had. Absolutely, Ms. Hurt had.
Given that you've testified to it before, let's move on to a new question.
Okay.
All right. You indicated in your opinion today that you thought, well, why don't we move a little differently? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American Medical Association is relative to doing clinical diagnoses about individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations under that rubric, right?
No, that's not what he said.
I'm just
Oh
asking
my
you,
God,
do you know the
this
AMA's
guy
rule?
is exhausting.
Man.
Under doing, you're saying the AMA's ruling under the rubric of not doing value with someone you did not see. And I'm questioning, I'm asking, so you are talking about expert witness testimony.
No, I'm talking about, do you know the
No.
rule?
I'm not a member of the AMA, so I don't,
Okay,
I don't
great.
read the
Oh,
rules.
great.
Okay,
Then say
move on.
no.
You don't know the rule.
Jesus
Ah,
Christ.
what an asshole.
No, he's asked two different questions.
All right.
He asked if he was a member of the
You
AMA.
rendered an opinion
rule.
about
You know the
Mr.
rule without being a
Depp's
member of the AMA.
purported cognitive
True.
impairment.
Yes,
What do you use as a baseline?
a baseline for processing speed.
Yeah, for analyzing Mr. Depp before you watched his deposition.
What I use a baseline for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my baseline would probably be how I've seen him interact in public. How I've seen him interact
Oh.
with others.
That's
I've
what
seen him
you
interact
used as your
in
baseline?
media. I've seen him interact and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials. His process speed was not slow.
That's actually not true.
A deposition didn't just say that
Commercials?
what you did was
That's not how
compare
to analyze a human
Mr.
as a human
Depp's
being.
performance
Baseline was.
lots of pirate movies against his deposition testimony
What
here.
what I said was I've seen Mr. Depp do apology ads. I remember he did an apology ad with Bad Dog with no delay in process speed. I've seen him interact with the media regarding to that. I saw no delay in processing speed. All I'm saying
Let
to
me
you is-
ask you about pirates, though.
I have seen
You
him in
compared
interviews. He
pirates
speaks slowly.
to the to the depositions given in this case.
then I apologize for what I said. Then I
What?
misspoke.
You misspoke. You didn't make the comparison.
Right now, just a second ago,
No,
just a
Tim, while
second
he
ago,
was
I may
playing
have said that I
Captain Jack
misspoke.
Sparrow.
I apologize. I misspoke.
Okay,
What?
because you know you can't compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
But you can, but as an aside, you can judge someone's processing speed at any time. Like I'm judging yours right now, you're judging mine. We all judge processing speed as a baseline because of what we know about each other. And I would say your processing speed right now is not slow. So, I mean, we're judging processing speed. I'm just saying to you.
Yeah.
I diagnosed him while he was playing Captain Jack
any
Sparrow.
of
It's
Mr.
perfectly
Depp's
normal.
other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he wasn't in movies.
Right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you?
So this guy is.
You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory?
Is that what he's doing?
Did you look at that one when you were comparing his processing speed?
Mm-hmm. He's saying Depp is a narcissist, yeah. Well, he's an actor, so he's probably a little bit one.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably is.
Well, you can have narcissistic tendencies without having narcissistic personality disorder.
You have to
Right.
ask your questions. Yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka and I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened, whatever it was about. No, I did not.
All right.
Lies. Everyone's seen 21 Jump Street.
You made a very kind admission, I think, early on in your deposition, that you're not claiming to be a better actor than Mr. Depp.
Jack Sparrow has a
That's correct,
substance
isn't
abuse
it?
problem from what I've seen. in the film.
100%.
All right. But with respect to acting, you know that actors actually rehearse for their parts and work on the language, diction, timing
You know
of
how
their
acting
dialogue
goes,
as
right,
part
sir?
of that rehearsal.
Do you know what acting is?
If you say that, I'm not an actor, so I don't know what goes on. I can't tell you. I have no idea what goes on in acting.
We see
You have
that.
no idea people like
You're
really
not
prepare for
acting
roles.
to know whether actors rehearse.
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an actor does.
Okay.
Bullshit.
Sean! I have no idea what an actor does. I have no idea that actors practice their lines. I have no idea that actors pretend to be people
During
they
your
aren't.
deposition,
I have no
I had
idea.
no
what
idea
are the
they exist.
circumstances under which you decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Under somebody call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr.
Ooh,
Depp an idiot
bias.
in your deposition.
Oh, I think. Okay. So I think it was in the
Oh,
context. I think it was in the. You probably should read the context of it because I think the context was, and I'm trying to think back. And I'm trying to think back.
Johnny is
Okay?
dying. Look
And
at
what
his
I
face.
thought it was related to was if you're
This is so
coming to
dumb.
some deposition, okay. And again, I'm thinking back. So you have it in front of you. I don't.
Well, let's read it
I'm
back.
thinking back where he's coming in from Europe for a deposition, video deposition that he gave, and he took an overnight the night before. And what I think I said was that if you're going to take
Stephanie's face.
if you're going to do a major thing or a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before.
All right.
So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words, so I mean he's an idiot are mistranscribed?
No, I'm sure. Again, if I said it in that, if you're just reading one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. But again, you have it in front of you right now.
Is idiot a professional opinion?
I wasn't rendering professional opinion.
Yeah.
No.
Is it a psychiatric opinion?
And that follows the Goldwater Rule.
Him being an idiot?
How does it follow the?
Oh, you
so
just said
now
that
he
I'm not
can't.
rendering a professional opinion. I
now
just said
he's
idiot.
not
That's
rendering
not
an
a-
opinion.
So idiot is not a professional opinion?
Mhm.
Is it your
No.
practice to describe people as idiots?
In my practice, no, I don't describe people my clinical cases as idiots or patients as idiots or victims as idiots. No, sir.
But you sat for a deposition in this case and described the plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
You gave me 9 hours of deposition, and if I said the word idiot,
I slipped up
it was an
once in
idiot
9
in
hours.
planning. It wasn't making him an idiot. I don't know Mr. Depp's IQ. I don't know his overall functioning. So therefore, if I said it, it was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come
He
across.
just said he
as.
doesn't know his
Now,
overall
so
functioning.
You did say you don't know his
Yeah.
overall functioning, but you
Oh,
made
look.
some testimony today.
So how can
as
you
to
establish a
some
baseline?
evaluations you made relative to his functioning. You would agree with me that
Quick,
it's
drink some Gatorade.
probably a good idea to think about the questions that are asked you in a
Oh, not again. And you guys,
No.
it's law and crime. The
Hey,
stream
Megan,
is stopping. Yeah.
put my comment up.
What comment? Where is it?
I just looked up idiot definition in
Before
Black's
answering.
Law Dictionary.
All right,
Am I allowed to answer
I'll
that
look
question?
for
Yes.
it.
Okay. So what
Where did you
function?
put
What I
it?
said by function. I believe that his agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now. Would not have a job. Okay. I believe
I
the thing
can't
was
find it.
in
The comments
terms
are
of
moving too fast.
balking out of treatment for substance rehab that his doctor is prescribing for him. So if you're asking me if that's an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
I'm trying to understand how you got to this notion of cognitive decline. And I thought it was
Without a
based at
baseline.
least in part on the manner in which he testified.
I'm sorry, what?
On the manner in which he testified.
On the manner, I'm sorry, I'm not being difficult. I can't hear. I'm sorry. On what?
I was asking you about the cognitive decline
Yes.
testimony that you made.
Yes.
And it was my understanding that at least a portion of that testimony that you rendered was that you derived some evidence of cognitive decline from the way Mr. Depp testified.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what I said. Yes.
Right. And so all I'm asking you is, don't you think it's a good idea when you're in the middle of a court proceeding to answer questions carefully?
Again, professionally, we diagnose patients with a neurocog disorder by gross evaluation all the time with cognitive. On the thought that, again, age normal controls, I'm just saying, age normative controls does not put a 58-year-old gentleman at that processing. That's all I'm saying. That's
Right.
all I said.
And you derived this without ever once talking to them.
Oh no, the stream is gone again.
Dang, Megan's gone.
Oh no, what happened? We lost her?
It says the stream is still up, but the
Shoot.
video just went away. Maybe she's getting a different stream. Oh my lord.
Oh, we're
So-
having Meg, where are you?
So this doctor is for Heard, right? And he's saying that Johnny Depp has narcissistic personality disorder.
He's saying he has slow processing speed from all of his drug abuse,
Yeah.
but
So,
he has not established a baseline of Johnny's processing speed before he claimed that it's slowed down.
so I have
Other
experience.
than him watching Johnny as a pirate in Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
So I have
Of course,
experience.
absurd.
I have experience with that. I've taken both a full psychological exam and a neuropsychological
Yes, sir.
exam.
All right.
Oh,
That's
Let's talk
fine.
about the mini mental status exam. Scored on a 30-point scale, right?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry,
And
guys.
it's
StreamYard
an
is really
exam
screwing
that-
up right now.
Basically,
It's running really slow.
it's most
and it
often
just
used
kicked me out.
for what, Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of testing.
The mini
It's an
mental
exam that tests
yes.
cognition in all psychiatric illnesses.
It's mostly
not
for
just
to assess
Alzheimer's.
dementia.
It was made for dementia for Alzheimer's, but is the standard,
right.
has been the standard for testing cognition in all psychiatric illness, substance use disorders included.
Okay. Now, there is an element of that exam that requires drawing, correct?
Yes.
So
This
you
guy
don't
is a
know
psycho.
what drawing
know
Mr.
what else
Depp
to
did,
say.
or whether the drawing should have been fully scored.
I
Well, I wanna
wasn't
see
questioning
Johnny's
his visual
drawing.
spatial perceptual skills, which is what that does.
Right. And you don't know what score Mr. Depp received on the exam.
I was very specific. I know 3 words, not remembering at 5 minutes. That's all I said.
3 words, not remembering 5 minutes, and he remembered one of them, right?
From what I understand, he didn't remember any of them.
All right. Memory on the exam. Out of the 30 points, what's it worth? 3. 3, right? Memory is 3 out of the 30.
Look at the
memory's
definition
3.
of idiot. you
And
guys.
again, the memory section in and of
saw
itself
that. Pretty
tests
funny.
memory. That's the only question that tests memory. Only section that actually tests memory.
Sounds like
So the
somebody on
memory
the screen
section
right
tests
now.
memory.
Not one of us.
It's the only section
Not
you
Johnny.
testified about. And for all you know, that with respect to the exam that you're relying on, Mr. Depp scored 27 out of 30.
And that would be telling, though, cognitive. If you score 27 and 30 and you miss 3 points on memory, that would be very telling.
You don't know
Ooh,
if
very
Mr.
telling.
Depp had been up all night the night before.
Again, you wouldn't expect to not recall any words at 3 minutes unless there's a cognitive issue.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was high.
And again, now that could affect memory, but I'm not refuting that. I'm not refuting that at all. He could have been high, he could have been drunk, he could have been using cocaine, and that would absolutely affect his memory. Which is what I said. Yes, you're right.
So ultimately, you have no idea what state Mr. Depp was in at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
Short of what you just said about drugs and alcohol, okay, there shouldn't be a reason why a 58-year-old also with strokes and other neurocognitive conditions, but short of that, there shouldn't be a really good reason why someone at that age shouldn't come up with at least one. But in answer,
But wait a minute, you started that question with short of drugs and alcohol and spent 35 minutes talking about his use of drugs and alcohol. Isn't that right?
oh, I'm agreeing. I thought I agreed with you. I think I agreed. I said that drugs and alcohol can absolutely affect cognition. I'm not sure. I agree, but I'm not sure if that's a problem. I agree with you on that.
All right. So you don't know one way or the other how he scored on the exam. You don't know whether he was at the time on drugs and alcohol, but you're going to rely on it in your testimony to say that he's cognitively impaired.
Which is what we do in clinical medicine, sir.
Okay.
That's what you do?
Well,
That's
test
pretty bad.
that you don't know when it was administered.
No.
You don't know the score of the test, and you don't know the state of the person being tested, but you're going to rely on it anyway.
Again, if we had to do every test, when people get the mini mental state exam, we have no idea clinically if they are high,
Well, perhaps
wasted,
you should.
stroke. We have no idea. So if you're going to say that, that means everybody
Test
needs
is
a drug
totally
test before they do a mini mental state, and that's
Your
not the standard
test
of
is
care.
worthless, is what you're
That's
I
saying.
think you know.
absurd.
This guy's like straw man, the witness.
Yes.
Let's talk a
Straw
little
man on
bit
trial.
about this word you kept using, correlation.
So yeah, he could have asked him
You
if
know
he was
the word,
drunk or
right?
high. Did he do that?
Yes.
Correlation and causation aren't the
Word
same thing,
means
are they?
What you think it means.
No, they're not the same thing.
No, how are they different?
Correlation is consistent with causation, is direct link.
Can you say that again? You were so fast I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry about that. Correlation is a risk for something happening. Causation is a direct link.
Right. So just because something's correlated doesn't mean it's going to happen.
100%.
Right.
100%.
But lung cancer, for instance, smoking is very highly correlated with lung cancer, right?
Yeah, and there's certainly a link
Right.
to lung cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all smokers get lung cancer.
I thought you weren't a medical
Not all
doctor.
smokers do. No one, like I said, no one fits the curve perfectly.
Right. And you made repeated testimony to all of us. All of us do this. All of us do that.
There's not been a single objection.
Your suggestion about all of us is you're just looking at the world
you're right.
as a
It hasn't
sample
been.
and not at any particular individual, correct?
What I'm looking at is that I'm not talking about an individual, how they can or cannot be resistant. What I'm saying is invariably, when you use substances, this is going to happen. Now, is there a 0.05% chance that someone who does? Absolutely there is. But is that medical degree of certainty? Absolutely not.
A 0.05% chance of what, sir?
Of eventually developing symptoms. If you're using excessively, eventually you're going to develop symptoms.
Right. But risk factors tell us nothing about any one particular individual, do they, sir?
No, again, risk factors tell us nothing except that if they have it, they're at a higher likelihood of developing it. That's
Right.
what tells us.
But you did a whole litany of risk factors relative to IPV.
Yes.
Right. And none of those risk factors tell us anything specifically about an individual.
other than they're at higher risk, right?
Right. So someone could have every single risk factor for IPV and never commit IPV, right?
It would be, again, if you're going to say a medical degree of probability, the answer is they will. But if you're saying uniformly, the answer is no.
Right. IPV can occur without substance abuse.
Oh, sure.
Someone can abuse substances without ever perpetrating IPV.
Again, absolutely. But again, you are saying different than what I said.
IVP, intimate
I did not say
partner violence,
abusing
IPV,
substances. I said
intimate
substance
partner
use
violence.
disorder.
That's what he's talking about.
Those are two different things, because there are surely people who use substances that do not engage in any violence, do not become psychotic, nothing at all. So
And that's
absolutely.
equally true of people who have substance abuse disorder. There are certainly people who have substance abuse disorder who don't commit IPV, correct?
They are saying people who have substance use disorders, the majority of them, over 50% do. So over 50% do. So that's medical.
How much over 50%?
The answer is yes.
As you said, not everyone who smokes gets lung cancer.
So there are significant numbers of people. You said it was over 50. So you'd say 40% of the people who have substance abuse disorder don't commit IPV.
And those are the ones that do not have IPV risk factors, though, right? So we're talking about people.
Wait a minute. Isn't substance abuse disorder and IPV risk factor?
Oh, yeah. These are other people that don't have other risk factors, right?
Ricada
But again,
says this
we're
cross
talking
is
about people in
devastating
general.
to this
You don't know
doctor.
anything about any particular individual as to whether anybody's going to commit IPV.
If statistics follow through, all we can say is more than 50%, 70% will. If you combine more risk factors you have, the more likely you're going to develop the illness. If you smoke cigarettes once, that might not correlate to lung cancer. If you smoke it chronically, that might. So
Right.
that's
So
all I'm
we're
saying.
talking about individuals here. You either have lung cancer or you don't, right?
If you're smoking.
Right.
Right.
You either commit
or
IPV
not,
or you
whatever.
didn't.
I mean, yeah, you either did or you didn't, yes.
Right. So you took some issue with me because I was asking about substance abuse generally, and you wanted me to talk about the disorder. I asked you earlier about narcissistic personality disorder, and you haven't made that diagnosis. You've just talked about the traits, right?
Yes.
And somebody can have these narcissistic personality traits and substance abuse disorder and never commit IPV, right?
So, along that line,
Right.
about 80 to 90% of people who commit IPV have a personality disorder. So the answer is less than about 10% obviously do not.
There are more close links with IPV for borderline personality disorder than narcissistic personality disorder. Correct, sir?
I'm not going to agree with that.
No?
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you, there are absolute. If you're asking me there are links, the answer is absolutely. If you're saying to me more, I can show studies say yes, so studies say that. That has not been absolutely definitively correlated. No.
No.
Absolutely not.
Nick Ricada says this is devastating, a devastating cross. His Twitter is so funny right now.
This guy is doctor. I wanna put
MDMA.
Doctor in quotes.
I know. He says this is an
What is it?
absolute disaster of testimony for her.
Ecstasy.
Yeah. And what's the normal dosage of ecstasy for people who use ecstasy?
Again, I couldn't tell you the quote unquote normal dose because honestly speaking, no one knows what they're getting when they're using it, right? It's not regulated. So,
But the effects of ecstasy enhance sense of well-being.
at low doses, The answer is yes. I'm going to gather when you're using it at higher doses and develop tolerance, you develop the sympathomimetic
Is he a
effects, which are
pharmacological
not so
too?
enhanced well-being.
Increased extroversion.
He's a drug and alcohol
Again,
expert.
At low dose, you are
psychiatrist.
100% right. At low amounts, you are
everything.
100% right. It
He's
is
a
an
genius.
entactogen. We feel closer to people. That's what people who use it say. They feel close to people, warmth to people, 100%. But with continual use and higher doses, it could be fatal. Right. So that's not well-being. I don't know if I'd call that well-being.
So continued use at higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
What if you took 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA?
What if you took again, you don't know what it's very hard to say that. You don't know what it's what's the word I'm looking for? Contaminated with. Okay, you can't just say, hey, let me just take 8 to 10 pure ecstasy and see what happens. That's not going to happen. So what I would say to you, again, because substance abuse are
So it didn't
unpredictable, they are not regulated.
In other words,
no one knows
she's
what they're
lying.
going to. No one has any idea whether it's going to cause this empathic entactogen effect at very low doses, or is it going to cause the sympathomimetic, increase, it's like a stimulant, like cocaine and stuff we talked about like that. No one knows what's going to happen. It's not regulated. And no one knows if you're using with other substances
But he's
either,
probably been studied.
like other stimulants.
Or if you mix it with alcohol.
Or if you mix it with alcohol. No one knows if it's going to be potentially worse.
Right. But this is a potentially lethal
I bet there's
combination.
some researchers
8
at
to
Harvard
10
that know.
MDMA tablets and alcohol.
This is a potentially toxic combination.
Right.
Can it kill you? Yeah, I mean, it is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own finger on MDMA?
Have I ever heard of it?
Yeah.
No, I can only give you one example.
Hadn't seen that one before.
One
Oh,
example of what?
So
No, I haven't seen
Seroquel.
it, but I can only give you one example. This one, is that what he's trying to
That
say?
one-
Yeah.
Objection.
Put you to
Johnny
sleep,
Move to
right?
strike. Move to strike.
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is yes.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Depp talking about sometimes being on the nod, right?
And again, I think I explained Seroquel very well this morning.
Good. I'm going to ask him a few more questions.
Oh, okay.
Because I explain everything well. Because
right.
I'm the greatest.
You kept making references to
God.
street value. Why were you doing that?
Somebody else has narcissism.
Because that's why people with substance
Yeah.
disorder use quetiapine and Seroquel.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
That's why people who use quetiapine or / Seroquel can it sells on the street because it's so barbiturate-like in effect.
Right, but you said that Mr. Depp had a prescription.
There are many substance use disorder patients who have prescriptions for Adderall and quetiapine from their doctor, and that doesn't mean they're not getting high out of it. That doesn't take much. Doctors like to believe
That
what
reminds
patients
me, I need
have
to go
to
take my
say.
Adderall.
They're not going to go in there being expert witness testimony. All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use disorder, it is not uncommon. And the thought was initially that because quetiapine was not addicting, that it's safe to give in people with substance use disorders, when in fact, we absolutely know it has street value. Absolutely know that for a fact.
Right, but my point about this is you made a bunch of testimony about street value, but you knew at the time you made the testimony that Mr. Depp, in fact, had a prescription.
He also had a prescription for oxycodone and roxycodone. Does that count? Because that's also probably not a good thing.
Answer the question.
Just because you have a prescription
He's
doesn't
not
mean
I
that
think Mr. Depp would agree with you it wasn't a good thing.
just because you have a prescription doesn't mean you can't abuse it.
No, I'm not suggesting you're abusing it. I'm just wondering why your testimony was in any way tied to street value when every single drug you referenced, Mr. Depp had legally.
Again, you can have prescription substance abuse, and we know that, correct?
Why is he
Oh,
asking the
yes.
lawyer
We can have
questions?
prescription substance use disorders, and that's not uncommon if you look at the opiate epidemic that we're living in right now.
And that's Big
We can have
Pharma's
that.
fault,
That's not an
That's-
uncommon thing.
not users' fault.
Unfortunate, but uncommon. Not uncommon.
So Seroquel, I think you described as a sleeping agent when used off label.
When I saw what?
Oh,
Sleeping
God,
agent.
pay attention.
Seroquel when used off label.
When used off label, it's used. It can be used sleeping agent. Yes.
Right. So Mr. Depp's use of Seroquel could account for some of the photos we saw in this trial where he's asleep in a chair?
Again, what I would say to you is that if you have a substance use disorder, you are using it to be knocked out. Yes, I agree. But I'm not sure at the end of the day if she'd have vomitus over you either, because I've never seen Cerebral do that. So when he was passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never seen Cerebral do that ever.
Smeagol?
Yeah, his name's Dr.
Laurent is
Smeagol.
another one of the drugs you
All right,
testified
I may
about.
have misspelled it. I think
That
it's
one's
Spiegel
also
with a P.
No,
But
it's
I'm
Smeagol.
Prescribed,
hearing
right?
it's Spiegel.
Yes, it is.
Sean's having a breakdown.
What's it used for? And what's its indication, or what's its
Yeah,
used
what's
for?
its
All
indication?
right, do we need
I mean, its
to call
indication
someone
is
to do
for
a Heimlich?
seizures. It may have one pain indication. Again, I'm not a neurologist, so I can't tell you exactly if it does. But it's chronically used off-label for pain. It's used off-label for anxiety.
Right. And what's its effect?
Yeah, you just said
That's
drinking
another.
vomit.
That's another one that'll put you to sleep, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, sure, 100%.
He's after that. Be careful.
And you made reference to a picture. There's been testimony around that picture that Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand. That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
Okay.
What? Told by who?
You talked about the fact that Mr. Depp indicates that from time to time he uses an earpiece.
I read that, yes.
Okay. Did you read the testimony of Mr. Wyatt, who told you what was being pumped into that earpiece?
Yeah, I mean, if I remember right, I mean, I think it was lines, right?
No, it was music.
It was music, not his lines?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if Mr. Depp was listening to music rather than being fed his lines, does that change your opinion as to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was, but read he was, and that may have been that example. Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the question is, were you having the music during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
Well, you know, if you can do two things at once, that's a pretty high cognitive function, isn't it, sir?
You know, it's a very good point, actually. Divided attention is something humans have a lot of trouble in. So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention, humans actually are not very good at. I'll put that out there.
But
in general, not just Mr. Depp, in general.
But Mr. Depp is pretty good at acting. You acknowledge that early on.
Absolutely. Well, better than me, so I know that.
Because you don't act. In fact, you don't know about acting.
You're right. I have no idea about acting.
And you don't know how prevalent the use of earpieces are in acting.
Again, I know nothing about acting.
Irrespective of the fact that you know nothing about acting, you've testified that Mr. Depp's use of an earpiece is somehow a cognitive deficit.
So if I was giving a lecture and I was fed my lines, I would think there's a cognitive deficit. So maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe Hollywood stars get lines fed to them through earpieces all the time, and I don't know. That could be said. It sounded to me to be unusual if you're doing a movie and you don't know the lines. But like you said, I'm just judging it on what I do with lectures, and that would never happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody how to act.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I said, if you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Right, I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But I don't know what the standard for standard is Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
And you don't get paid $25 million to be a pirate.
Yeah.
Your testimony about the use of an earpiece as maybe you were wrong. You're comfortable with the fact that you may have made a mistake there?
No, because I think in the basis of what I've read about it, I'm comfortable that I don't believe that actors are routinely given their entire script through earpieces. I find that hard to believe.
You have not one whit of evidence that this ever happened here.
I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say it. I said I find it hard to believe. That's all I said.
Oh, yeah, but what you found hard to believe, sir, was that every line of the script was pumped through an earpiece. Where did you
Straw
ever
man.
get the idea that occurred?
That's what that's what I read and the court review, the court evidence. That's where I got it from.
And you know whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So
Oh,
the
my
answer is no,
Lord.
he does not use one.
Look
now.
at Johnny.
No, I used the past tense. Sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know nothing. I will concede to you, I know nothing about acting. I will concede to you 100%.
Why are you
If
talking
that is the
about it?
standard and people are done that's acting, then I apologize and that was wrong on my part. If that's the standard, I'm wrong. I don't know.
Okay,
Then why use it as part of your art? Oh
let's
my
go with
God.
that. No further questions.
All right. How long is your return?
A bit. You may want to take.
All right, let's go ahead and break for lunch then, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do not do any outside research. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody, okay?
Yeah, Elaine's like, please take a break.
Oh Lord.
That guy just got pummeled.
Look at him
That
chugging his
cross-examination was
Gatorade.
outstanding.
Yeah, this guy has been just discredited a million times over.
Totally discredited. If you don't know anything about acting, then why were you using the fact that he was fed his lines as part of your testimony to
So
show
let's
why
come back at 1:55 then. All right.
decline?
And how are you going to say that an actor in an interview is a baseline for how they are normally? You're
How
not normal
absurd.
when you're in an interview.
It's an interview with cameras. What is he talking about? How ridiculous.
Yeah, you're selling the movie. That's
You're
what your job is in
selling,
an interview.
right? That's ridiculous. It's absurd. What kind of doctor is this guy?
Dude, he's Dr. Trash Can. I'm telling you, they found him in a trash can. They put a suit on him and threw him up in the court. Wow.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys, I'm coming back.
that was Stephanie. What did you think of the expert's testimony?
I thought he was completely discredited by that cross. I thought the cross examination was devastating. I thought it was excellent. That lawyer was great. Who is that guy? What's his name?
You know, I don't know his name. I don't have his name, unfortunately.
He was good.
Yeah, he was really good. I didn't see the direct examination, but the stuff that he was doing on cross, it was like, why is on one hand he's testifying about what it takes to be an actor, and then on the other hand he's saying I don't know anything about being an actor.
Right.
I know. And if I misspoke, I apologize. Aren't you supposed to be some kind of expert?
Yeah, but the thing about an expert is that an expert is allowed to testify about their professional opinion, but it's only within their area of expertise.
Right.
So, you know, when he testifies and says, I'm not a medical doctor, therefore I don't know the medical ethics. Well, first of all, that's bullshit. You can know what the medical ethics are just by reading them. But anyway, you know, when he testifies about that and says, I can't testify about anything that's a medical condition that's outside of my expertise, then he turns around and says he doesn't know anything about acting, and then he turns around and says, I'm basing my medical opinion based upon what I saw from him in acting.
Yeah, which is crazy, which is absolutely ridiculous. And
Right.
besides the fact that you're only supposed to give an opinion in the area in which you've been qualified as an expert, your expert opinion is supposed to be based on some facts, some kind of facts that you use to give your expert opinion.
Yeah. When he was on direct, did they object?
They objected a lot. I missed some of it.
When
because
he
I'm
was
trying
on
to-
tour, well, they tried to voir dire him and tried to get that him thrown out in the beginning.
They did voir dire him and tried to get him disqualified as an expert on it. What do they call? What's the thing now for
On
domestic
IP,
violence?
on IVP, IPV.
Yeah, they tried to get him disqualified in that
Intimate partner
subset.
violence, IPV.
Because he's an expert in trauma, not IPV specifically.
And
the
he's an
judge
expert in
accept-
drugs and alcohol on
Yeah.
trauma, but not intimate
And
partner violence.
Johnny's team conceded as to his expertise in those first two areas, but not intimate partner violence. And the judge admitted him as an expert for all of the categories over the objection. So they attempted to say he doesn't have enough,
I
expertise.
think
to
my
talk about
favorite
that.
part was when this doctor said that he based his baseline on watching Pirates of the Caribbean.
Did he
What?
really say that in his deposition? How
He did.
absurd!
He
Really?
did.
Because that right there, that would have been so tempting at that point to say, Your Honor, really? I mean, I think this guy has to be disqualified after the fact now. I mean, he made a determination on this guy's psychiatric condition by watching him in a pirate movie. What? Really?
Yeah. But the thing about that was really striking. I mean, so this guy's a shrink, right? He's not is he a neuropsychologist or a psychologist?
You know,
He's not.
I
He,
don't.
he
I
said
don't-
he said he's not an expert in
You guys are telling me
neuropsychology.
he's not a psychiatrist? He doesn't have an MD?
Well, hold on. I can pull up his bio.
And-
We're
and
online. His name.
Let me
is
ask a couple of
David
questions.
Spiegel.
Did he perform a psychological exam on Johnny?
No, he did not.
There
Did
was
he
this-
perform a neuropsychological exam
No.
on Johnny?
No.
No exam
we did
whatsoever.
not see him at
So
all.
I'm going to
No.
speak with my experience. I've had both.
Yeah.
Okay. And I may or may not have had ADHD when I was a kid, and I may or may not have ADHD, as an adult. Now, the three of you have kind of seen me, right? Would you look at me and think this guy's got low executive functioning?
No. Not
Right.
at all.
No.
Exactly. I have low executive functioning, but I've got sky high reasoning skills, right? I mean, how
Well,
in the
me too. Would you look
Right,
at me and
but
say
you
I
can
have low
only-
executive functioning? No, but I
Right.
have ADD. So
right, but
I
I can
do.
keep up with you. I can keep up with you the speed of a conversation, no problem, right? I can do that in 2 frickin' languages. I mean, you cannot establish whether or not someone's got low executive functioning or low processing speed without testing them.
Yeah, I mean, this is so unprofessional and borderline unethical, which they brought up a lot of questioning about the standard, about how unethical it is for a psychologist or a psychiatrist to try to armchair diagnose someone, which is basically what this guy just tried
I like
to
what
do.
Julie says here.
Yeah.
I watched Pirates movies all weekend. Captain Jack actually talks fast.
Yeah, he does.
He talks faster than Johnny. Savvy?
Yeah,
He,
Savvy?
right.
yeah.
And
This
Johnny,
is-
and
this-
let's not forget, Johnny speaks 2 languages, and he learned the second language as an adult, just like I did, and he speaks it better than I do.
Yeah,
Right?
I wouldn't call him, but I would say that his impairment that you see that can be seen, like when he has difficulty answering questions, probably could be chalked up to long-term marijuana use, which you see over time. The whole thing that he was saying is that he didn't pass a memory test. Well, I can't pass a memory test. I can't remember anybody's name. Nobody's. Every time I see these poor people at my kid's baseball game, I'm like, I'm sorry. I don't remember your name
Yeah.
again. Every week. I'm sorry. So I personally think in his case, most likely he's a heavy marijuana user, has been for many, many years. That will definitely lead to memory loss and memory impairment. Not
I
to
want
mention,
somebody to do an assessment of Roxy's deposition, because definitely that chick was on something
Who?
during that deposition.
You mean Rocky, not Roxy.
Rocky.
Rocky.
Rocky. She was.
Here you go,
she
Megan.
was-
I'm helping you out.
Thank you, Sean. I wish everyone would do that for me. I wish everyone would have labels.
I mean, but also people who are very careful with their words talk slowly as well, and it doesn't necessarily have to be
That's true.
because of heavy marijuana use. So,
and
I
people
mean,
on the witness stand, if they're smart, they calm down, they slow down, because you don't want to misspeak. You don't want to. You're under oath. You're
That's
being
what I tell
careful.
witnesses.
Yes, slow down.
Not like this expert witness, though, who misspeaks all the time and just talks out of his ass because
I tell mine to slow down,
Mhm.
only answer what is asked.
Yep.
Do not speculate.
Yep.
If you
Listen to
don't
the
know,
question, listen to the question, think about the question, answer only the question
Oh.
asked,
exactly.
shut the hell up.
Exactly.
yeah.
Do not
Yeah.
go blabbering.
good
on and
advice.
Yeah.
Hold
Yeah.
on.
I-
Shoot.
anyway.
This stupid thing is yelling in my ear again. I always forget to hit the mute button on Law and Crime. And then they bring in this music with drums and it's getting me in the headphones and nobody else. And I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't believe how many like straw man arguments that guy had. Like Johnny Depp's lawyer would literally say, "So you are saying that it's uncommon for actors to have an earpiece?" And he says, "Well, it's uncommon for he's like, I would think it's certainly strange that an actor has every single line of the script fed to them through an
And
earpiece. He's
then
like, who
he's
said
like,
that?
well, it would be uncommon for me at a conference to be giving a lecture. Like, what? How do you compare that to a guy who's an actor? What are you talking about? Number one. Number two, did the lawyer say, do you know who Marlon Brando is? Did that guy say, yeah, isn't he dead?
Yeah, he
Yes.
did. And Johnny put his head in his hands and he was like, oh
Isn't
my
he
Lord.
dead? What does that have to do with anything?
Well,
And also,
here's the thing. If you are a president, if you are someone who is giving a lecture to 100,000 people, and there's a company making $2 million off of it, or if say you're an actor, right, and there's a film studio that's spending $1 billion, to make a movie, you would expect that you would get some sort of prompting as to what your lines are.
I mean, everyone knows the phrase line. Like,
Yeah,
everyone
line.
knows that. Come on,
Not to
man.
mention that actors used to use cue cards before earpieces. There was a whole job description of someone who would hold up the lines on a giant card on a movie set where they could read them. Soap operas, same thing. Like, they even use monitors. They use like teleprompters.
Yeah.
So no,
Presidents use teleprompters.
this is
Yeah.
not
Presidents
unusual.
and TED Talks use prompters. Like, I mean,
It's
you
not
know, like-
unusual to give
and that
someone
just
an
doesn't
earpiece.
compare to a university professor giving a lecture to
No.
100 or 200 people.
Not even close.
not even
Does
close.
not compare at all.
No.
That was such a silly comparison.
Really, and a university professor is someone who's going to be speaking about something in their expertise that they've spent 10 to 20 years studying,
that
and
they
know
supposedly
backwards and
know
forwards.
about.
Right. Whereas Johnny Depp, is doing a movie,
Playing
and
a
he might have gotten
character.
right. He might have gotten scene changes, an hour before.
Right. They
All the time.
rewrite that stuff on the fly. So
yeah,
now
on the day.
now if you have memorized some line you had memorized, they change it the day you get to set. It's now something different.
And
So no, this is not legitimate. It's just not a legitimate.
It's just not the same. It's just not the same comparison.
I mean,
at all.
and having an earpiece or having someone tell you the line in person is just, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Yeah,
It
it's the
doesn't really
same thing.
matter.
It doesn't matter at all. It's absurd. This
And
is a tempest in
now
a
that-
teapot.
Now
I
that
don't
we
know
have
why
this
they were.
technology, of course, where technology is so much smaller now and easier, and earpiece, of course, is the easier way to go. So no matter where he is on set, you're going to be able to communicate with an actor. And I guarantee you, Johnny Depp's not the only actor to use an earpiece on set. Come on.
He's not. He's not.
Yeah,
There's
no
no, I mean,
way.
like they said, Marlon Brando used it for a while before he stopped acting. So
Bruce Willis just came out as he was retiring and said the last couple of films, including that crappy sci-fi film that I thought was okay, he did all with earpiece.
yeah, you can see it in some of the shots in his movies. Of
Well, now, in
recent
his
years, yeah.
case, he does have cognitive
Poor
decline
Bruce
because he's
Willis.
been
That was so sad.
diagnosed
He
with
does.
something not
Yeah.
good.
But
But
if Johnny's like, even if I mean, he's working on movies that cost a lot of money. If they're like, hey, it's easier for us to put it in this tiny earpiece in your ear than to have the script supervisor like on set next to you the whole time, like, yeah, that's why they have a script supervisor, is to keep people on script.
Can you imagine the amount of money they would have to do to reset a scene if he screws up the lines really badly?
Yeah.
I mean, no, that's just anyway.
Right.
Those
That's
kind
just
of movies are
silly.
like $2 million a day.
I wanna
honestly,
know
not
if-
more.
I want to know if Amber Heard had any of her lines fed to her on the set of Aquaman.
Everyone
You know what?
does.
But, can we turn this to the more interesting stuff that he was talking about?
Yeah,
he was talking
yeah.
about
Yes.
personality disorders and the
Yeah,
link
I was
between
just
that.
gonna say.
Yeah.
Let's talk about how he looked so biased and bad fighting with the lawyer over the personality disorder stuff and the more likelihood that there is for the violence, intimate partner violence, if you have bipolar disorder. And he's up there trying to pretend like he wasn't sure who was diagnosed with that. Really?
Right.
Come on.
Right. And
That
and
just made him look so like biased.
Right.
He
Right.
looked, and we all know who was diagnosed with that. And also fighting with the lawyer over trying to parse words over who was ordered in this litigation to have a psychiatric exam and who wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Don't try to, just come out with it. Johnny was not. They attempted to get the judge to order him to get that psychiatric evaluation and they failed. And he didn't
Right.
want to admit that. And he didn't want to admit that Amber
Yeah.
was the one who was ordered to have the psych eval. Come
Well,
on.
Johnny didn't put his mental health into the tort claim.
But
Whereas-
apparently they tried to get the judge to order an exam anyways twice,
did.
and the judge said no.
Right, because he didn't put his mental health in, but Amber did.
And this expert
Exactly.
didn't want to just admit that, which to me, as the lawyers prepping that expert, that's so stupid because that just makes him look biased.
Yeah.
That's so dumb. Instead of making him look like an unbiased, unemotional expert on this case, he comes off looking like he's just completely paid to be on their side.
Can we compare the testimonies of
Muffins.
Dr. Muffins to
Right.
to Smeagol? I mean, Muffins and Smeagol are like
Smeagol.
completely different animals. I mean, I will say this about at first when Dr. Muffins took the stand, I was like, oh, I don't know how this is going to go. She's way too pretty. People are going to think that this is a total
But
setup.
she was just as smart as she was pretty.
She was so calm, measured,
Mhm.
and professional, and she
Mhm.
did not show any bias at all. She did
She
not
didn't get emotional.
not towards Amber, not towards Johnny. She just talked about what she knew.
She played it straight.
The difference between these two expert witnesses is like it should be taught in law school about who not to choose.
And
Who
not
to
only
choose
that,
and who not to choose.
but
sure.
the
Oh.
expert from New York, the other woman expert,
Oh, she
was
Oh, yeah.
completely
So
different
biased.
from
so
Muffins.
biased against men. She was so biased.
And she got so animated and emotional and using all these gestures and all that. That's
All that eye
not-
rolling and towards
Oh.
when she was like, oh.
They both got called out by the judge too.
Oh,
Both
she-
of
Oh
these
yeah,
witnesses.
let's remember Smeagol just got yelled at by Judge Penny 2 times during
I
his
missed that.
testimony.
What did she yell at him
Oh
for?
my God, she goes, sir, just answer the questions. Don't talk back, sir.
Oh.
That's not because he was making commentary on the lawyer. He was like making
Oh.
snarky commentary, and the judge was like, sir, stop
Oh.
that. And
Uh-huh.
she did it to him 2 times. Another time she said to him, sir, there's an objection. Stop talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as
and
a
he
professional
literally said-
expert witness, he should know that. He does know that.
Yeah, he literally said he's like, sorry, I'm getting into it. It's like, what are you
getting
does
into?
that
Well,
mean?
you're not
See,
supposed to be
that's what I
fighting.
mean. Bias. That is
Mhm.
evidence of bias.
Okay, this is very interesting. Amber Heard's witnesses are all so hostile. They're like her. Don't you understand? Yesterday, Law and Lumber, or 2 days ago, he said clients generally tend to choose lawyers who are like them.
Oh, yes.
And this was a really good, who like lawyers who are the same as them, which is interesting why we all love Camille so much, because she's very laid back energy. She's very calming energy. She's very much like Johnny. The two of them are very similar. Well, on Amber's side, not only are the lawyers like her, really frustrating and hard to listen to, right? Not only are the lawyers like her, but her witnesses are like her too. Hostile, angry. It's bizarre how they have done this. I don't know why her legal team has done this. Would you have ever chosen an expert witness, Stephanie or Sean, like this guy Spiegel,
Never.
whatever his
No,
name is?
First of all, he's so unlikable. Now, let me just say, sometimes it's not like you have a choice.
Right.
I mean, in my practice, we don't typically have a lot of clients who have the kind of money that
Right.
you need to get an expert.
Oh, yeah.
We usually have to be clever and figure out ways to get our evidence in without experts, because your average person cannot pay some guy $1,000 an hour to come testify, $5,000 per day of trial. I don't have clients like that. I'm representing little dogs on death row.
Yeah.
So,
I don't have the money for an expert.
we don't have the
testimony.
money for those kind of experts. But if I had the money and I could choose any expert in the country, would I pick some guy who looked like Dr. Death and was that unlikable?
No, he looked like Sam.
way.
No, he looked like Sam. Hold on, I'm pulling it up. This is
No.
what he looked like.
No, would I pick a guy that looked like that? More importantly, it's not even really about how he looks, but his likability factor is
Yeah.
very down at the bottom.
By
Yes,
the way,
yeah.
the YouTube
Meanwhile,
poll,
Muffin's likability factor off the charts.
YouTube poll just ended. Dr. Smeagol has been decided by the chat that he looks most like Sam the Eagle. Sam
Yeah,
won.
I can see that.
That was my vote.
But it's not, if he looked like Sam the Eagle, but he was likable, then it would fly.
Yeah.
But
Sure.
this guy is prickly. He's not likable. He's
No.
just not.
He's combative and he's snarky and
Ew.
it's,
He comes across
Yeah.
as an asshole. But you know what?
Yeah.
You bring up an interesting point, Stephanie, that you and I should probably expand on. Probably what's going on here is that Amber is most likely spending that $7 million on these lawyers. She is the lawyers are telling her, if you want a good defense, right, you need to, hire all of these people. You need to hire this expert. You need to hire another expert. You need to do all of that, because in this kind of litigation, it's a battle. It can often be a battle of experts, because it's really a battle of facts, but the experts get to say their opinion about the facts.
To shade the facts, yeah.
Right. So Amber's sitting here looking at the $7 million that she got from Johnny is rapidly, evaporating, and she's pissed off, right? And that she's got to do that. And then through the course of this trial, they probably weren't going to bring this guy on, right? But now she's looking at the way the trial has gone, and she's losing, and she's trying to bring in everything else. She's hemorrhaging money.
Oh man,
Right.
I mean,
And didn't she just get canceled from Aquaman?
No, not canceled.
her part was cut down, right?
And she still got paid for all of that, 100%. And she will be paid for it, even if they cut her out completely. She's already been paid, and she'll probably make money on the residuals as well. They did not cancel her, but her part has been cut down. But according to me as a fan, I will not be watching it even if they cut her out. I mean, unless they cut her out completely. I don't want to see her even for 1 minute on the screen. By the way, the chat wants me to put up Dr. Heinz Doofenshmirtz, whatever his name is. Doofenshmirtz.
Doofenshmirtz.
Okay,
I can see it.
So I'm going to have to start a new poll now that Sam the Eagle has won. I'm gonna put up a new one. Does he look more like Sam the Eagle or Doofenshmirtz? Because the chat really wants to vote on Dr. Heinz Doofenshmirtz.
I kind of like Doofenshmirtz.
The problem with Doofenshmirtz is that and Sam the Eagle, is that they're both very likable characters. The shows that they're in
an evil way.
And this poor guy is just not very likable. He is really combative. I know sometimes you have to fight back with the cross exam, but there's a way to do it, I think. And this is not the way. He has not been impressive. I think he looks biased, which was the cross exam, the point of cross examining him, to show those things. And also that his opinion lacks a foundation. It lacks any sensible foundation. The minute he admitted that he said something about considering for a baseline, Johnny's acting in that commercial and acting in Pirates of the Caribbean, that's absurd. I mean, I just want to throw my head back and laugh. Are you serious? What kind of doctor would consider someone's acting job for a baseline?
Can you add some halitosis to the character?
Yeah, and I'm so confused by why they think that person was gonna be helpful. I don't understand that part.
Ask the chat if they think Dr. Smeagol likely has dry, warm hands or cold, kind of sweaty,
that'll be next.
kind of hands.
That'll be next. Does he have dry, warm hands? Or cold, sweaty?
Clammy. Are they cold and clammy? Because I get the kind of vibe off that guy that they're cold and clammy. I'm
just saying.
Yeah, and I actually don't generally, unless part of her contract. Now, I somehow doubt that Warner Brothers is dumb enough to hire Amber Heard, who's not a box office draw, give her a 3-picture deal as far as a contract goes, and give her back end of any of those movies. I don't think so. Residuals, though, she gets because she's in the movie. But if she's fully cut out, she'll get her pay for being in the movie. But I don't think she'll get residuals for that.
What's the difference between residuals and back end?
Back end is based on the box office and sales of things, and residuals is kind of based on that as well. But you're basically back end. You're essentially kind of getting a profit from. Well, you don't get any box office residuals. I mean, box office. Yeah, you don't get any box office residuals unless that's part of your contract. So if it is, then she's getting back end off the movie based on the success of the movie. Where residuals are normally like if it's played on TV, you get some of that money. If someone buys it on like iTunes or whatever, you sometimes get some of that money. It depends, and like that's why people want shows to be syndicated so badly. If you're in a sitcom and you get past 100 episodes and you get syndicated and you get put on TV Land and all these other episodes, and then you can retire because you're going to make millions of dollars every year. Yeah.
Well, okay, by the way, the chat is running away with Dr. Heinz Doofenshmirtz by 65%.
Oh, see?
You see, I think that's a big piece of what's going on. I think Amber is looking at the fact that her career just blew up, right? Or it, just died. And, and she's, wondering, where am I going to be able to find the money to, continue living my starlit life?
You know what? What's so sad about this? It did blow up and she's not going to recover, I don't think. But it's clear that from the timing when she did the Washington Post op-ed, the subject of this entire thing, she did it to coincide with the opening of Aquaman.
Obviously.
And that's in the emails. Like, it was planned. It was like a mercenary plan to make money on the announcement that she was this victim of domestic violence by getting her more, screen time, getting her in the news. Oh, people will go see the movie kind of thing. Ew. But it totally backfired. It totally backfired because no one believes her.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say no one. I've been getting
you're right.
I've been getting some rather hateful emails and comments on social media from people who used to listen to me. They're saying they're never going to listen to me again. They used to listen to me during when I was doing family court corruption and talking about domestic violence there, because they believe that I am a fraud and a fake, that I don't believe all domestic violence victims because of Amber Heard. And I frankly
that is the dumbest
I don't
thing I've ever
understand
heard.
it. And if you are a woman out there who has suffered from domestic violence, I don't understand why you're not the first one going, I recognize the domestic violence and I recognize the abuser here, and it's not Johnny. How come we have such a hard time seeing a woman as an abuser? Sometimes women abuse. Sean Kohlmeyer, who's in this stream right now, is a man who has been abused, well, in my opinion, by the system and also by his ex-partner. And no one notices this. No one sees it. I mean, I've looked at his documents. I've looked at the false allegations. I've seen, you have to believe the evidence. You have to believe what you see and what comes, when you actually look at the facts. Some men are abused. Some men are victims. And it's wrong of us not to be able to see this. And
totally.
Thanks, Megan.
Don't worry, chat. I don't care what those people have to say, because I think that they're blinded, for one, by their own experience. And I also think that they have an agenda, and their agenda is, oh no, if we don't believe this one woman, if people don't believe this one woman, they won't believe any other women. But that's not true, because we believed Rihanna, we believed Weinstein's victims, we believed Epstein's victims.
We believed Cosby's victims.
Well, most of them. I'm not sure I believed all of them, but
Well,
that's a
I'll
whole
say
other story.
I don't like Gwyneth Paltrow at all. I don't like her acting. I think her Goop company is the dumbest thing in the world, and I absolutely believe everything that she said about Weinstein.
I did too. I did too.
I mean,
and she's really dumb. She makes vagina candles. Like, I can't. Ew, gross.
No, thank you.
I don't want to smell that.
Let's just say something again. Let's talk real briefly again about the tragedy that Amber is, right? That she's got these mental health issues, right? She's in gross denial of them, and hopefully
can't keep
she's
friends.
Hopefully she's using and abusing people around her because she's got these mental health issues, and she's in denial of the fact that she's in denial. And hopefully she will pull her head out of her ass. Amber, pull your head out of your ass and go see a therapist. And get better. I mean, I would hate to see that she does something like commit suicide because of
no, don't worry, she won't. She's too much of a narcissist to do that.
Look,
I'm concerned that she will harm someone else. I'm concerned that she will physically harm someone else. My concern is that she may murder someone at some point. If this anger does not get in check, if her behavior is not stopped, and if she doesn't get serious therapy, she could have killed him. He could have died. I've said this before, like the third bottle could have cut his jugular. So this is just, she needs help. And nobody hears. And this is the other thing. When you're an unrepentant liar, Other people have the right to point it out and to laugh
Yeah.
at it and
Well,
to mock
right.
it. And
Yes.
there is no, that is not abuse. It is not abuse to point it out
Well,
and to mock the lying
Right.
and the bad behavior.
the
But
thing
we
is,
all four of us wish and hope that Amber Heard gets the help that she truly desperately needs.
Let's say it all together. Amber, get help.
Help.
Get out.
No, I do feel bad for her, and I do hope that she gets help. But as Megan said, there's a reason why the law permits a remedy when a person is telling vicious lies about you that destroy your reputation.
Yes.
The law provides a remedy for that because the law recognizes the tremendous damage you can do to a person by telling vicious lies about them. And the stuff she's telling about him are so damaging to the reputation of a person that you better not be telling that if it's not true. And here's the problem. Amber's having a hard time getting most people to believe that what she's saying is true. I mean,
It's not.
Which is really difficult for her because she lives in a land where her feelings are objective facts.
Yeah, and she probably 100% believes her own lies.
Yeah.
I
believe that.
I
have
have
no
no
doubt.
doubt she believes that the stuff she's saying is true because she has mental disorder, which causes you to believe your own lies.
And she believes she was abused by him because he continued to abandon her.
Well, right. You can hear that so much in those recordings that are so awful where she's like, stop, you're killing me. You're giving me a heart attack every time you leave me. What?
And I
he's
don't
like,
doubt that she was feeling that way at the time because her disorder causes her to feel that. It causes her to feel.
If you listen to his response, he's like, Amber, you know what? I'm going to go out. You're going to stay here. And we'll get together in a couple hours, okay?
Yeah.
I'm sorry you're feeling this way. He's the one who sounds completely normal, and she sounds like a complete lunatic in those recordings. Completely nuts.
Well, and you can tell that she's suffering. She's
totally suffering.
She's totally suffering, and that's what mental disorders do. They cause the person who has it to suffer, and that's hard to listen to. And it's hard to turn around and then say, well, I hear that you're suffering, but you're also lying, but we have to recognize it.
Well,
this man was not abusing her.
Also, he's there saying, but I have to go because you get violent.
Yeah.
This turns violent and I'm walking away from this violence. I will see you in a couple of hours, basically.
Yeah, he learned early on that when it started to escalate, it means the violence is coming, and then he had to walk away. He had to get away from it. And it's this is textbook borderline personality disorder, textbook. You read anything about it, you will read that. You will hear it. What is this? Oh, split Sean has a book for everything. I'm telling you, a book for everything. Protecting yourself. There's books written about this.
Yeah.
Literally. She literally.
Yeah.
It absolutely is. There's a section in here on how bad will it get, and it talks about the violence.
So, Sean, were you triggered listening to those recordings of her screaming at him and making fun of him?
Like that. I have recordings like that of my ex-wife.
Oh, is this something that people who are married to people with her disorder, you feel compelled to do because the gaslighting is so awful and off the charts? Do you feel compelled to record because you're being told that didn't happen?
Well, yes. In my case, my ex-wife had a very serious drinking issue, and she would drink to the point then that she would do these crazy things and she wouldn't remember what she'd done the next day. And at one point, I started making a recording and then showing them to her the next day so that she would know what she was doing and that she would hopefully see how serious it was and, take her problems seriously. And then she would delete the recordings. And then one day I just didn't have the heart to tell her. And I wound up, keeping the recordings and realizing someday I might have to, prove this sort of stuff happened. So I've literally got a recording where, just like Johnny has, where Johnny said that he would go into the bathroom. So I've got a recording where I went into the bathroom and you can literally hear me urinating. So, and over the sound of the tinkle tinkle, you can hear the crazy happening out in the hallway. Just like that. Yeah. So yeah, I completely relate to what Johnny has gone through and what he talks about. And I've got very, very similar things that, that happened to me, and it happened to, you know,
It's
my
not just you. People in the chat who've gone through this say that this is the recordings and this whole trial has triggered them too.
Yeah.
And this is why it makes me, I don't understand I'm starting to doubt the people who still think she's the abused one. I'm starting to think that those are the people who are trying to pull a fast one on the courts. That's what I'm starting to believe, that they see themselves in her. They see themselves in her, and they have to protect her so that they continue to be protected
Well,
in court.
Let me just say something about this. I don't know if I feel like I told you guys this before, but I lost out on a job because the interviewers, which was like a team of 9 lawyers doing a Zoom interview, asked me about a tweet that I had tweeted when Megan's book came out, Believe Evidence, Not Believe Women. And I had made some comment about how absolutely sometimes women lie about being abused in domestic violence for the purpose of getting a leg up in custody cases. That is 100% true, and I stand by what I said. They asked me in this interview, so we see here a tweet from you, blah, 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 where you said that sometimes, you know, and I said, well, and she said, do you stand by that statement? I said, yes. I mean, I have represented people in domestic fights. I have seen it countless times. Many times I have seen women make up stories of domestic violence for the purpose of getting a man thrown out of the house so she can get a leg up in the custody
It's
fight.
called the silver bullet strategy. There's
if
a
you
name for it.
As lawyers, if you are not aware of this, I'm sitting here thinking, I question your ability as, how do you not know this?
Well, and
Of
let's be
course.
fair, men do it too, but they don't usually make up tales of domestic violence. They'll do something else. They'll make up tales about child abuse, or they'll make up tales about mental disorders, undiagnosed mental disorders.
The point is,
so everybody does it. And to
Yes.
not recognize, not everyone, but you know what
Yeah,
I mean. There are
for
cases where people
Yes.
do this to get a leg up. And there's an entire
Yes.
book written about it called Screw the Bitch. And this is, so if you want to know how men do it, you can read the book Screw the Bitch, and they teach you how.
And this is
Yeah,
the
that's pretty
point.
bad.
This was my point in that conversation with these lawyers. I'm thinking, have you never actually litigated a case? Have you never actually been involved in a hot divorce where people are desperate and there's nuclear litigation and they're fighting to get control and getting the leg up on who's going to get custody? This sort of stuff goes on all the time.
Hold on. There was somebody kicked out of court. Did this really happen? We didn't see it. She was
now.
She was holding a baby and saying that her baby might be Depp's. She wasn't talking about Unag, which is Amber Heard's baby. Allegedly, she's in custody. I need to Google this and see what happened.
Her baby might be Depp's?
What?
Some woman in court. Let's see.
Well,
People are insane.
I want to say, because I feel like people mischaracterize what everyone said here often, and I don't know why, but it's like, yes, I think everyone would agree on a couple things. If a man abuses a woman, obviously the injuries are generally going to be more severe unless a weapon or something is involved. It happens a lot of times, and obviously, stuff like that can be pretty bad. And not every woman lies about being,
of course not.
about being abused.
Not.
But it's like, but to say that they never lie is
ridiculous.
insanity.
It's outrageous.
It's insane.
Let's not forget, it's a 60 to 70 billion dollar a year industry, and you've got people like Stephanie and me who make money by the more conflict there is, the more money we make. So
true.
It doesn't take much for someone to go into a divorce lawyer's office and to have done some research about what they have to do and say in order to get the advantage. And, if you've got an unethical lawyer willing to look the wrong way, get to turn on that, money-making machine, and just continue to fuel that conflict.
And I can't stand that, because my position is divorce litigation is so horrible for children. It is so bad for them. I always tell my clients, look, the best thing we can do is try to work something out. we do not want to go down that road. You don't want to go down that road.
You want a lawyer like my sister.
you can
Unfortunately, there are
either-
lawyers out there that want to stoke that fire of high
Oh.
conflict.
Oh
But
my
Stephanie,
gosh.
Amanda has a question here. She says, what's the best way to proceed in a case when you're being accused for that leg up? Are you saying, Amanda, that like someone might be accusing you of reporting violence in order to get ahead, but you're really telling the truth? In that case, Stephanie, if you have someone who is being abused and then the other side is saying, well, she's just saying that to get a leg up in this divorce, how do you
Record
fight that?
everything. Take photos of your injuries. Go straight to the doctor.
And you have to go to the doctor, though. You must get
Go
medical reports.
To the doctor and get this stuff, and also
Of course,
get
even when you have
photos.
some of that, it doesn't matter. I've seen it, especially in child abuse. They don't believe the children. And you can have medical doctors saying that this child had, I know of a woman whose son had a prolapsed rectum from repeated abuse by his father, and the guy killed him eventually. And and the medical reports were saying this is sexual abuse. And
The father killed the son?
Yeah, by abusing him to death. I don't want to say the word.
God.
And
my
but that
Wow.
he's still not being charged with murder. They're saying that they don't know how he died. It was accidental. And she's got medical records with doctors saying the only way this could happen in a 2-year-old is abuse. And they refused to stop his visitation. She begged the judge. She begged. I've seen it. I've seen this happen. So
That's sick.
That's why it scares me about family court is you can say, okay, well, make sure you record this evidence, go to the doctor, get a medical record. But if you have a bad judge and you have a snake lawyer on the other side, sometimes that's not enough. It's
That's
not
true.
enough.
And there's always going to be mistakes, you
Yeah.
know. But
Mhm.
you know, here's the dirty little secret of this industry is now that it's simply inexcusable for anyone to say, I'm a hidden victim of domestic violence and I have no evidence. Please believe me. We are all carrying around a fucking video camera in our pocket.
Yeah.
There's
yeah.
no excuse for that. Take a photo.
Alicia
Take
says
a photograph.
she admitted here, my biggest mistake was not documenting enough. So for sure, document, because it can't hurt you to do
Well,
so.
and this is another point to bring up here. This is why it's so offensive to so many people, what it appears to us that.
Uh-oh, we lost you. Stephanie, your audio cut out. Steph, your audio cut out. I don't know why.
My
There
mic's
you go.
on.
Now
You're
it's back on.
Because it seems to us like she's lying, it takes away credibility from real victims.
Right.
Oh yeah.
And that to me is the most offensive part of the whole thing, because it makes it so that people who actually are victims are less likely to be believed, because someone's going to say, oh, she's pulling an Amber Heard.
Mhm.
Right. They create every liar about domestic violence creates 3 victims. You know, they're victimizing their former spouse, they're victimizing their child, and they're victimizing the person that needs the resources that isn't going to get it.
Right.
Oh Lord, the porn
Or the
spammers
multiple
porn
people
spammers
that
are
need it.
back. Are my moderators in the chat? The porn spammers are back. Please try and take care of them. I have a few moderators. I could use some more though. So any of you I'm trying, guys. All right.
Yes, good point in the chat. Someone said I'm less likely to come forward in general.
Yeah.
Because that's true. They're going to be like, I'm going to be looked at as an Amber Heard because I don't have enough, evidence to support what I'm saying. And that's true.
Look, if you are a victim of abuse, if anybody hits you, there will be evidence of that. Go straight to the police. Go straight go get them to look at it, take pictures of it, document it, get it on the record. One of Amber's biggest mistakes here was taking photographs of herself with her cell phone. Don't do that. For one, that can be questioned. Did you screw with the lighting? Were you in proper lighting?
I'm about to leave this stream in general.
Why?
Is there a troll in the chat? What is happening right now?
Why? What do you mean?
I want you to, because I'm fine with putting them on blast, but it's your stream, so I don't want to do it if you don't.
Go ahead. I don't know who you're talking about. Tell me.
Look at Leslie right now, if you can see it in the chat, and please put it on the screen.
Oh, which one? Okay, I see her say, then believe them.
Any of them. They've all said about this kind of thing. And the last one.
Oh, there's no reason for women to lie. Well, Leslie, I wrote an entire book about women who lie and what their motivations are. And I can tell you, have you ever seen an episode of Snapped on the ID channel on television? Because that show is all about women who lie. Do you watch true crime? Do you know about Pam? What about Pam? Have you seen that? Women lie for money. They lie for love. They lie for all kinds of reasons. Any reason you can think of that a man would lie, Leslie, a woman will use that as well. Give me a break, you guys. Pick up my book if you don't know why women would lie. Of course, women can and do lie. What is this nonsense?
And you're
lies.
gonna go through your life believing something that somebody says based on what gender they are.
Yeah,
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Because
dude.
genitals matter when it comes to lying. I guess if you're a vagina owner, you're less likely to lie. Give me a break. Thank you, Kung Pao children. People lie.
People lie.
All people lie.
Yes, it doesn't matter what gender they are. Men and women, they both lie sometimes.
Leslie, you lost $6 million because your husband lied. So what?
Well, then he lied.
Then he lied. Does
That's
that
bad.
Mean, that means no women can ever lie? No woman can lie because your husband is a liar? Seriously, just go somewhere else. You're just, this is the other thing. If you
nice
want,
hashtag Me Too icon, honestly. Come on.
oh,
now.
for God's sake, Leslie, she's been doing this all day. And I've told her already, if you want to go if you don't like what I'm saying here, you are welcome to move to another stream. Sometimes I think these people come here simply to get to work people up.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I have to just address her for the very last time. But she said, yes, I am suing. Good. Guess what Johnny Depp's doing? He's suing his wife that lied. I mean,
yeah, and Ryan, I like that you brought this up. We all lie. White lies are still lies. Yes, but there's a very big difference between a white lie, as in, do I look fat in this dress? And my husband says, no, you look the same as you did the day I married you. There is a difference between that lie and bearing false witness against your neighbor. There is a much more dramatic problem with the second option. And it's white lies. What lies that don't hurt people are not technically a problem. And I don't think that's what the 10 Commandments are talking about. Lies that hurt people are the problem. That's the issue. And yes, we all lie and we all have the capability of lying, but some of us do not lie to bear false witness against our neighbors. Some of us just tell lies so that we don't hurt our neighbors' feelings, and that's different. Like, do you like this new house color that I painted? Right, that you have to look at every day? Oh yeah, sure, it's great, Bob. I love your new purple house. Nobody is that's not hurting anybody.
And how do you think it makes, I don't want to speak for you, Sean, but how does it make you feel when someone says that women never lie and they couldn't lie and everything that they say is the truth and you have to believe them?
It actually kind of makes me a little bit angry when I hear that because, lying is part of the human condition. And the idea that only one gender lies, or that women never lie about certain things, or that anybody never lies about certain things because the issues are too serious. It's just massively disingenuous. Let me expand on that a little bit. The Washington State Domestic Violence Manual for Judges says that false allegations of domestic violence are rare, even though all of the social science shows that false allegations are not rare, that they're actually quite common. So there's an entire industry that's out there protecting this myth that women don't lie about domestic violence, that because the issue is too serious, they simply don't lie about that. But, in a world where people do things like, hurt each other, right? Rape, murder, and kill each other. The idea that someone won't lie about somebody else in order to achieve a material, financial, or social advantage over them is just simply absurd. Humans aren't angels, right? That's not what we do. And Leslie, the Leslie that was commenting, I saw some of your comments, and and if you went through that, if your ex-husband lied about you in court and you lost millions of dollars because of that, that really sucks, and I'm sorry to hear that. And if you have the evidence,
how many
if you have the evidence to support it and to
then sue him and win.
Then go ahead and do it. But
how many people right now in this chat have been abused by a woman. Look at this. My ex-husband's mistress was not only my neighbor and good friend, but our daughters were best friends. But women don't lie, okay? Yeah, how many women out there are victims of other women who took their husbands? How many? Because those women lied. Those women lied. Women lie all the time. So stop it. Yeah. What about the Emmett Till? What about the Scottsboro 9? 2 white women lied and almost got 9 black boys put to death. And they spent time in prison, much time in prison because of those lies. The idea, I'm sorry, but I will not let you come here and say stupid things like that, Leslie. And seriously, do it again. And I'm blocking you from the channel, and you can just go somewhere else. Like someone else in the chat said, go to Rakata's stream. See how much empathy and sympathy you get over there with this kind of bullshit. Women don't lie. No, women lie all the time. And this is the problem with me getting an audience of women who are in a domestic violence bubble, because they didn't know me before I got into their bubble. And they didn't know that I had already written a book about how women lie. And they believed that I was going to support all women all the time, no matter what they said. But ladies, that's not the case. I only support people who tell the truth. I only support people who provide me with evidence. And I equally will tell the stories of women and men who have been abused by the system and abused by others. But I will not be a part of your movement to believe all women all the time, no matter what. No, bullshit. Get that out of here right now.
Yeah, and even if the narrative that everyone was saying is that it's extremely rare for women to lie about domestic violence, then that I would be like, okay, we'll look at the data on that, and maybe that's true, maybe it's not. But the fact that it's not even that, it's not even like it's extremely rare. It's like no woman would ever lie about this.
It's so crazy.
You're crazy.
There's historical record of women lying about rape, lying about abuse, lying about all kinds of things. There are women sitting in prison. Why do we have women's prisons if women don't lie? Why are women in prison? For God's sake, every woman who's ever been put in, Team Balls, thank you. Team Balls has entered the stream right now. This is me on Team Balls. Women lie. Women commit murder. Women are sitting in prison right now. So like, if you're saying women don't lie, then we should just open the doors of all the women's prisons in this country, because they're perfect angels. They're saints. We should call the Pope, have every woman canonized, and pray to women every day. Give me a break, people. Give me a break. Yeah, Inventing Anna. You all watched Inventing Anna? Everyone loved that. Anna Delvey, or whatever her name, Anna Delvey, whatever she said her name was, literally a show about a woman lying. Yep. How about Bad Vegan? Also, literally a show about a woman lying. The Duke Lacrosse case, total hoax, never happened. Thank you. It's in my book. You can read about it. Believe Evidence. Get it on Amazon. It's actually quite cheap on Kindle.
Yeah, and that's the problem, is that when people make these arguments that you should believe all women are saying some women, yes, it is some women, and only some people commit crimes. It's not most people, it's some people.
Yeah, a minority of people commit crimes in the first place.
What? There's something really interesting about that. The people who are saying these things, why they're saying them and what perspective they're coming from. You can look at what Leslie was writing, and you can see the amount of emotion in it. Right. And it's about her own personal experience.
Right.
Right. And then they get together, and it's in somewhat of not somewhat, and a mob mentality. Right. And they relate, well, this is what happened to me. And I'm like, well, I'm really sorry that that's what happened to you. But your experience does not translate to necessarily mean that that's the entire system.
And your experience does not negate someone else's experience. It doesn't negate Sean's experience. It doesn't make Sean's experience untrue because yours happened.
Right.
It just doesn't. And you people who are so caught in your domestic violence bubble, where only women are victims, have got, if you want to be seen as legitimate, then you should be coming out for Johnny right now, recognizing the abuse that has been perpetrated on you. You should be able to see being perpetrated on this man. Because I'm a journalist who has been studying this for a long time. I've been investigating domestic violence, and I see it in this case. She's an abuser. She's a domestic violence perpetrator. And I mean, I just can't. I can't even with this. And if you
Yeah.
can't see that a woman can be the victim, it can be something other than a victim, we're not living in the same reality.
Yeah, all of this shouldn't be like gendered in the first place, but you make it gender when you start saying dumb things like one gender can't lie about something. Where we should
Yeah,
really
well,
just be talking
you
about
know-
people that are lying.
These people are coming at it. There's really only like 3 types of people inside of that world. You know, there's the people who are making money off of the domestic violence arguments. There's
Yeah,
the people
true.
who are victims themselves, and they can't move from their own perspective to see that other people on the other side of the fence can be victimized as well. And then there's, you know, probably an enormous number of people who have the same, you know, personality disorders, right, that Amber has, and their feelings are their reality. So,
And that's unfortunate because that's a cultural thing too. We have moved into this cultural space where feelings matter more than facts. And I like what Ben Shapiro says. I think it's Ben, or maybe it was Milo. Fuck your feelings. Like,
Right.
seriously, fuck your feelings. Your feelings do not matter when it comes to the law, and when it comes to a court case. Your feelings are irrelevant. So just put your little fifis away, put your big girl pants on, and start looking at the evidence. People who are still standing with Amber Heard, many of them start their sentences with, well, I haven't paid too much attention to this case.
Yeah.
Well, that's your first problem. If you are not watching this case, if you have not watched every minute of this case, if you have not looked at the evidence, then shut up. I don't want to hear from you. Elaine says, I'm a true domestic violence survivor. My ex did try and say I'm lying. It made me try to break me down mentally, and it was my fault.
I disagree that it was your fault.
Yeah, not your fault.
But any part of that. But I understand what you're saying. But Elaine, you also showed us some very, hard pictures to look at of your domestic violence. And Amber doesn't have anything even close to something like that.
If Amber had that, if she had that picture that Elaine showed us, this would be a whole different story. It would be over. It would be over.
Absolutely.
There is no way that we would look at that picture like the one Elaine showed us the other day and go, well, that doesn't match up to her story. It would.
It would.
Elaine's face looked like she had been through what Amber described.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I saw a picture this weekend of Rihanna's face next to Amber's face, right?
Yeah.
At 24 hours after their alleged violence. And, you're looking at less than 24 hours after supposedly Johnny punched her in the face, she's doing a television interview. And from what I understand, Rihanna didn't make any public appearances for over a week.
She canceled over a month.
Than that.
It was a month or more. Yeah.
And Gadfly and I are both men. I know it's difficult to recognize that because I'm so politically evolved. I didn't see your gender there, Megan, for a minute. But, if either one of us, right, were to punch someone in the face with the sort of upper body strength that we have, you would know.
Yeah, I've said that. I'm like, even like, I'm not even saying Johnny Depp works out all the time or whatever. I don't work out at all. But if I had a handful of rings and I punched someone in the face, doesn't matter if it was a man or a woman, any person I punch in the face, it's going to show a lot.
Right.
So for Amber to have like slight discoloration on her cheek and say she almost died the night before, this is why it's insane. This is why people laugh at the photos that she has that she claims to be evidence, because they're so clearly not.
That's why it just doesn't match up.
You know what, you guys? You're not going to believe
my
this.
dictionary with my ring and I left a dent in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're going to leave cuts too. You're going to bust that face right open. You guys, I'm looking at Long Crime Stream right now and it was freezing up. And maybe one of the reasons it's freezing up is because 589,000 people are watching it right now. 500,000 people are watching this trial just on that one channel. I don't think that we have quite grasped the public impact of this trial. And I think that it has more to do with, it has less to do with them being superstars, which of course is what got everyone's attention in the first place, and more to do with the fact that people are getting such an education in this legal system of ours and from around the world. I think it's a great thing. Let me just talk about televising trials again. I think it's a great thing that the American court system is being broadcast across the world to places where they do not have a fair judicial system, where there is not a way for people to get justice in this type of way. Now, I realize we don't always do it right. Lots of things in our court system are not good. But one of the things is being able to broadcast these trials, and the media is they are on a tear about closing these types of cases. They do not want us to be able to watch them ourselves and make up our own minds. They want to filter it through their journalists. They want to filter it through the prostitutes so that we only get the news that they are spewing. And let me tell you something, the news that's coming out of this trial from mainstream press, well, let's just do a little Google search here, shall we, to see what's coming up on the news. Yeah.
I feel it's worth clarifying that if someone I know personally, one of my friends or something like that, if they came up to me and said that they were had a case of domestic violence, I would believe them immediately without them showing me evidence or not. But if it's a stranger I have nothing to base it on, then
yeah, and if you're in a court case that relies on evidence, we expect to see some. I mean, absolutely. So Kate Moss,
that's a great point. That's a great point. In the whole, you need to believe people. So here's the people who need to believe you when you come forward and you say, I'm a victim. You're the person you're sleeping with, your lover, your family members, your therapist, your super close friends who've known you for a very long time. Okay? Mm-hmm. And everybody else needs to go, oh, that sounds like that sucks. What's the evidence?
Yeah.
Yeah. Your close circle should believe you. And if they're not believing you, that's kind of weird.
Your close circle has an obligation to believe you, but the general public does not, especially when you are on a tear to destroy someone's life. For instance, when Jussie Smollett gave his first story of what happened to him, I'm from Chicago, and I immediately went, that's bullshit. And the reason why I know were two reasons right off the bat. Nobody goes to Subway at 2 a.m. in a polar vortex in Chicago. I don't care how hungry you are. I've been through the polar vortex, and let me tell you, you do not want to be out on the street. You could literally die. And two, ain't nobody in Chicago running around in MAGA hats screaming, this is MAGA country. That ain't happening. I'm from
because it's
Chicago.
Absolutely not.
It's absolutely the opposite of MAGA country. So I knew he was lying immediately. And when someone like him with an agenda, with a political point to push or whatever it is, and she has the same thing, trying to be all Miss Me Too at the beginning, trying to destroy somebody else's career while she makes her own, good. Everyone should question that. Everyone should say, hold on, wait a minute. What about the accused? I'm monitoring the court stream. It's not up. And if the second I put it in here, it's going to shut my camera down. And so I am keeping an eye on it though, but it's not back yet. Court will resume. She said at 1:55. That is in 1 minute, but I'm just going to give it a second here because as soon as I do, my camera will have to go off.
Amber, sorry, go ahead.
No,
so I'm going to have to sort of fade out. I may be here, may not. I've got a motion I've got to write for an appeal.
Okay. All right. Well, we've loved having you here again today, Sean. I love having you when you can drop by. And I'll send you a. And you
I'm just gonna
pop back in anytime.
No, I'm just gonna stay on, but I'm just gonna mute and not talk.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Awesome. I was gonna say that the argument that Amber had nothing to gain also is so crazy to me. She had plenty to gain, and she did gain a lot after making that statement.
Yeah, that argument that women never get anything out of making allegations of abuse is so nonsense. Yeah, so there was the ambassador for the ACLU, where they called her I don't know, for gender rights, something for gender rights. Then there was the human rights champion for the UN, where she got to take all these trips and go work on gender violence overseas and get lots and lots of pictures taken of her to put on Instagram. She loves that. She got a L'Oreal contract as a woman of worth and got to go to Paris and do all this stuff with L'Oreal. And it was all based on her saying that she was a victim of domestic violence. She wouldn't have gotten any of that. She also got cast in Aquaman. Again, she got Aquaman 2. And I just don't believe that her career, she didn't show any damages. She didn't show any monetary damages, but she wants $100 million. But she didn't show that she lost anything.
She's never made $100 million. How can she claim she has damages of $100 million?
I know she made
That's
$2 million
amazing.
on Aquaman. They didn't take it away from her. So how the hell does she claim? Okay, court's back. The jury's walking in. How the hell
Right.
does she claim that she has lost $100 million? Johnny proved his damages. He proved that he lost what he said he lost. He lost $50 million. He proved that. She did not. She has not. Oh, I think I have it on mute. Hold on. There we go. Jury's on its way back in, and we've got a oh, by the way,
All right, maybe seated.
I think
Next question, or
Dr.
redirect?
Thank
Doofenshmirtz
you,
or
Anna.
Doofenshmirtz won.
Dr. Spiegel,
Yeah, I imagine.
asked about whether you were able to examine Mr. Depp. Do you recall those questions back and forth?
Yes.
And so if I understand your testimony, you asked twice for Mr. Depp to be interviewed by you, correct?
Yes.
Objection
I
leading.
got to get more
And-
coffee.
Overruled.
And then in addition to that, Ms. Heard requested twice of the court for Mr. Depp to be submitting to an examination of you, correct?
Yes.
And those were denied, correct?
Yes.
And now Mr. Depp is contending that it's unethical for you to provide an opinion in this case because you didn't get an opportunity to interview him. Do you think that makes sense?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding of it. yes.
Okay. Now, when counsel for Mr. Depp was reading to you the Goldwater Rule, there were two words that he kind of went over pretty quickly, and I'm going to go over them again with you a little bit slower. And that was that the Goldwater Rule was that you cannot make an armchair diagnosis, right?
Objection.
Based on, quote,
Okay.
publicly available records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the records that you reviewed in this case were private, were they not?
Yes.
And in fact, Dr. Blaustein's records were marked confidential, correct?
Yes.
And his deposition was marked confidential.
Yes.
Okay. And Dr. Kipper's records were all marked confidential.
Yes.
Objection leading.
And
I'll sustain.
okay, what if any labeling was there on Dr. Kipper's deposition?
All the documents I reviewed were confidential, and I also signed a confidentiality agreement, so everything I looked at was confidential.
Okay, so that in fact does not even comport, that doesn't meet the restrictions that were put.
Objection leading.
I mean, so would it be fair to say that you have not, or have you rendered any opinions in this case as an expert witness based on publicly available records?
I have not rendered any opinion based on any publicly available records.
Thank you. Now, you were asked a number of questions about narcissistic traits and your diagnosis or findings that Mr. Depp exhibited narcissistic traits or had that disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
All right. And the question was asked of you of the whether if you have 5 of 9 narcissistic traits. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the ones you testified before was for narcissism, it requires admiration, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, record evidence was there
What if any?
Mr. Depp requires admiration?
The very people that surround him need to admire him, or they're no longer in his employment or his working circle.
Okay. The second
That's
one.
why everybody's been there for 25 years.
Entitlement. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
All right. What record evidence is there that Mr. Depp exhibits behavior of needing a sense of entitlement?
So again, thinking that Ms. Heard was marrying him solely for his money and his influence, and that was the case, was, in my opinion, very entitled.
All right. And the third one you discussed was exploitative. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits behaviors that are exploitative?
Again, I think the whole concept of abuse is exploitative.
Okay. The fourth one was lacks empathy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits lacking empathy?
To be able to commit intimate partner violence and the control you have over someone.
I'm sorry.
If he did that,
Can I be heard?
Okay.
okay,
guys,
again,
it's-
this is
Oh, sorry.
outrageous. It's outrageous. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say it's 11 a.m. here, but I'm playing the what if any drinking game because I said I would and I forgot. But I at
Yeah,
least
you know
wanted
what?
to
I
laugh
just
about it.
decided to change to a
I'm just going to ask you to
virgin
give
mimosa.
the record evidence of
Although I think
Mr.
I should put
Depp's,
some vodka in it.
lacking empathy that you know of.
Yes.
That would be a screwdriver.
Am I allowed to elaborate?
Yes, just
Okay.
just a little different than what you said before.
Okay.
Just change it a little bit so we can squeak through.
So if one does, so I'll make it more direct. So if you're not agreeing with what Mr. Depp has to say, you are no longer useful. Okay. Therefore, you don't really care about others for others. You care about others for your benefit. So off and on dismissing Dr. Kipper, for Dr. Kipper setting some boundaries on substance use protocol, substance detox, is an example of lacking empathy and not really caring what other people have to say.
All right. Another one of the characteristics that you cited was envious. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
What is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits envy?
I think jealousy is a good start for that. I think that Ms. Heard wanting to have a career, start with that beyond what she has, and the jealousy parts of with Mr. Franco and I think others comment this week. Last week Ms. Burston commented about things about jealousy. So I think it's pretty apparent.
Okay. And the next one you listed was fragile self-esteem. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And what is the record evidence of Mr. Depp exhibiting that?
So fragile self-esteem would be more along the line of a cluster B trait. I should put that in. It's not necessarily the criteria for narcissism. So it's a trait. And basically what that means will be that the combination of poor self-control and rapid mood states is fragile self-esteem, fragile personality. So traits. So it go in the line of cluster B rather than per se narcissistic.
All right. Now, we've seen Mr. Depp during this trial doodling and eating candy. What, if any, evidence would that suggest that he has narcissistic traits?
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection
No foundation.
leading.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Now, you were asked about the cluster B, and counsel for Mr. Depp came back and said,
Everybody doodles.
are you aware Ms. Heard has been diagnosed with
wanna listen
borderline
to Amber.
personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder? Now, you reviewed, I think you testified at the beginning, you reviewed the therapy and counseling and medical records for Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
What, if any, evidence was there that Bonnie Jacobs diagnosed Amber Heard with either borderline personality or a histrionic personality disorder?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's fair, Cross. He asked the question. That's fair. Redirect.
It's beyond the scope.
It's not
Overruled.
Thank you.
So if I could start, Ms. Jacobs demonstrated no type of personality disorder, borderline or otherwise. And on a review of Dr. Curry's records.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
It is. I'll ask each of them
Who is Ms.
separately. And
Jacobs?
you also
I don't even know
reviewed
who they're
the medical
talking about.
the therapy records for Ms. Heard for Cowan, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, evidence was there at any time that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline
Oh, the other
personality
doctor.
disorder or
Gotcha.
histrionic personality disorder?
Not only did he not, he referred to Mr. Depp as a narcissist.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed all of Don Hughes' records and her testing, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of that extensive testing and note-taking that she had found that Amber Heard had borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection leading.
What, if any?
Overruled.
None.
Okay. And you also reviewed Dr. Curry's notes and her testing, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of Dr. Curry's testing that Amber Heard had either borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
She had traits. She did not meet the full, on her own evaluation, she did not have the full endorse enough criteria to meet the criteria for borderline personality disorder and or histrionic personality disorder. She definitely had traits. She did not have the disorder by going by the strict number of criteria.
All right. Now, you mentioned in response to Mr. Depp's counsel's questions, you started to talk about battered wife syndrome. What is your experience with battered wife syndrome sometimes being mistaken with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection compound and leading.
Overruled.
So battered wife syndrome, which is more subsyndromal or not quite PTSD, has 70 symptoms of PTSD. And if you hear some of them, you'll see why someone might think that. They do have reliving experiences as if feeling as if the abuse is happening, even if it's not, upon reminders of abuse, such as getting ready to use something, getting ready to use a substance or something along that line. They do have hyperarousal. They do have hypervigilance, which is very easily mistaken for the emotional reactivity of borderline personality disorder. They do have avoidance symptoms, so they avoid emotions, activities, people, and if that can't be happening, they start becoming much more anxious, much more hyper aroused. They have disturbances in relationships, which clearly can be an issue. Intimacy problems, again, which could also resemble borderline personality disorder. So those description and traits that were there, A, did not meet the full criteria for borderline, and B, could readily easily be explained by battered wife syndrome, a form of PTSD.
Thank you. Now, you also indicated earlier that you reviewed the deposition of Amy Banks, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, determinations did you make
What,
based
if any?
on her
Drink.
deposition from her
I did
meetings
it.
with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
So Dr. Banks is a professor who at Harvard, the leading institution in America for medical schools, who's an expert on intimate partner violence. She had a chance to meet them in relationship counseling.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
That's not non-responsive. I said, what, if anything, did she find?
Sustained.
All right. Tell the jury about Amy Banks, the significance of Amy Banks.
So what Dr. Banks found was that she fully believed Ms. Heard's version of what was going on.
Objection hearsay.
I reversed those. Let me
call
do it
Amy
again.
Banks to the
Please tell the
stand.
jury.
Sustained the objection.
Please tell the jury what about the qualifications of Dr. Amy Banks. This is the one who saw both Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp.
Dr. Banks is a professor at, I don't know whether it's assistant associate professor at Harvard University Medical School, one, if not one of the two top medical schools in the world, who specialize in intimate partner violence. She is above all people who understand if someone is victim, perpetrator, because she does this, researches this for a living every day. And that's her qualifications. Can I say what she reported?
Then I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks indicate relating to histrionic personality disorder or borderline personality disorder for Ms. Heard?
Dr. Banks didn't mention anything about personality disorder at all. What she did mention was whom she felt gave a more accurate version of.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
That's a credibility testimony.
I think he can testify to that. Your
I'll
Honor.
sustain the objection. Next question.
What, if anything, did Dr. Banks report, not saying what the ultimate conclusion was, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks say about what was reported to her by Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp and how they responded?
So Ms. Heard discussed in trying to, again, as a victim, trying to save the relationship, discussed with Dr. Banks these accusations, these facts of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp.
Objection hearsay.
I think he's entitled to rely on hearsay, and he's not given what ultimately was. He's entitled to it. That's my.
You can rely on hearsay, but you just can't state the hearsay. So you can rely on it.
All right. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp do in response?
Mr. Depp said nothing.
when Ms. Heard accused him of intimate partner violence, Mr. Depp said nothing.
And what is the significance of
Objection
that?
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
And what is the significance of that?
The significance of that is with
Objection, no foundation.
Sustain.
Okay. All right, we'll move on.
You can't
You
ask
were
him a question
asked
based on what
about
was objected. Oh, my
MDMA
Lord.
and what the impact could potentially be of taking 8 to 10 of these pills. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to take you to Australia 2015. You've reviewed testimony over that, right? From Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard,
Yes.
and a number. Okay. Do you recall that Ms. Heard also said that she found dime bags of cocaine in drawers at the end of that 3 days?
yes.
Okay. I'm going
Wow.
to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1828? It's already in evidence.
Oh my Lord. They're going to say Johnny does drugs again.
Wait for it. It's coming.
And if we could publish that, okay, we can. Thank you. I'm going to, this is one of the pictures that was taken in Australia, and the testimony's been that these two canvases of Ms. Heard's were painted completely over. Is that something that could be the impact of having 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA and combining that with cocaine and alcohol?
Objection, no foundation. Speculation.
The foundation's already been laid, Your Honor. That's
No, sustain the objection. Next question.
okay. What, if anything, if you look at the painted
what if
canvases
anything?
on this one,
Drink.
what, if any,
Oh my God.
Drink again.
evidence is that reflecting behaviors indicative of taking a lot of MDMA, cocaine, and alcohol?
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
It's the same question. Sustained.
You testified earlier about property, destruction of property. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell the jury how that relates to the correlating
almost had to
factors
drink
of risk
again there.
factors for IPV?
No.
Again, destruction of property is a form of psychological abuse, psychological mistreatment. And so destruction of property is used as intimidation and as means of control.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up 1829? And this has already been admitted. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And what, if any, evidence does this reflect as correlating behavior to risk factors of IPV?
I would say that one, that demonstrates a good
took about
deal
3
of
seconds.
violence and
Out of my
psychological
freaking
abuse.
I'm gonna get another one.
I think
Count the
it's
one
pretty
if
clear that they're trying to be intimidating. I don't think.
You're going to be so
Objection,
drunk
Your
by
Honor.
6.
Thank you. Please continue.
It would be people who would misuse ecstasy without cocaine, are prone to agitation, suspicion, jealousy, violence. What we're seeing there would be very consistent with that presentation.
Thank you. Michelle, can you now bring up 1830, I guess? And that's already been admitted into evidence as well, Your Honor. I'd ask that it be published. And what, if any, evidence does this
What, if any,
correlate
drink?
with behavior indicative of IPV perpetration?
Again, this is intimidation, psychological abuse, where you're solely trying to emotionally.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be heard?
Okay. If you want to.
Oh my God. If this what if any continues, I'm literally going to die on stream.
Oh, it's going to continue. What, if any, squared? She gave us a what, if any, and another what, if any, in the same question.
She said, what if anything, just what if any people have to blah, blah, blah. Lordy.
Man, I do not have any alcohol in my drink right now. I'm cheating. It's a fake
okay.
mimosa I use orange juice and sparkling caffeinated water.
Oh,
It's
that's
flavored like mango. It's actually a delicious
Dr. Spiegel,
drink.
if you can answer the question, what, if any, evidence is this correlating to the risk factors for IPV perpetrator?
Again, I think the violence comes through. with the risk
Objection,
factor.
Your Honor.
Just the evidence
strike.
of risk factors,
All
if you
right.
can.
The evidence of risk factor would be accepting an more than average degree of violence, as well as psychological abuse.
Okay. Are you aware of any record evidence of Ms. Heard writing on walls, mirrors, countertops, or painting
I
canvases?
heard another what if any.
No.
Are you
Okay.
drinking?
Thank you, Michelle. You can take that down now. Now, you were also asked about Seroquel and some of the other prescription medications.
I hate this woman.
Did you, during the course of your review of evidence, see the lists of medications that Mr. Depp was on at one point?
Yes, I read that list.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 301. And Dr. Spiegel, it's not into evidence yet. I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. Is this one of the documents that you had that reflected the amount of medication that Mr. Depp was on as of October 26, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And
Good
this
point,
was
Chat.
an email from Debbie
Don't
Lloyd
forget,
to Dr. Blaustein, his
you can
treating
get a
psychiatrist,
Megapint
correct?
and
Yes.
drink along
Okay.
with us.
Now,
in the
can you
merch
tell
store.
the jury that
Isn't
we've got
happy hour any
Seroquel,
hour?
50 mg?
Especially
Can you
when
just
you're
tell,
Objection
watching a
hearsay.
trial.
can you just tell the, I haven't finished asking.
I
the
didn't even
question
realize
yet.
it says Meg Pint.
So,
That's
It
very
does.
cool.
It says Megapint me. It says,
great.
isn't happy hour any hour? Megapint me. Justice for Johnny. It comes in the travel Megapint, which does a really good job, by the way, keeping beer cold. I found that out last night on the stream or Saturday night when we did a stream, whenever that was. I've forgotten now. I have questions there are people asking me, do I drink on every live stream? No, sometimes. But usually by the end of the day, I usually don't pull out the alcohol until we're around 4-ish. But I'll tell you what, I may be going to it early today because it's really tough.
And I'm a man of my word, and I said on Thursday that I would play the what if any game if I got past 10,000 and had my camera on. So here I
Yeah.
am.
So you
I
have
waited until 11 a.m.
But this is the good thing about doing the work that I do. I can drink anytime I want to because I don't have an office to go to.
Michelle, can you scroll up just
I
so
like
can
these
see
new
all of them at
t-shirts
the
that
same
say
time?
objection hearsay. Very
good, I
good
like
gift for a lawyer,
So,
by the way. They will get a kick out of this.
Dr. Siegel, if
Smeagol.
someone was
Dr.
taking
Smeagol.
50
Oh, I forgot to
is that
change the banner.
milligrams
Milligrams.
of Seroquel,
What did she say?
25
Megapint.
milligrams of Seroquel, and 50 milligrams of Seroquel, and 50 all in one day, how would that impact them?
So obviously this is not for sleep because I'm presuming you're not wanting to sleep in the morning, noon, and from 4 to 6, although you're sleeping at night. What I would say is he's using it for one purpose, as I say, with substance use disorder. They're using it to calm down. They're using it just as a down and to relax.
Wow, he does
And
drugs. Wow.
Given that you're taking
More drug
45 milligrams
Shocking.
of Adderall a day to stay awake, and that's more than the prescribed for adults and children for that matter. The combination makes very little sense at all to me.
And
But yeah,
if
no
a
one's ever
person
done
was
uppers and downers
taking
together.
300 milligrams of Neurotin, I'm going to pronounce that wrong again.
Neuron.
4 times a day and 600 later in the day, how would that impact?
Again,
person.
you're looking at medications that are there solely for a substance use disorder patient to get them up and to calm them down. That's all this regimen is about. Gabapentin doesn't have a psychiatric indication other than, actually doesn't have a psychiatric indication, although it does calm you down. And it, as I may have intimated before, similar to Adderall, gabapentin is also abusable. Similar to quetiapine, Seroquel is also abusable. So you're getting these kind of unusually calming effects from these medicines while at the same time getting what's called a super therapeutic dose or an excessive amount of Adderall. And for the record book, adults are only indicated with Adderall for the extended release, not the immediate release preparation.
And why that's relevant is the immediate release preparation is more abusable. You get more high quicker. The extended release goes out throughout the day. The immediate release gets you up right away and then down. Now, in ADHD, this medicine is very effective. But from what this is being used for, clearly based on the combination, no.
All right. Do addicts lie?
Yes.
All right. Now, you were asked about Mr. Depp passing out. Do you recall reading testimony of Mr. Depp passing out in the bathroom in his vomit?
Yes.
Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection of what you
Yes.
recall?
I also,
All right.
I mean, for the record book, I don't think that falling asleep with ice cream on you is a
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Overruled.
Keep going.
I don't think taking Seroquel at night and falling asleep with ice cream on you is not what Seroquel is indicated for. It's not meant to put you out in a state where you don't even be able to stay awake to put ice cream away.
All right. Michelle, if you can pull up defendants 1090. It's already into evidence. If we can publish that to the jury, Your Honor. Dr. Spiegel, does this look like, would this be evidence correlating with behaviors consistent with IPV perpetrator risk factors?
This would be correlated a person who is completely knocked out, and it's usually only one way someone gets knocked out that badly, and that's with pharmacological assistance, whether it be legal or illegal. They make it to the bed. They don't sleep with their head on a game box in a furniture. That doesn't happen to people who sleep, no matter how tired you are. No matter how tired. I've been a resident in the past.
Objection. I've
I
passed
was
out
up
drunk
for
on the ground.
45 hours.
Objection beyond the scope.
Yeah.
I have
Objection.
fallen asleep
Shut up.
in weird places, Dean.
All right.
If I had too much to
Michelle,
drink.
can you pull up 1095, please?
I mean, this is so dumb. Johnny's admitted to being an
I know.
alcoholic and an addict. What are we doing?
I know. Yeah. So what?
And I'm going to ask you the same question, Dr. Spiegel. What, if anything, does this indicate relating to risk factors
oh,
for
come on.
IPV
He could be
perpetrators?
picking his toes.
Again, colloquially passed out.
How do we
and
know
there's
he's
very
actually
few
asleep in this
ways to
picture?
get like
We
that
don't even know that.
without
But even if he
pharmacological
is,
assistance.
okay, he did a
I
bunch
mean,
of
or
drugs,
illegal.
drank, and passed
And
out.
or illegal.
And
And then let's
yeah, he
pull
already
up
said that he.
1094, please,
did he
Michelle.
abuse her while he was asleep?
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
what does
And that's
that
also
prove?
been admitted.
What, if anything, does that prove?
And now we have the ice cream picture.
Oh, for God's sake.
You know what a wife
And
doesn't do? They don't.
What,
let
if any,
their
indication does
husband
this have?
or any significant other sit there
Probably
with
could see
ice
how
cream
I
on
could
and
get
take pictures.
Objection, speculation, no
We need
foundation.
to
Them up.
talk about
What,
this
if any,
picture also.
correlation?
Remind me to talk about this. at the
What,
next
if any,
break.
evidence does this
Okay, I'll make a note.
indicate correlative with the risk factors for IPV perpetrators?
Again, this proves one of the major
What, if
risk
anything?
factors and precipitating factors for intimate partner violence.
Yep.
Objection,
You are a
move to strike.
All right, sustained. I'll strike it from the record. Next question.
We'll just move on.
Okay.
You were asked about earpieces. Do you recall reviewing Tracy Jacobs and Joel Mandel's depositions?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall them both testifying that Mr. Depp
Exactly.
had
What, if
someone
any, Bruce
on
Pitt is in
salary
this picture?
to feed him his
That's what
lines?
we're going to talk
Yes.
about.
Okay. Now, you've testified that you reviewed a substantial amount of evidence in this case. Did you find any evidence that Amber Heard exhibited conduct or behaviors indicative or consistent with any of the risk factors for perpetrators of IPV?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Well, it was suggested with the borderline personality.
Sustained.
Okay. But you did find
Shut up,
that for
Elaine.
Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find record evidence that Mr. Depp had a substance abuse disorder?
Severe substance use disorder.
Yeah, by him.
Did
by
any
him
of the
saying
questions asked by Mr. Depp's counsel change any of your opinions in this case?
Nothing there. No, not my opinion has not been swayed an iota.
Okay. Do you hold them all still within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spiegel.
All right, thank you. Sir, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you. All right, your next witness.
Finally.
My next witness is Catherine Arnold.
Catherine Arnold.
Catherine Arnold. Okay, I got it. All right, so you guys, that ice cream picture, in a close-up, it really does look like there is a bruise kit on the table. Now, we're going to look at the picture, but it could also be paints, because there's a lot of painting going on in this house, and it could also be paints. It kind of looks like a watercolor palette to me, but it also looks like a bruise kit.
I'm still thinking a lot of this. We're getting into the weeds of things.
Thank you.
The
Will you
main
please
point,
state your name for the record?
did the abuse
Catherine
happen,
Arnold.
or did Amber lie?
And what is your profession?
I am a entertainment industry consultant, and I also serve as an expert
cool.
witness.
Great. So you
And
don't
can
do
you
anything.
please tell the jury your educational background?
Yes. So
Another expert.
I was I've been in the entertainment industry for over 20 plus years. I started as an assistant at ICM, which is one of the largest talent agencies in Los Angeles that represents actors, writers, and directors. And I worked with the talent agent there. And then I also worked at William Morris, for William Morris as a script reader. So I was working on scripts that they were delivered and submitted to for their actors, writers, directors. After that, I went into development of film and television projects for a company based in New York called the Maltese Company, which actually produced animated television shows and feature films based on Wall Street, animated product, like toys. And then I went to work with a company called the Goober Peters Company. And Goober Peters was, at the time,
Yes,
one of the
Amber
largest
Heard
production
drank 2
companies in
bottles of
Los
wine a
Angeles.
night.
They did films
That's
like
correct.
Batman and Rain
Heavy
Man
drinker,
and Tango and
heavy
Cash.
drug user.
They did TV shows like Witches of Eastwick. And there I was involved in the development of
Witches of
scripts.
Eastwick.
We worked with the studio directly
she
in
just
terms
say
of
that?
what cast would be attached to the scripts and brought directors and talent to those projects. I then went on to work in, there's a lot. I went on to work in the independent film world as a film producer. So I found the material, I would get the financing, I would get the cast and the director attached to the project. We call that packaging. And then we would go and obtain financing for that, either through equity sources or international sales and financing and bank financing. And then I also went on after that. I produced 5 or 6 films with actors that you may know, including Salma Hayek, Vincent D'Onofrio, Kirstie Alley, Thomas Jane, Ethan Hawke. And then I worked with a international sales and production company
they
where
have
I
to
was
do
the
this.
head of
They have to
production, and
establish
I
her
worked again on the development of scripts
cred
and the procurement of
as
financing.
as a professional.
So I worked in both the independent world and the studio
We
world,
did all
meaning
this.
independently financed or financed by the big
They
studios
won't
like
get
Warner
to the
Brothers and
actual
Disney and
questioning
Paramount
about this
and
case
such as
until
that.
they establish her.
That's the bulk of my work.
I don't think Johnny's
Did any of your
even
films
gonna
win awards?
try to
A couple of
object or
them
anything.
did. So a couple of the independent films that I produced, one of them won, called The Coriolis Effect, won the Venice Film Festival in its category. And then
Nobody
I
cares about
also produced another film that won the Heartland Film Festival Award. It's called
No one cares
Crystal
about
Award.
that one either. Cool.
Right.
Awesome.
And what other video production projects have you been involved in?
So throughout that time, in between those jobs, I also worked in the corporate world. So large studios like Warner Brothers and Disney and CBS would need corporate videos for their live events. So I would interview executives and interview their talent and then edit the piece together to create video and media for their live sales conferences that they had at that time. And then I also produced some commercials.
All right. And what, if any, experience did you have in corporate relations and licensing?
So early on in my career, I worked at the Los Angeles Olympic Organizing Committee, and I worked in the licensing department where we handled the licensing of the Olympic logo. And we also worked with sponsors and suppliers who were funding those Olympic Games. So it was a lot of
We missed a
contractual
what, if any.
negotiations with the use of the
Right.
license of the logo, as well as raising money for the games and working with those corporate sponsors throughout the 2 years prior to the games and then during the games themselves.
That's cool.
And what,
I
if
like
any
the Olympics.
experience do you have working on film festivals?
Well, I've had films in
Did she say what,
festivals.
if any,
I've
again?
actually
I missed
been
it.
very lucky to
Yeah, I
travel the
think
world and gone to a lot of festivals with my films, both here in the United States and elsewhere. And at one point, I was also hired to
You say
raise
your
sponsorship
films?
funds for the Sundance
I
Film Festival. They had a new program that they were starting to do online festivals, and so I raised about $500,000 for them in about a month.
Cool. I like
All
Sundance
right.
also.
And do you have a degree, a college degree?
Yes, I graduated from UCLA with a bachelor's degree in economics.
What does your current consulting practice entail?
So as an entertainment consultant, having been in the business in both the independent and the studio worlds as both a producer and an executive, I work with investment companies and production companies who are looking to navigate the various inroads of Hollywood. It's a business that's very different and unlike anything else and very relationship based. So I use my 20 years of experience to help them get cast, get financing, understand the distribution process, marketing process, and get them set up to be able to produce their films.
Yeah,
Have you
related-
ever testified as
good
an
point.
expert witness in the field of entertainment industry?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many times have you served as an expert?
I've been involved in somewhere between 85 and 100 cases as an expert from the beginning stages to
It's a
testifying.
lot
in
of
court.
dough.
And
That's
have you ever
money.
testified as an expert on damages
money.
and defamation cases?
Yes, I have.
Oh yeah.
And approximately
Hollywood, come
how
on
many
now.
times have you qualified as an expert on that?
On defamation,
Yes.
I believe 3 or 4 times.
Okay. And have you ever been admitted to testify as an expert on damages?
Yes.
Okay. And how
Okay,
many
so they're
times
going
have
to
you
try
qualified
and
as an
show us
expert on
damages.
damages?
Go ahead. I want to see these damages.
Almost all my
As far
cases
as I
have
know,
some
she
form of
hasn't lost
damage,
$100 million.
relation, economic damage
You think that's where they're
related to
going
the
with it?
case.
You're gonna
Yep,
prove
yep.
Amber's
In all
damages?
of the
Yeah,
cases
that's
that I
what this part
testified
of
in.
the
I've been
trial is
qualified in
about.
damages.
It's about
Okay.
the countersuit.
Have
now.
you ever served as an expert for both?
Oh, yeah.
Have you served as an expert for both plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes, I have.
Obviously. What
How
a
much of your
dumb
current
thing to say.
practice involves consulting as opposed to
$1 zillion,
serving as an
yes.
expert witness?
So over the last 10 or 12 years, it's been about 50-50. So I spend half my time working as a consultant and the other half working with lawyers on their cases.
Yeah. I'm not going to pick on
Your
her
Honor,
too
I'm
hard.
going to move to
No.
qualify Catherine Arnold as
Producer.
an expert in the entertainment industry, standards and practices, and
But
related
they're
economic
basically going to
damages.
say
Any
her
objection?
potential.
All right, so
She's
moved.
lost
you.
potential money, not
Now,
actual money.
you have a dual role
And I don't
here
think you
as an
can prove
expert,
that.
correct?
She's just a
She's
producer.
Yes.
So
on
you're
some
going to be
stuff.
testifying
I mean,
with respect to Mr. Depp's challenges to, or claims of damages, and you're also going to be testifying to Amber Heard's damages, correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to start you with Mr. Depp's claims for damages.
Okay.
mhm.
With
How would you know?
respect to Mr. Depp's claim damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to assess any alleged damages that the op-ed piece in the Washington Post that Ms. Heard wrote, whether that have impacted his career in any way, particularly did he lose any income or any economic opportunities because of the op-ed piece specifically.
Frankly, his
All right.
financial
And
advisor was a better.
Have you been
witness
asked
to
to
that.
limit that to the period of December 18, 2018, with the date of the op-ed, through November 2, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what materials did you review in making your analysis?
There were a lot of documents. I reviewed the pleadings of the case, the complaints, the discovery items, the responses to what they call interrogatories, which are the questions that the lawyers ask both sides. I reviewed Mr. Depp's deposition testimony, which there were volumes of that, as well as Ms. Heard's. I also reviewed the deposition testimony of the experts that
I don't want to die. Come on now.
were
Probably-
proffered that had to do with the entertainment
would be
industry.
hospitalized.
The agents and the management teams of both
Thanks to the
sides.
super chat.
Ron Schnell, the data expert. I also reviewed emails and texts between the parties, between their families, between their management teams, the audio recordings, the visual recordings that have been presented in this case and the previous cases that have been involved in the last couple of years. I also did my own independent research
she's likable.
from general
Likable
publicity
person.
and
Right now.
press and investigative articles, as well as those that are specific to the entertainment industry, and utilize some
much better
entertainment
than
industry
Count
specific
Olaf.
sources to get some information that was helpful to my case,
She's a
to that
professional
case.
woman that works in the
Thank you.
entertainment industry. Like,
Please describe for the jury your observations with respect to Mr. Depp's career trajectory.
Well, Mr.
Obvious.
Depp has had an extraordinary career over many years, so it's a long one to look at.
Look how upset Amber is.
Obviously, he was a rising star in the late 80s and in the 90s, starting with 21 Jump Street, and you've
Is she
heard,
really
all
going to
the
try and
films
say
that I'm sure
his
he's been in.
career was
he-
falling off?
He really started to break through when he worked with Tim Burton, the director, and,
Pirates is
and of
huge.
course his character Jack Sparrow
Fantastic
in
Beasts
Pirates of the
is
Caribbean
huge.
was, world renowned.
I mean, you could
And
say it was
probably,
falling off from the fact that he
his
wasn't
biggest role.
rising, but he hit at
And
the
he
peak of
was
acting careers,
a
basically.
well-liked,
So obviously, the only place you
both
can go is down.
critically and within the industry and within the public as a movie star.
Pirates was his biggest movie ever.
And at the same
biggest franchise
time,
ever.
It's one of the biggest franchises ever, period.
And it's still going.
his
So
behavior and both on and off the set, in his personal life and in his professional life, start to interfere with what we would say, what everybody saw was his great talent. And it started, there's some stories of issues that started back in the 80s and the 90s, but I would say really in the mid 2000s, between 2006 and 10, is when the behavior started affecting his work to a certain extent in terms of lateness on set. And then as Ms. Jacobs, his talent agent, discussed with you in her
expert
deposition,
witnesses are allowed to talk
it really
about
started to
hearsay.
affect her ability to get roles and the industry's willingness to work with him, given the issues that he was having with both behavior, tardiness, drinking, and the drug abuse, and other issues in his personal life. So it got more complicated for her to find him work, and I think it got harder for production companies and studios to hire him due to the challenges that would put on a production.
And when did Mr. Depp's career downturn begin, based on your review of all the record evidence?
Well, again, according to Ms. Jacobs, his agent, she mentioned that it started getting more challenging for her around 2010. The lateness on set was being made, she was being made aware of that more and more often from production executives and the producers that she was working with on the Pirates movie. And not only Pirates, it continued on the other films, including Mordecai and Murder on the Orient Express.
Mordecai does
and
suck. I will attest to that.
In around 2014, when he had the appearance, it was presumed that he was under the effects of alcohol at the Hollywood Film Awards in 2014.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
She's answering the career downturn. Your Honor.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Thank you. In 2014, when Mr. Depp appeared in the Hollywood Film Awards, Ms. Jacobs received many phone calls from both producers, casting directors, and production executives asking her, what is going on with your client? Why, what's going on with his behavior? Can we get him under control? And then I think it really started to shift around the Pirates 5 movie in Australia with, again, the lateness and the issues with the finger that stopped production and
when
things
his
of that
wife
nature.
cut off
And then
his
it
finger, you
got
mean?
harder and harder.
Yeah, when he was being
Now,
abused.
based on your analysis, what
Those
has
years when
caused
he
Mr.
started being
Depp's
abused.
career downturn?
Some people break their leg and then
Objection.
they have to pause. Yeah, it sucks, but it
No
happens.
foundation.
So it's not his fault.
Overruled.
I mean,
His
Can you please
behavior
repeat the
became
question?
increasingly bizarre.
Based
during
on
those
your
years that he
analysis,
was
what has
abused.
caused Mr. Depp's career downturn?
That's hard to believe.
And I realize you've said a number of those, so just, is there anything else?
Sure. Well, we've talked about the erratic behavior, the tardiness, the drugs and alcohol abuse, and the lawsuits have had a really big impact, not just this lawsuit, but previous lawsuits that Mr. Depp has been involved with, because there's a lot of publicity around anything that he does. And every
Johnny's
time he
lawyers
has filed a
don't
lawsuit,
hit
it
this
has brought
point,
to
Michelle,
light
I will be
various
mad.
issues with respect to
Taking a
whatever
lot
that
of
lawsuit
notes.
was about,
I have faith in
whether
this
it was
cross.
about, erratic behavior
I want to
or
hear
domestic
them nail
abuse
it down. So his
or
performance
drugs and
declined when he
alcohol
met her.
and even
That's what you're
spending
saying.
habits. So every time a lawsuit has been filed, the press and the publicity has just been charged up and brought everything back to light. And it's been an unfortunate problem on that level for the industry to continue to work with him, even though all this is out in the public.
For the films that were shortly before Pirates 5, how successful were they?
Not very.
We're talking Mordecai, Alice Through the Looking Glass. I think you testified to some of those. The Lone Ranger, Tonto.
Right.
Ooh, I liked the Lone Ranger.
Overruled.
I thought
Of course, Mr. Depp has had some extremely successful films, but also
Sorry, your mic cut out. I didn't hear you.
4 or 5 years prior, and through Pirates, there were films that didn't do well at all and were considered what the industry calls a bomb, which could have been Alice Through the Looking Glass, The Transcendence, the Lone Ranger, and Mordecai were films that just didn't perform, although they were valued in their financing based on Mr. Depp's star quality and acting ability. Unfortunately, they just didn't perform. So as many hits as he's had, he's also had a lot of recent, what they call failures in the business.
Yeah, but so is like Robert Downey Jr.
What, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to showing up for a press conference in Japan for Mordecai?
Ms. Jacobs mentioned in her deposition testimony that Mr. Depp didn't show up for the press conference in Mordecai, which he was not only an actor for, he was also a producer. And he didn't show up. Apparently, he was sleeping, so he wasn't able to make it.
Okay. Now, what, if any, impact did the Brooks litigation have on Mr. Depp's
What,
career?
if any? What, if any?
Is the jury familiar with this already, or?
Well, I think you can,
Okay. So the Brooks litigation was, there was a litigation around Mr. Depp had punched someone on one of the, I think it was a location manager on the set of a film called City of Lies.
It was already decided.
I don't know exactly what happened to that litigation. However, of course, again, it was written a lot about in the press, and unfortunately came to the forefront.
Okay,
that
they must have
he
allowed
had,
it in.
Violent behavior yet again.
Or they would be
so
objecting.
in 2018,
She says she doesn't know what
and I'm going
happened,
to say
but then calls
before
it
the
violent behavior.
op-ed on December 18, 2018,
Right.
was there any negative
sleeping?
articles, negative press about Mr. Depp?
Why didn't they object?
For quite a while, when you're a celebrity such as
they have a
Mr.
good
Depp, you're in the
argument, but-
limelight and
I think she
everybody
said,
wants
"What
to
if
look at
any?" I
everything that
wasn't
happens. So after every movie or after every incident, there was usually press. But the ones that were more significant were the ones in the Hollywood, a couple of them in the Hollywood Reporter and one in the Rolling Stones. So in 2017, there was an article in the Hollywood Reporter where the journalist discussed, I think the article was called Pirates of the Caribbean, The Diminishing Returns of Johnny Depp. And that Pirates, the last one was 5, right? And that one didn't perform nearly as well as the other previous Pirates of the Caribbean films. And there was some discussion that the character.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I think you could explain generally.
Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you this. When was that Hollywood Reporter article on diminishing returns of Johnny Depp?
That was in the spring of 2017.
Okay. And you said, and I just want to make sure we understand, how well did Pirates 5 do compared to 1 through 4?
It performed less well by over $200 million.
Okay.
Dumb question.
What, if any, other negative press was there in this time frame? We'll take 2017, 2018, before the op-ed.
So in 2018, there was the Rolling Stones article that was an in-depth expose on Mr. Depp's life. Again,
All of
his
this
erratic
happened after
behavior,
he met her.
the money he was spending on
it.
wine.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can give generally, Your Honor, the negative.
All of this happened
All right.
after he met her.
What, if any, knowledge do you have
And they
of
need to hit that.
whether Disney saw the Rolling Stone article?
There were emails between the publicity department and the co-chairs and some of the senior executive Disney that they would forward the articles as they came out, both the Hollywood Reporter article
This is good for
and
Johnny.
the Rolling Stones article, and they would make commentary. And Alan Horn, who is the one of the co-chairs of Disney, used the word sad, and I think one of the other executives used depressing, that their film star was now being shown in this light to the public in a Rolling Stones magazine.
Oh,
Hearsay.
yeah.
I-
Sustained.
All right. Was there any more articles about the Pirates of the Caribbean prior to the op-ed in December of 2018?
There was an article in October
Oh, sorry.
28th, the Hollywood Reporter, October 28th, 2018, where the journalist had spoken to two writers of the film, and they were talking
Objection
about rebooting the
hearsay.
franchise.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, and she's just giving the general. She's not.
Approach.
Okay, so
I have so much to say, but I can't in this
yeah, you
short.
can. Go ahead. Well, just go ahead. Say what you want to say.
No, you go first. Your stream.
No, I don't care. Go ahead. I just don't think this is. I think everything can be pointed to Amber coming into his life and him taking a downward spiral pretty much right after that.
It could be pointed. It could be pointed to a lot of things. Also, like if I want to be devil's advocate for Amber, I could just say like, but even as her advocate, I would be like, yeah, but that could also just be people getting sick of seeing pirates movies. But it's not.
Right.
It's not that they got that sick of it because they made $800 million, and like another person testified, anyone would be happy to have $800 million as your box office
Right, and the
gross when your
sequels-
movie costs
The
way
sequels
less than
never
that.
have. They never have the reach that the first one did.
Yeah, that's how like Marvel has been able to skirt that because they aren't really sequels in a lot of cases. They're building on previous stuff and having bigger and bigger movies. But you can't say that because of that or because of something like Mordecai that has a smaller budget, smaller publicity budget, smaller everything for marketing. And then you're like, well, that doesn't make a lot of money. It's like, yeah. But also there's a lot of movies that people do that just don't make a lot of money. I mean, how many people went and saw Dr. Dolittle with Robert Downey Jr. after being in the biggest movie of all time? Not that many.
So without saying
comparatively.
what the article said, say what it's about.
Okay. So in October 28th, the article was about whether the Pirates of the Caribbean
What if any?
franchise would be
What if
rebooted
any?
without.
Overruled.
Please continue.
In the article in October 2018 was about whether or not the Pirates franchise was going to be what they call redefined without Johnny Depp. And that was regarding two writers that were on the project.
Okay.
And there was one other one I'd like
Okay,
to
go
talk
ahead,
about.
please.
So there was another article, there was an expose on the president and production. It was also in the Hollywood Reporter. And this is the one that Mr. Marks, Mr. Depp's expert, pointed to regarding the op-ed's impact on Mr. Depp's career. And the online article was, as Mr. Marks pointed out, published on December 20th of 2018. But the same article was in print on the morning of December 18th, 2018, which is the same morning of the op-ed. So that Hollywood Reporter article that Mr. Marks used to say
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
He
Please
sounds
continue.
tired.
Mr. Marks had used that
Objection,
article to
no
show that Disney
foundation.
wanted to let go of Mr. Depp because of the op-ed, but it was actually printed in the Reporter the same morning that the Washington Post article was printed. So there's no way that the Washington Post article had any impact on what the Hollywood Reporter journalist wrote.
They're notified.
They were on the same
beforehand.
morning. They were released simultaneously, interestingly
They're
enough.
notified beforehand.
And the one that was
Doesn't
2 days
go
later was the same article, just online?
Same article, it was just online, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if anything, was there
Oh,
about
God, here we
press
go again.
in 2018 relating to The Sun and Dan Wooten and any litigation that
Right,
Mr. Depp
so-
was bringing?
So a lot
I'm
of
gonna have
press
to
was
move on
about
to
the
actual
UK
liquor
trial
soon.
in the lawsuit that Mr. Depp brought against the Sun in the UK about the wife beater title that they used. So there was a ton of press around that, both at the time that it was filed and throughout as documents were being shared with the public, and then of course during the trial itself.
Okay. And what is your understanding of when the article, the wife beater article, first appeared?
I believe it was in July of 2018, about 6 months before the op-ed piece.
And what is your understanding of when Mr. Depp filed suit against The Sun and Mr. Wooten?
Again, in 2018, I believe.
Okay. June, would it be? Would that, would it refresh your?
It was in the
God,
spring or
spit
summer.
it out, Elaine.
It was fairly shortly after the article, so it was long before the op-ed piece was out.
Okay. And what, if any, impact did
Oh, here we go
Mr. Depp's
again.
litigation in the Sun case have on his career?
That was a really
Count
tough
those
one on Mr. Depp's career because every allegation of
I
abuse
have to
and
get a
every
drink.
text, every email, all the audio, all the
Switching
visual
to
stuff
beer.
was brought to light and made public. And so not only did the public get to see it, but the industry was watching closely. And it's hard for studios, especially a studio like Disney, who's family oriented, be connected to a star that has texts about burnt corpses and violent behavior in video. So it was a big conflict for a lot of the people in the industry to how to navigate that if they're going to work with a star.
And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's other litigation against Mandel and Bloom have during that time period?
As I was trying to say earlier, every time Mr. Depp brings a lawsuit, because he's such a well-known public figure, the spotlight goes on him. So every time a lawsuit was filed, whether it was to his business, against his business manager, against his former lawyer, even when he fired his talent agent, it becomes news. And then everybody talks about what could have preceded that. Why would that lawsuit have happened? And then they look at the details. So again, the erratic behavior and the financial issues and the drinking and drug abuse was all part and parcel of every one of those. And it was brought to light yet again each time.
What is your understanding of Mr. Depp's claims regarding Pirates of the Caribbean 6 and how that impacted?
Well, Mr. Depp is claiming that he's lost money on Pirate 6, but Pirate 6 hasn't even been made yet, nor is there even a script that has been what we call greenlit, moved towards production. So I don't know how you lose something that hasn't happened. So I think that's what you're looking for me to.
And in fact, since Mr. Depp's damages are limited November 2, 2020 and nothing since, and that hasn't happened, is there any way he could claim damages for Pirate 6?
Well,
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Again, you can't claim damages for something that hasn't even happened, whether he was in it or not in it, or was going to be in it, or might have been in it, whether it was 2018 or now. There just is no Pirate 6. Not only did he not have a contract, even back in the day, 2018 or after that, no contract had been signed for a Pirate 6. It doesn't exist as we.
Objection legal conclusion.
I
Sustain the last part.
How do you know he doesn't have a legal contract?
Well, Ms. Jacobs said he didn't have a legal contract, and also his agents at CAA said he had not yet negotiated a contract for Pirate 6. And again, there is no script, so they haven't greenlit it, as we say. They don't have it cast or with the director yet.
Okay. Based on your analysis, what, if any, impact did Ms. Heard's op-ed have on whether Mr. Depp could claim a loss for Pirate 6?
Zero.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Again, well, many things. The movie doesn't exist yet, so that's one. But even as important is that Disney, in their file for this trial, did not have the op-ed piece as part of all of the information they had read and looked about and discussed. The conversations of Mr. Depp not being in whatever new version of Pirates, the franchise that goes forward, those were in discussions long before the op-ed piece even came out. And there are other factors that Disney was considering: the lateness on set, the cost overruns that costs, which can go from hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars when you have crews sitting around for 2 to 4 hours, 8 hours, or even several weeks to a month when the finger incident happened. So on top of that, Mr. Depp is an expensive actor. He can earn between $20 and $25 million per movie plus back end. So it's very expensive. So when you put that all together, the rising cost of Mr. Depp's talent, the challenges that they had to keep it on budget because of his lateness and his tardiness, and all the other allegations that would affect a brand such as Disney, right? Someone talks about a burnt corpse, does not necessarily coincide with the brand of Disney. So there were many problems. And interestingly enough, there was a lot of conversation internally in the industry. Or
Objection hearsay.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained, can't say it's hearsay.
All right. Please continue without saying what the discussion in the industry was.
The Jack Sparrow character had been exhausted in terms of where it could go creatively. And I think the studio is looking for a way for it to renew the franchise, but not necessarily base it entirely on the Jack Sparrow character, which is where it had ended up the last couple of years.
Okay.
And evidenced by
Gadfly,
the
check your
lesser
Twitter DMs.
box office of Pirates 5 compared to the earlier ones.
Right. And was there any article that came out on November 5, 2020, 3 days after the damages are cut off, relating to Pirates of the Caribbean and Mr. Depp's chances of being Jack Sparrow?
I think they reiterated the fact that he was probably not going to be in the
We have to
movie.
play that next break.
Now, what impact has the op-ed had on Mr. Depp's career?
Very little. Hardly anybody even knew the op-ed existed before he filed suit.
Okay.
If anybody that I know, but certainly not Disney.
Okay. And what impact has the op-ed had on Mr. Depp's Q scores?
What, if any?
According to what I read of Mr. Alan Jacobs, an expert in statistical analysis, and from my own research on websites that are available to us, Mr. Depp's Q score, or
Check
if you're
the
familiar with
scrolling
IMDb,
ticker
which is
if you want to know who this
Internet
person
Movie
is.
Database,
It's
which is
right
available to
there,
public and to the
scrolling across
professional
the
side.
screen.
No one
His
reads
Q
that
score
stuff.
did not
No
change.
one
Like the nightly news.
Dramatically.
I put it
It was
up
kind of in
there.
the middle of exactly the high and low of his Q scores overall. It was in the middle. It was at like 113,
Q
which is
scores.
where
Everyone
it
in
was
the
a couple
jury
weeks
is
before
completely
and a
checked
couple
out
weeks
for
after. So the
this.
op-ed didn't have any
sure.
effect
Nobody gives a shit about
on his Q score, and that was reiterated by Mr. Jacobs
Q
in his
score.
deposition testimony.
And then you testified in response to an earlier question I had that people, or that nobody seemed to notice
Yeah.
the op-ed until Mr. Depp filed suit. Now, that was on March 1, 2019. Do you recall?
Yes, that's when the
Okay.
lawsuit was filed.
And why do you say that they didn't notice until then?
Because the op-ed piece for most people in the industry kind of came and went without much fanfare or much conversation. It was much more about I don't think very many people even know it was written until the allegations were made by Mr. Depp in the lawsuit. It kind of
What?
came in and out of the radar very quickly, if anybody even saw it at all.
You're insane.
All right. Between December 18, 2018 and November 2, 2020, our window here, has Mr. Depp continued to star in films?
So Mr. Depp, the article the op-ed piece came out December 18 and 20 of 2018. In January and February of 2019, he shot a film called Minamata,
Johnny
which
looks like
was
he's
an independent
praying.
film that he
Lord,
is what we
please
call a
let this
passion project.
end.
He loved the script and wanted to do it. So he was able to film that after the op-ed piece. And then the Dior campaign, Sauvage, I don't know the exact dates of filming, but I know that it did air throughout 2019. And it's my understanding that he still may have that contract with Dior. So he continued that product endorsement. And then in in the spring and the fall, I believe it was, Mr. Depp was able to do press for the film Waiting for the Barbarians. He went to the Deauville Film Festival. He went to the Venice Film Festival. He was well received at the press conferences. You know, life was at the same level for him in terms of his popularity over in Europe. They were still, he was still working on press for the films. And then, of course, he was scheduled to film Fantastic Beasts in early November of 2020.
And that's no longer the case, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Can we approach?
Okay.
All right, you want to talk about Justice League real quick?
Yeah, so Pirates 5, budget of $230 million. A general rule for these big movies is that you double the budget for marketing. It's not always completely accurate, but it's a good estimate of things. So let's just say budget $230 million. Worldwide box office was 794. Justice
And
League
that's
budget
no
was
longer the
300
case,
million.
correct, on Fantastic
made
Beasts.
650.
I don't want you to say anything more than that. That's no longer.
It's no longer the case, correct?
He's no longer in that film, correct?
He was paid for it, but he does not star in the film.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if any, effect did the op-ed have on Mr. Depp's fan following?
Dang, Elaine ruined it before I could make my point.
Yeah, I know. We'll have to get back.
I don't
to
know
that.
if I don't think
I'm
it had any
trying
effect on
to
his fan
block the
following.
porn
Again, his
spammers,
Q
but
scores
they come
didn't
back,
shift, and
you guys, they come back.
clearly has a strong fan base.
In your opinion, what or who has caused the damage, if there is any, to Mr. Depp on his career and reputation between
What, if
December
any?
18,
Did you get that?
2018 and November 2, 2020?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Mr. Depp.
And why do you say that?
Well, again, filing the lawsuits, bringing to light the issues, is Mr. Depp doing that on his own accord? And any statements that were made by his team, Mr. Waldman or anyone else, is associated with Mr. Depp. And those statements that came out, the defamatory statements, which we'll talk about in a minute, were
God, do you
also
have more to say?
put out by Mr. Depp's team. So in actuality, he's
So
causing
bored.
his
We'll
own
talk about it in a
demise
minute.
by bringing these lawsuits forward and continuing to kind of ignite the fire of negative publicity around both of them.
Okay.
She's blaming
Are all of your
him for
opinions
the
to within a
negative
reasonable degree of
publicity.
probability or
Okay.
certainty with respect to Mr. Depp's damages?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to move you to Amber Heard's damages. With respect
here
to
we
Amber
go.
Heard's claims for damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to look at the reputational harm and economic loss that Ms. Heard incurred due to the defamatory statements that Mr. Waldman, on behalf of Mr. Depp, made in April of 2020 and again in June of
It
2020.
has not been established that he
And
made
what materials
those
did you
on behalf
review
of Depp, by
in
the way.
forming your opinions?
I would have objected to that.
Again, many of the same materials that I reviewed for Mr. Depp's case, which was the deposition testimony, the pleadings, the discovery, all of that was included, as well as expert testimony that was based on statistical analysis of negative social media campaigns that were
Oh, the guy she hired?
created, as well as what happened. I talked to Ms. Heard's
David
agents.
Shane?
I read their depositions.
David
I
No,
talked to
Travis?
her publicist. I
The
read her
Doogie Howser guy.
deposition.
That's what she's
I
saying.
talked
Oh,
to Ms.
yeah,
Heard
right.
herself to get a first-person accounting of what happened from her perspective after those defamatory statements were made. And then I looked at the, again, emails back and forth and texts back and forth with the studio, Warner Brothers, and other producers that the management team is working with to get Ms. Heard more work.
Okay. Now, before I go into the questions that I'm going to ask, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of define this so that we're all on the same page going through it. The jury has seen the three defamatory statements. They're defendants 1245, 1246A, and
Say it, Elaine.
1247.
Say Amber
And
Heard.
I'm just going to refer to them as the Depp
Put it on the court
/
record
Waldman
again.
statements in asking you all these questions. Will you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Depp /
Um,
Waldman statements.
Please describe Amber Heard's career prior to the publication of the Depp Waldman statements.
Bullshit. Her career was bullshit.
So Amber's had a long career for someone who is not,
A long career
is
for
fairly
someone
young
no one
still. She was
remembers.
in over 50 productions,
Yeah.
I believe including Aquaman and Justice League, but let's just say close to 50 productions. Well, certainly 50 productions before the defamatory statements were made. She had, a consistent working actor's career. Her agents were strategic as she started getting
Magic
more
Mike
work,
XXL,
but they
very
wanted her
strategic.
to work with better and better directors, to have, the Danish Girl is a film that had a strong director and a strong critical acclaim.
When I said
And then
Amber,
she
you said
went from
Amber,
that to getting
who
Justice League, which is on the
one
bigger
knows
budget,
who
is the
I
bigger
am.
scale movie, and then of course Aquaman
That
and
sums up her
Aquaman
career,
2.
Your Honor.
So
If I
her
could just
career
sing
was
you a
following
song,
a very
I'll let you know
nice,
how this
steady
goes.
rise, and she was on the precipice of a meteoric rise with with Aquaman and Aquaman 2 prior to the statements.
Was Aquaman a successful film in terms of box office
Oh
sales?
my lord.
Aquaman was an extremely successful film. It made over $1 billion, and I
wasn't
believe
that
it is
successful.
the highest grossing DC comic film ever.
They keep saying that,
No.
and yet we've seen the chart.
What, if any, accolades
Wasn't it
did
number
Amber receive
26?
for her role?
At least
in
she said
Aquaman? And I'm gonna
DC.
call it- sometimes I'll call it Aquaman
Okay.
1 just to make sure we don't get confused.
So maybe it was number
Right.
one for
So,
DC.
and Aquaman 1,
For worldwide
there
it is.
were
America,
many
it's
emails from the director and the
Domestically,
producer
it's not.
and the
Objection hearsay.
Again, I don't
She's
care if
just
it was the number
characterizing
one
her. She's
movie.
not quoting them.
It's
Well, I don't
because
know
of
where it's
Jason
going.
Momoa,
I'll
not
overrule
her.
at the moment.
Thank you.
It's because
Don't
China
let
likes
it-
fish movies. That's the
emails
reason.
from the director
Amber
and the
Smollett.
producer stating that they loved her performance. and loved her work.
Objection hearsay.
You can't say what the emails say, but you can summarize them or
Why don't these
characterize
experts
them.
know
Can
this
you do
before
that?
they get on the
Accolading
stand?
emails of accolade
God.
from her, from the director and the producer.
Objection hearsay.
Overruled. I
This
said.
is so
Thank
much
you.
baloney.
Okay. What type of press opportunities did Amber have prior to the Depp Waldman statements?
So the press really loved working with Amber. She was on the cover of many magazines after
Oh,
The
we've
Danish
gotta play
Girl,
that
after
interview.
Justice League, after Aquaman. She was the cover girl. I think it
Oh,
was.
she said, "What if
of,
any?"
Marie Claire or
any?
Elle in the UK. She had a
Let me go
cover
open another
story
one.
of a big magazine in Mexico,
You're
in
on number
Australia.
3. Oh my
There
God.
were, some magazine, one magazine called her Woman of the Year, another one called her Role Model of the Year. So she got a lot of press. She did a lot of press, both in magazines, but also on the
Role
press tours and
model
the
of
press
the
junkets
year.
that
Well,
she
those
did for
days are
films.
over, honey.
And were some of those California style, Marie Claire, Elle, Shape, Glamour?
Yes, there was a lot of
Objection
them.
leading.
Overruled.
There was a lot of them, so I'm not, don't remember all of them, but it was, GQ, Elle, Marie Claire, the big magazines, both here, the UK, Eastern Europe, in Latin America, and in Australia.
And what about after the release of Aquaman, which was December 2018? How was her press then?
Well, the press tour was doing well, and they wanted to give her a lot more press. And I think up until the defamatory statements came out, she was on deck to do a lot of press. And then it kind of,
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
so the press and the request for press went silent after the defamatory statements were made, and which then the negative social media campaign ensued after that.
Now, what factors relating to social media does the entertainment industry rely on when considering an actor for a role?
Social media becomes a big part of how studios decide to use an actor and actress in a film because they want to know how the general public feels about them. They want to know what the consumer feels about that actor. So when there's positive social media, that's a good thing for the actor. When there's negative social media, it can be very bad because not only
Oh, really?
can social media be directed at the actor or the actress themselves, but it can also be directed towards the movie, towards the movie company, towards
Yeah, it can be
the
directed in
product that
any
the
direction
actor or
we
actress
want.
is working with. So it
'Cause we
becomes very
run social
complicated
media.
and it can get very messy
And we can
to
talk about
continue
whatever
working
we
with
want,
an actor
lady.
or an actress
bots.
if there's a lot of negative social media around
Free
them.
speech.
And after the Depp Waldman statements, what happened on social
BTFO,
media?
My free speech. What if anything?
After the Depp Waldman statements, social media blew up with negative tweets and Instagram posts and, Facebook posts and
'Cause we
Snapchat
don't
and
like her.
trolling, as we call
don't
it. It
like
was just
her.
negative. According to Mr. Schnell, there was over 1.2 million negative tweets about Amber using hashtags that used the words in the statement of the Depp Waldman
Say it.
statements.
Say it.
Depp Waldman statements, excuse me, that 1.2 million negative statements between April of 2020 and November or January of 21. It's a lot of negative publicity. And there was just a lot of what we call noise around Ms. Heard and her work of any kind.
Can you please describe to the jury what a negative social campaign is?
So a negative social campaign would be when a fan base, or in this case, according to both the forensic statistical analyst as well as Ms. Heard's agents and the product that she was working with, L'Oreal, and her publicist, it was a campaign that included both live accounts live Twitter, people that actually have are individuals, as well as what we call bots.
Objection. May I be heard?
All right, you can come.
Just to finish up what I was saying about Justice League earlier. So Justice League had a budget of 300 million and made 650, but Justice League's budget was actually a little bit bigger than that. But you know what? There's actually too much to say for this sidebar. So I'm going to save it. But I have a lot to say.
Yeah, because they will come back too soon.
So I'll jump in. I'll jump in then. So she testified about saying that you can't recover future damages. She's absolutely wrong. I mean, she was doing that and saying that Pirate 6 doesn't exist yet. And basically what she's trying to say is that the idea that he would be damaged by Pirate 6 is speculative, but that's simply not the case. Right. Johnny's suing for defamation per se.
Other than the bots, please describe the rest of the social media, the negative social media campaign.
Completely agree with you, Sean.
The fan base was very energized by Mr.
I think it is speculative, though, how much she would have made.
The Depp Wald.
They're going to try and
let me
say
just
Depp Waldman.
she lost
I'm sorry, I got my brain right now.
It doesn't matter. Why don't I do this? Let me formulate a different question. How has the negative social media campaign been used against Amber Heard since the Depp Waldman statements?
Great. So the negative campaign has been used both to, let's fire Amber off of Aquaman, to the product that she had an endorsement contract with L'Oreal, the makeup. And every time that L'Oreal mentioned Amber Heard and the product together, they would get harassed. Her publicist company was harassed. Any kind of movie that she was related to or television project that she was related to got negative attention from the social media world. Even the charities that she was involved with were getting hammered, if you will, or bombarded by negative social media, which made it difficult to work with Amber on any level because negativity was brought to their product, service, or film.
Okay. And is that negative social media campaign ongoing to this day?
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking a little bit before, I think, about remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2. What were your observations with respect to that in connection to the Depp Waldman statements?
Again, the statements, the social media campaign, whether called, remove Amber from Aquaman or, negativity for her relationship in that film, it always tended to use words that were inside the defamatory statements. They became hashtags. Right. So, if it was said in the defamatory statement, they were often reiterated in the tweets
look
and
who's
the
here.
posts.
Look who the cat dragged in.
How difficult is it for an
John
actor to
Delarose.
repair this type of negative social media?
Well, first of all, it has to stop.
There was a what if anything.
So once it
drink.
stops, then an actor and their team
What
can
did I
work
miss, Megan?
slowly and patiently in
So
both.
much.
Maybe it's press interviews, maybe it's relationship with charity, maybe it's a small role in a movie and they do well and they kind of rebuild their career. But it can take 2, 3, 4, 5 years or more to rehabilitate your career. But first and foremost, it needs to stop. It
She's
just
trying
needs
to
stop
convince
so that
us
they
that
can,
Amber suffered $100
the
million
consumer can get
in
beyond
damages.
it and then they can reactivate their career by doing their
Damage
work
yourself.
again.
Describe Amber Heard's reputation after the Depp Waldman statements.
Well, it was a dumpster fire.
Well, the
Your Honor.
reputation, I guess, depends on who you're talking to, but in the public, it's been very negative. In the industry, they like her work, but they can't work with her right now, again, because every time her name is mentioned, the negativity flares up again. So it doesn't make sense for them to try to make a movie which costs millions of dollars and then have
Way
a
to
lot of
go, Chad.
negativity towards the film or the TV show or the product. So her world
Whose
has
fault is
been
that?
silent in terms of opportunities, and even things that she wanted to work on are no longer available to her.
Has Amber been able to obtain roles after the Depp Waldman statements?
For a long time, no. Very recently, she was able to do a small independent film from some people out of who get their financing out of Europe. But up until that, no, she has not worked.
Now, based on
missed
the
a what if
fact that
anything.
Amber came out of
How about
Aquaman,
Aquaman 2? She was in that.
what should her opportunity, what would you have expected following the release of Aquaman, December 2018, up to what's going on now?
I like to call Aquaman really, Amber Heard's Star is Born moment. It was that moment where not only was she a good actor, but she was now world renowned because she was in the most successful
Untrue.
film almost of all time, if not all time, and certainly for DC Comics. She was on the poster with the very handsome Jason Momoa, and they were this couple, and she was
She's picking
strong
at her
and
eyeball
beautiful, and
Wow,
it
he's
was
so
just
handsome.
this extraordinary
Strong
moment
and
for her
beautiful.
for her to
This
career to
woman
take
is
off.
biased.
Right? Her agents were excited, the producers were excited. Everybody just wanted to hit the ground running and let's do more. Let's do more work.
Except the
Yeah,
director
everyone's
didn't
favorite
know
What if
character.
anything happened to Amber's
We didn't
participation
even
in
remember her in
Aquaman
this
2?
movie.
So for a moment in time in February 2021, there were conversations that Amber's, I'm going to be technical with you, her option for employment was not going to be exercised. So they may not have hired her again, even though she had a contract for it. There was some question as to whether she was going to be hired again on Aquaman 2.
All right. And did ultimately then she still get hired for Aquaman 2?
She did. Her management team fought very hard and they ultimately ended up hiring her, but also not only because of what her management team did, but Jason Momoa, the star, and James Wan, the director, committed to her in an email saying, if we are involved in this movie, you will
Objection, no foundation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Don't
objection.
say
Hearsay.
what
Hated,
the
I
email
love
said,
this
just
comment.
summarize it or
They're
describe
trying to sell this
it.
trollop like she
I'm
was the
sorry, I'm
next
just trying to
Meryl
understand this
Streep.
world.
So wait, if everybody's arguing for
management
her to
team
be in the
worked
movie, I
hard,
guess there's no
And
damages.
Jason Momoa and the
Yeah, right.
director were adamant that she was in the film.
Objection, hearsay.
Worked hard
I think
to be in the
that's,
film.
Now
Your
they're
Honor, she has to be
testifying
able to
about
say
what
that.
Jason
Well,
Momoa
sustain as
said.
to hearsay. Next
Right.
question.
Yeah,
So
sustained. Stop
what,
it.
if any, assurances did Mr. Momoa and Mr. Wan give Amber that she
What
would
if
be in
any?
Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Get wrecked, Elaine.
What, if any, are you aware of any chemistry issues between Amber and Jason Momoa from Aquaman?
According to the fact that they did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Jason Momoa in order for her to be hired, that is a good indication that they thought the two of them
Okay,
had
now
good chemistry.
DC says they have
Obviously,
no
when you look at the
chemistry.
movie, they have good
Screen
chemistry, and the poster, they have good chemistry. So I think
The
it's
poster,
learned
they
is
have
that they had good chemistry.
The poster?
I will,
And what,
I will
if
do that, Elaine.
anything, would also suggest, with respect to Aquaman 2, that Jason Momoa believed they had good chemistry?
He
Don't
wanted her in
speak
the
for
movie.
them.
Okay.
Objection,
I think,
hearsay.
I think she has to be able to rely on it.
Sustained. I'll strike it from the record.
Strike it. Ooh, he didn't even ask for a move to strike, did he?
In your review of all of the record evidence, what, if anything, did you
What, if any?
see in
Drink.
writing anywhere that there was ever any chemistry or creative issue with Amber Heard and Jason Momoa from Aquaman 1?
There were no communications whatsoever that there was no chemistry between the two.
And what, if anything, did you, in all the record evidence, did you see that
What, if
the
anything?
producer or Jason Momoa did not want Amber Heard in Aquaman 2?
Elaine, put
I did
another
not see any
comment
evidence
so
of
I
that.
can see you and make you a mod. I can't see
In fact, the
you.
opposite, correct?
Correct,
Comment
again.
again.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what, if any, leverage did Amber Heard have to renegotiate her salary under the circumstances of the discussions you were talking about with not exercising her option?
She had zero leverage. She was fighting for her life to stay in the film.
Now, is it typical for an actor to be able to negotiate an increase in their salary after a successful franchise?
So you may know this already, and so I apologize if you've heard it before. I don't know what's been brought to your attention, but in a franchise such as a potential franchise as Justice League and Aquaman, the customs and practice is that the studio will make an agreement with the actor that incorporates potential future films. So if Justice League does well, they want to know what they're going to pay the actor for the next one and the next one and the next one. And in those successive terms in the contract, the fee for that actor customarily goes up. It can go up by 10%, 20%, 100%. You could double, what have you. And in the case, as Ms. Kovacevic stated in her testimony, that in a successful franchise, that a movie that's made $1 billion, the actors' agents will go back and try to renegotiate that upcoming price tag. So if it was going to be X, they might want it to be 2X or 3X. And that's very standard in the industry to renegotiate your contracts when there's many films in one single contract that each have their own price points.
What if any other actors in Aquaman 1 were able to renegotiate their contracts?
What if any?
Jason Momoa
Oh,
renegotiated
crap.
his contract very significantly from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2.
Do you know
Obviously, he was a
roughly how
lead.
much more?
It went up from the,
What if any
you know,
liver
let's
problems
somewhere
did
between
you
3
get
and
from
4
live
million
streaming
to
the Depp
15
trial?
million.
For real though.
Did Amber have a contract for Aquaman 1?
Yes.
How much was she paid for Aquaman 1?
No,
Aquaman
they should
1,
have
she was paid
been
$2 million.
And and did that same contract provide for if she was in Aquaman 2?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Aquaman 1, I believe she got $1 million. Aquaman 2, she was supposed to get $2 million. I apologize. The numbers, there were a lot of numbers in that one contract. So Aquaman 1, it was $1 million. Aquaman 2, it was going to be $2 million.
All right. Now, based on your experience and knowledge in the industry, how much would Amber Heard have been able to negotiate her contract but for the Depp Waldman statements? For Aquaman 2, I'm asking.
Right. Well, as you can see from Mr. Momoa's contract, that went up exponentially, up to $15 million. Ms. Heard, I don't know if she would have gotten $15 million for the movie, but she certainly could have increased it by $1 or $2 million or even doubled it. So if it was 2, it could have been 4 or even 5 or 6, depending on the enthusiasm if it had just rolled from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2 without any of this negativity that was created by the Depp Waldman statements.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's role in Aquaman 2 after the Depp Waldman statements?
It was diminished.
Now, why would Amber have been featured more prominently in Aquaman 2?
Objection, no foundation.
If only a foundation.
Okay. What
Oh,
usually
what if any?
determines?
What if any?
Are you
John, I
able
know you.
to speak
personally, but I know
to
you.
whether Amber should
Hi.
have been
You
or
should.
would have
Everybody
been more
knows John Della
prominently
Rose.
featured in Aquaman 2?
Well, a couple things.
James
I
Steve
am trying to get your
Ford
foundation.
Excellent
Are you able to
science
speak for
fiction
that?
author. He's
Yes.
working on
Okay.
a new graphic
And
novel.
Please tell the basis of that. And
I'm going
then
to drop
your
that
opinion.
Kickstarter in the
So there's
comments
two
for you
things.
guys.
When two actors do well in a romantic
Thanks, it
relationship,
launches tomorrow and it's better
you
than
know,
Aquaman.
they get married or
I'm
they're going to have
sure
a
it is.
baby, you know, you want to follow that through because
Don't
part
insult
of what
yourself like that.
did
That's a
well
low
in
bar.
Aquaman was not only the action sequences, but to have
We
a
support
strong
creators
female
here.
character having a relationship with a strong male character, it's
think
very
we missed a
empowering,
what if any.
right? So that was working for them in the first place. The poster of Aquaman that went around the world
Oh, she loves this
was
poster. She's
one of the
really
main
into the
posters
poster.
was
Yes.
of the two of them together standing proud and strong, right?
What's
Being
with the
that
proud
couple.
and strong?
And so
Shut up.
naturally,
You're
as
with me.
you go and develop scripts in the industry, you want to follow on the things that are working. And according to Ms. Heard, when she read the first script for Aquaman 2, she had a strong romantic arc for the entire film. And then she also got to do some great action sequences at the end of that storyline in that script.
But then
So
they
she was
realized that she's a really
featured
shitty
predominantly
actress
throughout the
with
script
no
of Aquaman
chemistry.
2 when she first read it.
All right, and then what happened?
Well, she didn't hear anything, so she wasn't getting the scripts when her colleagues were getting the scripts. She heard that through her agents. And then when she got the script, it was pared down from the first script dramatically. They had her in the hospital very shortly in the first part of the movie called Act 1. They had her in the hospital, and they pretty much had her in the hospital, and then she was going to do this action sequence in the end. She trained 5 hours a day for several months with a trainer to do this big action sequence. And then when she got to set, two things happened. One, the costume designer said, "I don't know what happened to your role. It got diminished." And
Objection
two-
hearsay.
Who gives a
Just
shit with the
saying.
costume
Go
designer?
ahead with the second
Okay.
one.
And
That's
more
Hey, let her
importantly,
get
though,
that out to the
this big
jury. I
action
don't
sequence
understand
that
why
she
they
was
do
going to
this.
do at the end of the movie, in the third act,
Should have
was
got
cut
that
out,
objection in sooner.
and they took it away from her. So it was radically reduced from what it was in the script and what she even trained for while she was preparing for
They're
the
not going to
movie.
give her fight
And
scenes. when
what
she's
if
an
any changes
abuser.
are made to the storyline?
Maybe.
I haven't seen the movie yet
Okay.
specifically, so I can't really speak to that yet.
All
Yeah,
right,
if you
and when
don't
you say she
know.
was in the hospital, what do you mean by, was she injured in the first scene?
I believe that in the first act of the movie, she was injured somehow or has something to do with the baby. I don't know exactly.
I
I'm
think
just
we
going
missed a
with what
drink.
Ms. Heard told me about was that she ends up in the hospital early in this new Aquaman 2 movie and doesn't really come out till the end, kind of wrap things up. But all of the interactions with
We're drinking every time Elaine says, what if any?
Certainly the action scenes were taken out.
And believe me, it's a lot.
How has Amber typically been involved in promotions for her films?
As we talked about earlier, actively involved in the press and the promotion, whether that was on the press junkets, what we call when they
High as
tour the
hell.
world and the actors tour together and
And we can
answer
prove
questions
that.
from
We
the
have
press
video.
at various screenings and film festivals. And then also she was, on the cover of magazines, usually after her movies, especially after Justice League.
And how was the promotion of Aquaman 2 affected by the Depp Waldman statements?
Amber has not been involved in
Hasn't.
any of the promotion that's been done to date, or very little, particularly in a teasers that I've seen, we call, short little films about the making of and so forth. She's not featured in them. And also very specifically, there was a big event that Warner Brothers put on during the fandom. I think it's a DC fandom event, which is a big kind of like Comic-Con style event. And they invited all of the actors, or the majority
those
of the
events that
actors that
John
had
De La
strong
Rose is
roles in
banned
film to
from.
participate, both in the posters and the
nonsense,
artwork, and
man.
also
So
participate
angry.
at DC fandom. And Ms.
Yes.
Heard was not invited to either be in the poster or be at the event. And in fact, they told her she cannot come.
I have more to tell you on that
Now,
later, Megan. I'll
can
I'll
this
call you
hurt
later.
Amber's career,
Sure.
not being allowed to be in any of the promotional materials?
Absolutely. It means that nobody knows about her. She doesn't have the same part in the film. It's not going to take her on to her next movie. She's not being associated with the tremendous amount of promotion that's going to be made for this, movie that everybody's looking forward to see. So
She's
she's
not in
not a
it.
part of it because of this negative campaign.
How have the Depp Waldman statements affected any other films or TV project promotions for Amber?
So prior to the defamatory statements, but either around after or around the time that Aquaman 1 came out, she was in the
What if
TV
any?
show called The Stand. It was
Oh,
based on a
no.
Stephen King novel. So big book,
Oh, what if any?
going to be a big TV show. And
No, it's
again,
not.
Ms. Heard didn't do any press or promotion for that for the same reasons.
And what, if any, plans were there to have Amber Heard on the cover of LA Style relating to Stand before the Depp Waldman statements?
What if any?
Right. So Ms. Heard was in, and they had done an article about her participation in this TV show, The Stand, the Stephen King novel related TV show. And they were going to give her the cover picture and cover story. And they took that away. I don't know if the article existed, but they certainly took away the cover picture and the cover story.
How does
How
this
have the
add up
Depp
to
Waldman
$100
statements
million
affected press requests for
exactly?
Amber?
I still haven't heard any
There
money
aren't any.
numbers. Oh, another.
So yes, they affected it because there used to be a lot of press requests and now there aren't any.
Crap, I'm gonna have to get another beer.
Has Amber Heard obtained any roles since the Depp Waldman statement?
Again, for many years, no, for a good period of time, or a year and a half, 2 years, until she got this small movie called Into the Fire.
Has Amber obtained any studio movie roles since the Depp Waldman statements?
No.
How, if at all, have Amber's philanthropic opportunities been
How if
affected
at
by
all? We
Depp
don't have to
Waldman
drink on
statements?
how if at all. We're good.
Again, she had some passion
Only what
projects.
if
She was
any?
invited to do some charity work, and
How
she also
if
had
at
her
all?
own
That's
passion
a
projects that she,
new
loved and wanted to be involved with and even travel for. But they decided
The
it
chat
wasn't
is
going to be a good
lying. She
idea
said,
because every
how
time
if
she appears
all- if at
anywhere,
all?
the social media
I heard it. I
negativity
believe you.
campaign starts up again. So
The
she
chat's
hasn't been
trying to
able to
get
do
us
any
super
charity work.
What is an
course.
endorsement?
So an endorsement is when an actor associates themselves with a product, either for print promotion or commercials, like Jennifer Aniston doing the water, or Matthew McConaughey doing the car commercial. That's a product
We're
endorsement.
not sure
He's
what
paid
happened to
to say
Gadfly.
that
He
the
might have
product is
passed
good
out.
and be associated with the product.
How important are those endorsements to the actors in the entertainment
Too many shots?
industry?
Well, very, very important on two levels.
He's drinking
One,
some kind of light
they
beer, though.
bring
There's
a
no
good
way
amount of
he's
income
drunk
to
yet.
them when they're
He's
not
only
shooting
at number
movies, so it's a
3.
good way
It's
to
like
make money in
Coors or
between
something.
film roles. And then also, it shows the studios and the production executives and the financiers that the actor is relevant in the community because they're being associated with the product. So if it's a well-known product, that's really great. If it's a medium product, that's great, and so forth and so on. So you want to be, if you can, and if that's something that you like to do, not everybody does, but if they like to do that, then they can get a lot of value out of those product endorsements because then the studios see that there's a connection with the consumer, not just on the film, but also with product.
Did Amber have any endorsement activities prior to the publication of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Yes.
Please explain.
So Amber was hired by L'Oreal to be a product and endorse their product, the makeup line. And she had a $1.5 million contract for 2 years. And they were able to work. They had 20 days of her work. You know, they had the right to work with her for 20 days. And she started the work. And then when the defamatory statements came out, they essentially put a pause on working with her. So they no longer brought her to photo shoots. They no longer had her do public events for the product. And basically said, we love you, but we can't work with you right now because it's just too much.
Objection hearsay.
All right.
They basically said, it's pretty funny.
Have the Depp-Waldman statements affected that
job,
deal
Depp
in any
attorneys.
way with L'Oreal?
Well, they put it on pause and haven't done any of the work. So she's not out there in the public eye related to the product.
that a
and
what if any?
They have decided to
Oh, did I-
continue working with her at
Very
some
much.
point. Once, as I said,
Every
this all
question she
quiets down,
asks
this
is,
trial
what
is
if
over,
any?
and hopefully the negative campaigns will stop. So they extended her contract, but they did not pay her for that extension.
And has Amber been hired for any other endorsement deals since the Depp-Waldman statements?
No.
Now, did you assess Amber's losses as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Yes.
What did you do to assess those?
Well, first of all, I looked at Amber's career directly. So I wanted to see, you know, as I said earlier, she worked consistently and then she was on this kind of very large upswing with the big movies, Justice League and Aquaman and all of that, and The Stand with the Stephen King project. And then it stopped, right? So her work stopped. And then I looked at other actors that kind of grew up at the same time frame, grew up meaning they started their career and had the same time frame to start going from the smaller projects to the well-known director projects to the big movie projects.
We're never
And I
gonna
looked
like
at those
her, the
actors and I
chat.
then saw after they had their Stars Born moment, if you will, I wanted
Is
to
there
see
any
where their
indication as to
careers
how this is
went.
going overall?
So I looked at several actors to see, including
The
Jason
public
Momoa,
sure
who's
thinks
their-
that she's
her co-star,
losing.
to see what happened in their careers
But I don't know what the
after
jury
such a
thinks.
successful
That
film.
doesn't
as
mean anything,
Aquaman,
though.
came out.
it doesn't.
And why did you use that method of analysis?
It's
How
a
many
very
what if it is
common
did I miss?
methodology in the entertainment industry to work
At
with what we
least
call
3.
comps. I think Ms. Kovacevic even used that word comp. So you know, with films, you try to find comparable films. With actors, you look to see comparable actors. So you can kind of, it's not a distinct actual, this is going to happen, but this is the probability with a reasonable certainty that with the right management team that she had and her acting ability and her looks and the press that she was getting and should have continued to get, that her career would have been similar to these other actors.
Have you used that method in other cases in which you've been an expert on damages?
Yes, I have.
Who did you select as comparable actors for your comparison?
Well, I wanted to look at actors that were in superhero films that had done really well at the box office. So I looked at Jason Momoa, her co-star. I looked at Gal Gadot, who was is in Wonder Woman. I looked at Anna
Her
de
role is not
Armas,
comparable to
who
Wonder
was
Woman.
in
Yeah, no.
Not at all.
Blade
She
Runner?
is
Thank
not
you, Blade Runner.
comparable to any of
I
these
looked
people.
at Zendaya, who was in Spider-Man, and I looked at Chris Pine, who was in Star
What?
Trek, and also
Pine?
Zendaya?
you know, similar age
He's an
range.
A-list
All
actor.
attractive actors, all with good acting skills, all able to do
Oh,
stunts. So I was,
no,
it's
no,
not, there are
no,
not
no.
that many actors
Zendaya
to
is
look at
so
and do
much better than
superhero
him.
characters. So
And
it was a small
comparing
pool
her
to
to
work
Gal
from, but I took a
Gadot?
wide range
Gal
from
Gadot?
those actors, both men and women,
No.
to see what could potentially happen to Miss Heard's career.
Do you consider all of them to be identical for purposes of measurement?
Well, absolutely not. I mean, no two actors are identical. You can only
She's
look at
not
that
even in
within
the
a range of
town
characteristics
as Gal
and
Gadot.
work history,
She's not in the
management
same
team, and so forth.
country.
And we've heard
As
from
Gal
Mr.
Gadot.
Banya. Did you review Mr. Banya's Q-score analysis regarding the comparables you used?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, opinions have you formed in reviewing Mr. Banya's analysis regarding the comparables you selected?
So Mr. Banya looked at calendar years to assess, so what happened in December of, 2017 or 18 or 19, what happened in June, what happened in a very specific time frame, which works on some statistical analysis. But when you're talking about actors and their relationships to Q scores are related to the actor's viability in the consumer's mind, if you will, how well known or how much they're coming up in conversation. And so Mr. Banya did not look at time periods of the actors that I compared them with to the film when it came out. So like right after the success of their big film, what was their Q score? But moreover, he just looked at them in a year range. So
I missed a what if
it
any.
doesn't coincide from actor to actor just because you look at it over time. You have to look at it specifically after each of those individuals' box office success with a particular film. You look at the Q score high or low during that, and then you look at how
Again,
low it
every
drops.
time they bring up
Say
Q
a couple months
scores,
afterwards,
the
and then
jury
if it comes
is
back up,
sleeping.
if they have another
Every
film
time.
or another event
Guaranteed.
that brings them into the limelight
They
again.
should really stop
So
doing that.
it's not about time, it's related to a specific
Jury
activity
does
or
not
event,
care.
and he did not do that.
Okay. What did your comparison show in terms of films that those actors had been in since their breakout roles? I'm talking about the comparables.
In terms of their, I'm not quite sure I understand.
Well, what happened with these other actors after they had their
Unrelated to Q scores.
Right.
Oh, okay, sorry. So all those actors' careers, the ones I mentioned, they all either were a steady rise or even a meteoric rise in terms of where their
they're
career
better
went after
actors.
their Star is Born moment. Then they got some other good
Star
films,
is
and maybe they got
Born
another
moment.
film that performed extremely well. So
I
it
think
was a
I had
range,
my
but
Star
they
is
all
Born
were on
moment
an
on
upward
Ricada Law,
trajectory without a
personally.
doubt.
And what
Yeah,
does
that's
this mean
always a
for
good
Amber?
spot to be.
With a reason, I mean, the
That's
way that
pretty A-list.
the kind of industry
pretty
works
A-list
is
on
usually,
YouTube
unless
anyway.
there is a force majeure or some really negative event, her career should have followed that same upward swing in about the same time frame, give or take 6 months to a year. But it would be very reasonable to believe that her
No, it would
career
not
would have
be.
been on an upward trajectory within the range of those other actors.
What, if any, comparisons did you make respecting endorsement deals of these actors with Amber?
Again, all those actors that we've talked about all did
All those actors that are way
multiple
better than
endorsement
Amber
deals
Heard,
after
that
their
aren't
big
comparable at
movies
all?
or after their big series of movies. Jason Momoa is
That are
on,
huge
Rocket
box office
Mortgage and
draws,
Harley
unlike
Davidson,
Amber
as
Heard,
well
that no
as
one even
5 or
remembers.
6 other companies. Zendaya is Lancome and fashion
Zendaya's
and
been in
water
nothing
and
but
jewelry and
hits.
Gal
People
Gadot
are
and Chris
crazy.
Pine and
These are
Ana
crazy
de Armas.
comparisons.
They've all done
Crazy.
either a couple or many, and all of them have associated with a large brand.
We missed a
Unlike
what if
Amber, who
any.
hasn't even been able to work
I
on
drank.
the
I don't
one
miss
contract
nothing.
that she
Or at
had.
least that's
She's
what the
certainly
chat
getting
says. They
others.
could be lying.
So what did your
don't
analysis
know.
show with respect to Amber Heard's
I need another
losses,
beer.
but for the Depp Waldman statements?
They were significant if we follow the trajectory of her, colleagues.
Well, let's start with at Aquaman 2. What would she have realized there?
Well, as I stated earlier, so from Aquaman 1 to 2, it went from $1 million to $2 million, right? So that was a pre-written contract. It doubled. So the agents were very excited after the success of Aquaman to go and negotiate a much higher fee like they did for Jason Momoa. They weren't able to do that. So in that instance alone, it was more than likely a $2 million loss just from that movie alone.
How do you
to
know
four,
that?
you had said before.
It could have been 4, it could have been 6.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. What about other films?
So once as Amber's agent, Ms. Kovacevic, I was doing okay. Ms. Kovacevic said that once you get that quote of the $2 million from Aquaman 2, that kind of was like the baseline for any other movie she would have done. So any other studio movie would have started from there, and depending on the success of Aquaman and how much press she did. Maybe she worked on another great director, independent film, whatever. That $2 million for a studio film and had it jump to $4 million with the renegotiation, that then would have been the basis. So any future studio film that she would have done, any big budget film, would have been the basis at $4 million, and then most likely have gone up from there if she was able to get others, which she should have, just like the other actors.
Let's talk about TV for a minute.
All
What were
wrong.
those losses?
ASMR portion of your show
On the
has
Stand,
begun.
which was, about the same time as Aquaman, but got
I love the can
press and the
opening.
promotion got cut off because
Much
of
better
the
than this
defamatory statements in
nonsense.
the campaign. She got paid $200,000 an episode on The Stand. So on a TV series of 9 episodes, it's $1.8 million. So if she had, again,
She wasn't
done
in all
other
9.
TV shows, it's very likely that whether she worked with a streamer or with one of the networks, that fee would have gone up from there. Her agents would have been able to use the leverage of the success of Aquaman 2 to put her, if she had done another television show, given rise to even a higher episodic fee. Some actors go up to $1 million an episode. Jason Momoa is in his TV show got $1 million. So there's an
of
exponential
Thrones.
range of where she could have gone.
More expensive show.
What about endorsements?
Same thing, all the other actors were doing over the course of
This
a
would
couple
mean that the
years
jury
period,
would have to believe-
anywhere from
Or would have to have
5,
known
6,
who
7
she was before
other
this trial,
endorsement
and I bet they
deals.
didn't.
And Ms. Heard
She was only in 7 out of
realistically
9.
should
for
have
The
gotten
Stand.
endorsement deals
Like,
and
just
other
basically
categories.
lied.
L'Oreal is makeup, so probably not in makeup, but maybe water or clothing or jewelry or wellness, or it could have been anything else. And so she too should have, with a reasonable degree of certainty, gotten other contract deals based on the success of the films that she's been associated with and the TV shows she's been
And what
associated
would
with.
that have
Isn't she too
translated
old
into?
to be
in
on a
terms of
meteoric
So in terms of
rise?
dollars, okay, so if it was $1.5 million for L'Oreal for a 2-year contract, and let's give her 4 other $1.5 or $2 million deals, which all those other actors, especially the ladies, have gotten, then you're looking at an additional $8 million of income over time. I'm not saying this is in one period. We're looking at as far back as the defamatory statements of 2020 to now, which is almost 2
Alleged
years. And again, as I said
defamatory,
earlier,
alleged.
even when this is quiet, it will take 3 to
I hate
5
this. I'm
years
so annoyed.
for her to rehabilitate her
I
career
know, I
if
really
she
don't
can.
like this witness. I
So
think
we
she's
have to
very
look at it
biased.
as a period of a minimum
But
of
again,
5
she's a paid
years.
expert.
So when I say
Stephanie said they
$8
call him
million
paid
for
horse.
endorsement contracts, it would have been over
They'll
time.
say whatever you pay him to say.
What if any losses relating to production or film activities?
Well, again, these other actors that we looked at, and there's a wide range of them. Some of them did bigger films and some of them did gigantic films. But
Way bigger films than
it
her.
is very
Way.
reasonable to assume that once you are in an
Wonder Woman?
Aquaman style
Come
film,
on.
you'll either continue to do those,
Come
right?
on.
Some of these franchises, as we know, go 4, 5, 6 films, or she would probably have been in another studio film that had nothing to do with Aquaman. But again, so over the course of 5 years, it's very reasonable to consider that
Oh,
she
she
would have
said
been
what,
in
if
at least
any?
one
Okay.
film a year at a minimum of $4 million, because that's what her precedent would have been had she renegotiated. And it's important to note that in her Justice League contract, if there is a Aquaman 3, her price is set at $4 million. So it's very reasonable to assume and to believe that if she did a film a year for 5
Reasonable
years,
to
at
assume.
a
That's
minimum
what
of
we're
$4
going
million
on
a
now?
year without any negotiation, which
God's
probably would have
sake.
happened. But let's just say that baseline, that would
So
be
wrong.
another $20 million over that time frame.
Aquaman.
What, if any, opinions do you have about Amber Heard's
What, if
earning
any?
power over
What
time?
if any? Drink.
That it would continue to rise. It's customary in the industry, as I've talked about earlier, that the negotiations, especially with her agents at William Morris, her fees would have gone higher. So I'm just using the baseline without any ability to foresee in the future that
is
I already know
completely
she got
dependent on
negotiated for
whether or
$4 million
not she
from
could
Aquaman
improve
3.
her acting,
So if we use that as a
which I don't
baseline
think she can.
minimum, but it very well would have gone up had her agents done the work that they wanted to do.
So combining all of these opinions and calculations that you've had, what, if any, range are the losses you are estimating for Amber Heard, but for the Depp
What, if
Baldwin
any?
statements?
Right, so again, it's really important that I looked at, and hopefully you understand this, that it's over time, right? So let's just say a minimum of 5 years that we're going to talk about these losses, and it could be more, but at minimum, if you look at the film, the television, and the endorsement contracts, it's very likely that Ms. Heard should have earned between $45 and $50 million over that time period.
I don't believe it.
Are all your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty?
No.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. Do not do any outside
Thank
research. Do not
God.
discuss this case with anybody.
May I sit down?
Yeah, you can step down. That's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's all right. I appreciate it, ma'am. Go ahead.
All right.
I'm gonna
All right,
cry.
all right. Let
I'm
me get this
literally
Do
out.
you mind
going
recording
to
still
cry.
in session, please?
Let me get this out of the stream.
Camille's
Our
eyes.
witness droned monotone forever. Thought it would
Let me at
never
least
end.
just kill the volume. We don't need that.
I'm going to let everybody else talk, but before I do that, John, I appreciate what you do for your words on the board game industry. I'm in agreement with you, and it's great to have
thanks.
a counter argument to all the nonsense. So thank
Yeah,
you.
it always surprises me that nobody covers matters in board games and science fiction and things like that. It's like movies get a lot of attention. Obviously, that's why we're watching the Johnny Depp trial. But all these movies stem from these smaller sort of properties and IPs that people are developing. And if we want to change the culture to be something a little more sane, we have to start where the culture starts. And that's what I've been trying to do across the board for the past 5 years.
Yeah, it's great because I think that, I understand the reaction. If you see a bunch of board games behind me, you're probably making assumptions of the type of person I would be immediately because I've been
Trying
to
to see which ones you got behind you right now. I'm
I got
zooming in.
This is only one shelf, all right? I'm a big
Okay.
fan.
This is Small World. I see. Is that Monsters and Meeples or not Monsters and Meeples? What's the other game? Similar.
Yeah, Terror and
Terror in Meeple City. That's right.
I still call it Rampage because it was called Rampage
Yes,
originally.
it
But
was
yeah,
a great game.
yeah.
And
And I got
can't
side. I
see
got
all the
other
other
ones stuff.
That's
I'll
right.
move out of the way.
Oh man,
but I'll let everyone speak
What?
about the case.
No problem. Add me on Facebook or something. We'll chat.
For sure.
No, and I stuck your Kickstarter in the chat again. John Delarose, he didn't get a proper introduction because he came in here while we were watching the trial. But John Delarose is one of my best friends. But beyond that, he's also an incredible author and creator of comic books, graphic novels, science fiction novels. My daughter says hi, by the way. She loves you. She heard me introduce you, and she was like, "Woo, is he on the stream? Tell him I said hello."
Oh, hi,
He is
Veronica.
her
Oh, I shouldn't say her
favorite.
name.
It's all right. He's her favorite artist, and she is 16 years old. So if you have kids in your sphere who want to be entertained and not preached at about woke bullshit, John Delarose is the guy to go to. He's on. You can find his work on Amazon, and I'm so grateful for creators like him because we need more like him that are just interested in fun and not woke bullshit like we've been talking about on this stream quite a lot. We're tired of the wokeism. So
Yeah, I loved your book, Believe Evidence. It's really interesting that we're in this position with Amber Heard right now, Megan.
Yeah, right.
You were calling this a couple of years ago when they were doing the Believe All Women thing, that it was going to get to this level of absurdity. And yeah, we do need to believe evidence and not just somebody because of their gender or their race. Our society's gone way off the rails, and I hope justice gets done here.
So thank you for the super chat, Tracy. She says it wasn't what Waldman said that hurt Amber's career. It was the fact that everyone found out how abusive Amber really is. Didn't need Waldman for that. Justice for Johnny. This testimony by this witness is unbelievable. How do you compare Amber Heard to Gal Gadot? How?
I'll go on record and say Gal Gadot is a bad actress, and I don't like her as an actress.
Wow.
She seems like a nice person.
I like her.
That's a hot take.
I think that Wonder Woman is a garbage movie, and I think the second one's even
I
worse.
loved it. Are you kidding?
Oh.
Yep, I think it sucks. I think it totally sucks, and I think
Well,
Chris
you're
Pine's the
allowed
only
to
thing
have
good
it.
about it.
You guys have now found where Gadfly and I part ways. This is it. This
Oh,
is
for
it.
sure. Well, see,
Everyone's like, you guys just agree on everything.
yeah.
Not this.
on an overall point, like we would disagree on a lot of stuff. We would disagree a lot of things politically. I'm sure me and John would disagree on a lot of things, but it's like, but I appreciate having a counterculture to like nonsense that happens in certain industries. And I think it's really bad for everyone to get in a loop of saying that there's only one side that can speak about stuff. And I just disagree with that entirely.
Yeah, totally.
For me, it's like I always have a lot of people on my streams and all over the map. Sometimes they're on the left, sometimes they're on the right, sometimes they're all over. I've got a really good transgender friend who comes on regularly, and it's like we don't have to agree on everything, but like there's something fun that you'll have to be able to talk about. I value intelligence, I don't value somebody's policy choices, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely agree. But I will agree with you, Megan, on the fact of Zendaya, because that's just crazy. Come on now. Zendaya, the co-star of Spider-Man.
And Chris Pine? She brought up Chris Pine? Chris Pine's a superstar. He's an A-list actor.
They did it because he's the love interest, but that just doesn't correlate. The guy starred in Star Trek movies as Captain Kirk. I mean, come on.
Yeah, the star before him.
I mean, what this Star is Born moment thing they're talking about, I mean, Chris Pine, you cannot compare Chris Pine. You just cannot. He has so much presence on screen.
Yeah.
Amber Heard doesn't have any presence on screen. She's so unmemorable. I could watch, and I did watch a movie with her like 2 nights ago, and I cannot recall her in it. And
Yeah,
it's
just
not
looked up
because
Heard.
I don't like her. I'm trying honestly to think, like, what did she do in that movie? Like, I can't remember.
Heard's 36. So she's, that's the tail end of aging out of starlet roles in Hollywood. So there's no Star is Born moment. I mean, she might be able to have some sort of comeback at this point, but again, she's not big enough to really even have that comeback moment at 36. So
What is this? Get
I
this
don't
off
see
my
it going.
I'm trying to block this spammer. I'm sorry, and I accidentally put it on the screen. Don't you hate it when that happens? I've got a couple.
This is
of
normal. YouTube's been hit by a bunch of spam bots lately,
Gosh,
so
darn
there's
it.
something going on.
The spam is out of control, and I'm trying. And when I go to hit the block button, sometimes it throws it up on the screen. Sorry, but yeah, this whole thing. I don't like this testimony, and I think this expert witness, by the way, does seem like she's very biased. I mean, how do you say that Johnny Depp is on a downswing when he's still in Pirates, which is the biggest franchise ever? He is Pirates of the Caribbean. There will be no Pirates of the Caribbean without him. I do not believe that any movie made in that franchise without him will do any good. None of us will go. And to say that he was on the downswing because of his behavior, I think is crazy. I think it's crazy.
Yeah. I'm sad John had to go because I wanted to give him more praise. But anyway,
did he just? He got a call. He had to take a call. He had to go, and then he has his live stream in the next couple of minutes. So, but we love John Delarose. We're glad that he's in the world making good content and also speaking the truth all the time.
What a small world too. That's crazy that you know him because he's the only board game personality that I know of that speaks counter to the mainstream of board game culture. It's very liberal.
What about John? He's team balls, by the way. Big brass ones. He doesn't care and he's been canceled a million times, kept out of Worldcon, and he sued and won. He sued Worldcon for banning him from it, and he won. He won. And the idea that the reason they banned him from Worldcon was so baloney. It was a great case. It was just great to watch, and I followed it. I met John years ago through a conservative libertarian fiction alliance group that I'm a part of, and they let me be a part of it even though I don't write fiction, although I'm working on one. But I write nonfiction, obviously. But I met him years ago doing that, and then I covered Comicsgate, so we were working together very closely during Comicsgate, and I've been following him, and we've just been real good friends ever since. And I just love him, and I love what he's doing, and you guys should check out his YouTube channel. I'll drop his YouTube channel in the chat for you. So tell me, Gadfly, what do you think about? You had more to say about the DC versus. We have 8 minutes for you to get this out. I think.
Oh Lord. Okay, I'll try to do it fast because my even my mother was texting me because she has some experience with Hollywood as well, and she was like, what is happening right now? I'll clarify that even though I don't personally like Gal Gadot as an actress, she is obviously a bigger draw than Amber Heard is. She
Way
stars
bigger.
in multiple movies after Wonder Woman and everything. She's clearly a household name in a lot of sense, and Amber Heard is certainly not. I would say the same for Zendaya. Anything Zendaya does is pretty successful, even if she's not the lead. But she also had her own HBO show that people love. People love Euphoria. I think it's a fantastic show. People love Zendaya. She's great. So I wouldn't choose anyone to replace her in Wonder Woman. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I don't personally like her. But either way, this testimony the whole time has been so mischaracterized that I couldn't help but be extremely annoyed. First of all, speaking of Zendaya, you're going to compare Amber Heard, who plays a love interest in one film, compare that to Zendaya, who's played a love interest in 3 films, and the third one made $1.9 billion, and it wasn't even released in China. You're a psycho.
And how old is she? Isn't she far younger?
Way younger, absolutely.
Isn't she like in her 20s?
Yeah, I'll check how old she is. But
Yeah.
either way, Zendaya also... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Amber's not going to have a long career as a superhero sex object at 36. She just isn't. She's already on the downswing as far as her looks are concerned. And this is Hollywood we're talking about. She isn't. Maybe if she was 19 years old or something when this was happening, yeah. But at 36, but even so, I still would say no, because her acting skills are very, very poor.
No, I agree. Yeah, and so they talked about Pirates 5, right?
Yeah.
And they were using it as an argument of like how the series was going down and everything, which I'll say it's certainly, I mean, making less money than the previous one is not what any company wants, but they're focused on the profit. They're focused on the income they get from releasing the movies. But either way, Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Men Tell No Tales, $230 million budget. Worldwide, it made $794 million. Justice League, $300 million budget. Worldwide, it made $657 million, and that was the first one Amber Heard was in. There was a problem with DC.
I don't even remember her in
this.
that. I don't remember her in that at all.
Super small part. I mean, Aquaman himself is a small part in Justice League, and she's a smaller part than that.
Yeah.
But it's like, for you to say that these are comparable, or that, but Pirates did better than that movie did. So it doesn't even make sense what they're saying. And Justice League is considered a failure. So what are you talking about?
Right.
You're like,
Justice League was not a very popular movie.
These are two entirely different things.
Yeah.
But that's
Batman
not
v Superman. No, it's not, because Batman v Superman was...
No. What I'm saying is the expert is not testifying about that as the comparable. She's not talking about the films themselves and how successful they are. She's talking about how the actor becomes more successful.
Yes, but she's testifying in one case saying Johnny Depp was on the decline because Pirates 5 made less money than Pirates 4, but then also saying Amber was on the rise because Justice League did well. But Justice League did way less well than Pirates 5 did.
Yeah, Pirates 5 did better than Justice League. So you can't make that comparison. And so it actually impeaches her testimony. It shows you her bias, because if she's not looking at the numbers and not comparing and saying that Johnny somehow, didn't lose as much or was on the downswing anyway, but Amber's on this meteoric rise and his movie did better than hers. Yeah, no, this doesn't make sense.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if they do that on Cross.
Yeah, because I also want to say none of these movies are Amber's movie. They're not. She's not.
Yeah.
She's not Justice
supporting
League.
Role, if that.
She's not Aquaman. Like, this is like, these movies are literally named like against you.
But Pirates is Johnny's movie. Pirates is Johnny. You cannot make an argument that it's anything else but Johnny's movie. He wrote the script. He writes his own lines. He created the character. They didn't even want that character that he created. They made some other character, and he was like, no, I don't like this. Here's how it should be done. And they did it because the people loved it. And they didn't even want that. It's all him. It's all him.
I think it's worth pointing out, too, that DC has had its own number of problems that have nothing to do with Amber Heard or anybody else. Like they scheduled for, well, didn't schedule, I guess is not the right word, but they planned for Batman v Superman to make $1 billion, and they had already spent that money on other movies before that movie came out. It did not make $1 billion, which is why that movie is considered a failure, even though it technically made money based on the budget. And so there's a lot of different things that go into like a superhero franchise than a single franchise of Pirates of the Caribbean. These are not the same things at all. And it's annoying me that she's equating them, and I don't like it. But
and it looks
also,
like Zendaya is 25, by the way. So yeah, she has a much longer career in front of her than a 36-year-old. That's a 10-year, 11-year difference.
Yeah, and that's a much broader criticism that she just kind of left off, which is the whole idea that the DC franchise isn't very believable.
I agree. It's not compare. I mean, it's like comparing like the Marvel franchise to like Transformers. So they're just not the same thing.
Yeah.
No,
So
it really isn't.
It's weird to do that. But also, Amber Heard clearly isn't
her
a draw.
job is just to assign numbers to the argument that Johnny's statements about Amber have harmed her career.
Yeah, but it's weird to do that and then say the first movie that Amber appeared in DC was technically a failure from Warner Brothers' perspective.
Right. But you see, the point being is that if the jury returns for Amber and doesn't return for Johnny, then that will be a factual determination that Johnny defamed Amber and therefore he did harm her career. And then her testimony will become relevant. But if the jury doesn't find that way, if the jury doesn't find that Johnny defamed Amber, then her testimony is worth about as much as a piece of used toilet paper.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
How does that work, by the way, Sean? So for instance, so the jury's going to go and have to make two decisions. They're going to have to decide on the suit and the countersuit. Does that happen at the same time? They make those decisions together?
Yeah. Yeah, but yes, but it's entirely possible they won't get to both questions. Right? Because if they determine that Amber defamed Johnny, right? Then most likely, I'd have to really think through this and do the analysis in my mind. Most likely, they won't even look at the issue about whether or not Johnny defamed Amber.
Yeah,
right?
I would think that. Yeah, they would just dismiss it completely. Right.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But if they did find that if they found she did not defame him, then they may put more weight on her counterclaim.
Yes. But you see,
I don't see this jury giving either one of them very much. I see them doing something like what my idea was, which is you find in favor of Johnny and you give him $1. You make her pay him $1. That way she can't appeal.
They won't do that.
They don't do it. They could though. There's
Probably
nothing
not.
stopping them from doing it.
Well, probably what would happen, and it'd be interesting if they'll be instructed on this. I don't know if they would. Is that would immediately cause a motion for additor, which means that what you're basically saying is the jury has.
Oh, we're back. Hold on, I gotta share this. I had to take it out of the stream because of the screwing with my camera, but we're back now.
Oh, it's cross. Let's go.
Finally.
When we get there, we need to talk about defamation per se.
Okay.
Yeah, I do want to hear what you have to say about that, Sean, because I am very curious.
Yeah. Is he talking? Because
I think you have the stream muted still.
Oh crap! Sorry.
May we approach?
Okay.
All right. Well, now we're approaching. We didn't even
Sidebar
get the
immediately.
Sidebar immediately.
I want to point out really quickly. Oh no, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh God.
Per se, defamation per se.
Oh no. I really think it's a problem that they're not bringing up the overseas market in this case, because the overseas market is what defined Aquaman. It was not domestically, and I feel like that's important when the article was released domestically, and that's what people read, and it made money vastly overseas, not domestically.
Right.
And I
That
feel like
does
that's
make a
important.
difference. I feel like it's important. Yes.
I mean, isn't the overseas market actually more valuable now than the American market for a lot of films?
It is, and that was what was so surprising about Spider-Man No Way Home, because they didn't release in China, at least initially, and they still made over $1 billion. And people were, unbelievable that would happen during what people were still considering like an ongoing pandemic. So, yeah, I don't know. This is really weird to not mention it.
It's a good time to remind
All right,
you guys to check
I
out the merch
understand that
store if you
you're
haven't already.
testifying as a damages
The link
expert,
is in the
and
description.
you wear 2 hats, talking both about
Or the chat.
Mr. Depp's damages and about Ms. Heard's purported damages. Let's talk about Ms. Heard's damages first. You understand that you have to testify as to damages that resulted from the Waldman statements, correct?
That was my analysis.
Most of your testimony, however, was just simply testimony about things that occurred after the Waldman statements.
That's what I was tasked with, yes.
Right. The mere fact that there were activities after the Waldman statements doesn't establish that the Waldman statements caused any damages, does it?
When you look at the time frame of when the Waldman statements came out, and you look at what was going on with Ms. Heard's career prior to the statements and what happened after the statements, it's very clear to make that correlation that they were caused by those statements and the campaign that followed afterwards in terms of the negative social media.
All right, that's an interesting thing, because the witness this morning actually described the notion of what's correlation and what's causation. And correlation does not imply causation, does it, ma'am?
I'm not an expert in semantics.
Okay. But you're an expert who is purporting to say that Ms. Heard lost between $45 and $50 million. And I'm trying to understand where you put the link between the Waldman statements and all the other activity that occurred since then.
As I stated and very clearly wanted to make sure that everybody understood, was that it was a time frame between which the Waldman statements were made and the negative decline in her career started happening, and in discussions with her agents and her publicists, there was a very tight timeline and a very close link to when those statements came out and when everything started pulling away from Ms. Heard.
Right. What you're talking about is just a link in time. You do not put any causal connection between what Mr. Waldman purportedly said and the damages that Ms. Heard purportedly suffered. You have no idea whether Mr. Waldman's statements caused any damage to Ms. Heard, do you?
Well, actually, both the words in the statements were used as hashtags in the campaign, as well as when the statistical and the investigative analysis was done on the social media campaign. It turned out that 1 in 4 of the statements had Waldman or Waldminian in them. So that was another connection that I was able to make between the defamatory statements and the negativity that the studios and the product endorsements and the television and the press connected as well.
All right, let's start with first principles. If they're true, they're not defamatory, correct?
Again, that's outside of the scope of my expertise.
All right, let's then go back to what you just testified to. And I think you said the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
I said words from the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
Right. And the hashtags that were analyzed, however, don't have the Waldman statements in the hashtag.
I've also seen them online myself.
Well, but the analysis that Mr. Schnell did, he looked at 4 of them, right?
That was Schnell's analysis, and I do believe I remember reading that, yes.
All right. And the 25% that you just raised, that's Mr. Schnell's analysis. You didn't do that. He did it.
Correct.
All right. So you know what Mr. Schnell did. And he didn't look at hashtags that contained the Waldman statement words. He looked at justice for Johnny Depp, right?
That's one of them, yes.
One of them, of the 1.2 million hits that you talked about, that was 900,000, 984,000?
Well, also in my conversations with Mr. Schnell, we talked about all of the words that were in the statement that also appeared. So what he wrote in his report and what I had in my conversation may not have been the same thing.
Ma'am, I don't want to hear about your conversation with Mr. Schnell.
It's part of what I relied on, and I'm allowed to talk about that.
All right, so your conversation with Mr. Schnell, let's move beyond that. Let's talk about what the other hashtags were. Amber Heard is an abuser. That's not in the Waldman statement, is it?
The fact that she was called a hoax can be related to Amber Heard as the abuser, but no, those words were not used, correct?
Right. And we just don't like Amber. That's not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
And Amber Turd is not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
Right. None of those things are. And in terms of the use of the words fraud and hoax, that appeared in only 6.5% of the millions of tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed, right?
I don't have his definition or his report in front of me, but we can look at it together if you'd like to.
Right. And you said Waldman appears in 25%. Waldman or Waldminian.
According to Mr. Schnell, yes.
No, all right. But if that's your only evidence, however, that any of this activity has any link to Mr. Waldman. Is that correct?
Well, no, we also look at the timeline because those campaigns were not active prior to the Waldman statements, and then they started appearing. So there is some connectivity there as well.
Mr. Depp bears no responsibility for the social media campaigns. He doesn't. If the social media campaigns caused Ms. Heard to lose her ability to generate income, that's not the Waldman statements. That's a social media campaign.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach? Okay.
All right. He got Amber Turd on the record again. The court reporter had to type it. I love it. Makes me very,
He's
very
doing
happy.
a good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, he really is. He's doing a good job of exposing how, that there's a much greater social aspect to this that has very little to do with what Johnny's statements are.
Yeah, very little to do. Very little to do. And also, they have not established that Adam Waldman was speaking on behalf of Johnny Depp. That is not a matter of law. It's a matter of fact. And the jury are the fact finders, and they will find that whether or not Adam Waldman was speaking on behalf of Johnny. That has not been determined. So again, can she even hold those statements against Johnny is still a question for the jury. And if I'm on that jury, I have not seen anything that leads me to believe those statements were directly from Johnny. I think they were from Adam Waldman. He appeared to firmly believe that she was perpetrating a hoax. And he has every right. He still has free speech as an attorney to say
so
that.
I'm just looking for all evidence of the causal connection that you claim exists between the $45 million in damages that you assert and the three statements made by Mr. Waldman.
Well, I also looked at Ms. Heard's career after the divorce proceedings and other lawsuits that she was either involved with or was discussed. And her career might have had a pause, but she was able to overcome that when she did Aquaman and she did The Stand, both very prominent productions. And there was no dramatic downturn in her career after any publicity.
Ma'am, I don't mean to interrupt you, but do you have notes with you?
No, there's dust.
Oh, okay.
It's just dust, and I'm just distracting myself. I guess
I'm sorry.
It's just nerves. It's really just that there's just
that's okay.
dust. Sorry.
So you looked at her career, and you looked at the way her career was moving.
Right. So as I was saying, her career was moving forward, and even she had been able to overcome the negative publicity surrounding the divorce or the initial filing of the UK lawsuit and the other lawsuits, anything that she was associated, she overcame that She did Justice League, and she did Aquaman, and she did The Stand, and she got the L'Oreal contract all after that. The only time her career slowed down and stopped was at the same time that those defamatory statements came out. So,
but there was a lot of other activity that happened following the defamatory statements. You said every time Mr. Depp files a lawsuit, it ignites the fire around the both of them. Right?
No, I actually said it ignites the fire mostly around Mr. Depp. That was excuse me, please.
I'm sorry.
That was in context of when I was asked about Mr. Depp's career. It was not in context of when I was asked about Ms. Heard's career.
It's not the same fire?
It is and isn't. Who's the protagonist in the case in the UK was Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard was a witness to that case. She was not a part of the case. So most of the negative press went.
There was enormous amounts of negative activity around Ms. Heard as a result of the UK case. Isn't that true?
There was negativity, yes, about both of them in the case, yes.
Right. Substantial amounts of negativity.
Right.
Right? And so you can't tell me that that negativity isn't the thing that keeps or Ms. Heard from working.
Well, again, it was a close time frame. The negative statements were a much closer time frame to the press and publicity around Aquaman and The Stand than the UK case, which was months later. So again, I will look at the defamatory statements as kind of the igniting force, and it was promoted and kind of more oxygen was put on the fire when the UK came out. So it kind of became a snowball effect of the match was lit and it kept getting stronger and stronger.
Right, but Ms. Heard isn't claiming a causal connection between the UK case and her damages, right?
No.
All right. And you can't distinguish between the UK bad publicity and the bad publicity that derived after the Waldman statements.
What time frame are you talking about with the bad publicity from the UK case, so we can at least be specific on time frames?
Well, you talked about a 5-year time window.
A 5-year time window from 2020 to the 2 years that we're at now, plus the 3 years moving forward, is what I talked about in terms of the time frame that it would take someone who's been under this much duress to kind of rehabilitate their career. That's when we talked about the 5 years.
Right, that's when you talked about the 5 years. So you look over this 5-year window, and during the period that precedes this window, there's lots and lots of negative press about Ms. Heard, irrespective of the Waldman statements, correct?
Before the Waldman statements, as I said, she was able to overcome that, and she got great jobs and was getting endorsement contracts.
Right, but after the Waldman statements, there is more activity in the press, there's more social media activity, and you cannot put a causal connection between that activity and what Mr. Waldman said.
It can be the instigating event, if you want me to call it that. We'll call the Waldman statements the instigating event of a torrential rain of social media tactics that has gone on for years, yeah.
The instigating event, and therefore your damage analysis with some degree, I guess, of reasonable certainty is that once there's an instigating event, everything that happens thereafter is fair game for damages?
Well, it's like a fire. If one tree burns and then more air or wind is added to it, then the next tree burns and the whole forest burns. But if that first fire hadn't started with the one tree, there would have been no loss of acreage. So you can look at it with that same analogy.
Trees burn one at a time, don't they, ma'am?
I'm not a firefighter. I'm not going to go there with you, but obviously we know that a single match can cause thousands of acres to burn. So we can leave it at that.
I'm not a firefighter, but let me tell you how fires start and burn.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. You decided.
I would have said you use the analogy.
There were a number of persons that you described as comparable in order to determine what Ms. Heard was likely to make over time. correct?
Yes.
All right. Of those comparable actors and actresses, is there a single one who has had any press suggesting that they defecated in the marital bed?
I don't know. I have
Okay.
no idea.
Oh,
You would
come on.
agree
Yeah,
with
you do.
me that that is a negative influence with respect to Hollywood.
Defecated
If
in
one
a
believed it,
marital
yes.
bed.
Yeah, if one believed it, you know, it was reported. Yes?
Yeah, it certainly has been discussed. We don't have any proof or video of anybody defecating on the
Well,
bed.
there's a picture though.
I
it's
certainly
not
do not
dog
have
poop.
proof or, video of anybody defecating in a bed. I'll give you that.
That's a good thing.
So, but what you know is that Mr. Waldman didn't say anything about defecating in a bed.
Correct.
Right. So all of the bad publicity around that activity has nothing to do with Waldman, right?
Waldman, as you said, didn't talk about defecation.
Okay. And you haven't considered how that story
Even she's
has-
laughing about the turd.
adversely impacted Miss Heard's career.
That story, you're going to ask me for a causal link between that poop story and her demise of her career. I can't. No, I'm not going to do that, nor can I.
You couldn't do it.
What about the
Can I make
hashtag?
it? No, I
Amber
can't.
turd. Where did that come from?
And you can't do it with Waldman's statements either, can you?
Well, again, I did, and I have, and I stand by them. So
You did by just pointing out the time frame are relatively close.
the time frame and the instigation and if you will, the rallying of the forces, again, it's like a lit tree. It's going to ignite everything. It's like free game afterwards. So it was the instigating event, if you will, and that's what I looked at. Yes.
All right. So from your perspective, anything that happened after Waldman that was negative to your client is attributable to Waldman and therefore attributable to the damage analysis that you made.
I was tasked with looking at that specifically, and that's what I was asked to limit it to. I was not asked to look at anything else.
All right. Jason Momoa. That's one of your comparables, right?
Yes.
How could he be a
He's
comparable
been
to her? Absurd.
prominent since 1999.
Just
That's what I was going to
absurd.
say. Absolutely
99.
insane.
44 episodes on Baywatch. Do you know that?
You can look it up if you did. I'll go with that.
She didn't know that.
But you remember him on Baywatch.
Actually, didn't watch Baywatch, but
All right.
he certainly had the physique for it. So
Stargate. As far as
Simping
was on
for
that.
Jason Momoa.
many
The
episodes.
simping has begun.
right?
Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. He played Conan the Barbarian
In TV or film.
film.
Okay. I don't have Mr. Momoa's resume memorized, so
Oh, but
No,
he's
I'm
comparable.
just trying to understand how you came to the
Yeah,
conclusion
how
they're,
did you?
they're comparable.
He was a
Because
star.
I'm just want to spend a few minutes talking about Mr. Momoa's career. Game of Thrones was one of the most popular things on TV
Yeah, Game of Thrones.
for a period of 3
that was
years,
his Star
correct?
is Born
yes, he
moment.
was.
And he was in Game of Thrones.
That was
Most
Yes,
popular
what?
thing
Yeah.
on the planet.
And he's Aquaman, right?
Yes, he is.
Right. He's the title character in Aquaman.
Yes.
Yeah. And he was actually Aquaman in a movie before the Aquaman movie started. Do
You mean
know
the
that?
Justice League and other things like that. Yeah.
Before Justice League, also.
Batman versus Superman. Dawn of Justice. What wasn't he in that as Aquaman?
I didn't see that one.
Didn't see it.
No,
Wow.
Miss Heard wasn't in that movie, was she?
not that I know of. No.
No. And he was in both Justice League movies.
Correct.
Yeah.
Uh,
Obviously. I mean,
and
that's
he's in
kind of
Aquaman too.
Yes.
They used him in the second Lego movie. Right?
Yes.
I love those Lego movies.
Me too. They're fantastic.
They're
He's
so funny.
one of the most heroic characters
The one with the Lego
in
Batman.
the recent
So
Dune
good.
blockbuster.
Yep.
Which happened post Aquaman.
Right.
Correct.
In fact, likely his character.
He's not the lead though.
No.
In Dune, no, he's not the lead.
Did you
You're
ever
not
read Dune?
supposed to be just
Pardon?
commenting.
Did you
man.
ever read Dune?
I know, but I've seen the movie.
Okay. Do you understand whether his character will come back from the dead in the third
Yeah,
movie?
you have no
As
idea.
again, I didn't read the book, so he might.
He
I don't
just
know.
went-
We're just talking about that one movie.
Yeah, he
It's
just went,
a bit of a
ugh.
spoiler.
She didn't.
I'm a
Oh,
movie
man.
watcher.
Dude.
Shut up.
He's one of the principal leads in the new Fast and Furious franchise movie Fast X, right?
I don't know that for sure now.
Okay. But that's not
She knows
the career
everything
path
about Amber's career.
that Ms. Heard has had. She's never been the title character in a movie. She hasn't spent years on television. She did what? 8 TV shows? 8 single episodes of TV?
Again, I don't have her resume. If you want to show it to me, we can count them together.
All right. Mr. Momoa remains well liked, even though he's engaged in a recent divorce from another actor.
Yep.
Although they're
That's
back
correct, right?
together, I think. I don't think.
I don't know. I
they're
don't follow his fan base.
Oh, interesting.
You don't follow Jason Momoa, but you
you're
use
an
him as a
expert.
comparable to come up with a $45
I said I
million
don't follow
deal.
his fan base. I understand him as a prominent
No,
actor
you
in the
don't,
business,
'cause
but
you
I
don't
don't
even know
follow
what he
his
was
fan
in.
base.
No,
Isn't,
you
the
don't.
isn't fan base one of the things that you analyze?
Of course, you can look at numbers, but I don't keep a watch
Oh.
on his social media feeds.
All right.
Yeah. Get wrecked, lady. Lame.
All right. You indicated that Gal Gadot is in Wonder Woman.
Yes, she's a star.
Oh,
She's in fact Wonder
Is
Woman.
wrecking
Wonder
her.
Woman.
No, she's good
She
too.
Yeah.
literally
All
is
right.
Wonder Woman.
She's
Yeah.
the title character, and there's been now multiple Wonder Woman movies, right?
Not comparable at all.
Not
Yes.
at all.
Yeah. And even before that, she was in franchise films,
Which one are you referring to?
Fast and Furious.
Man,
Excuse me, I honestly
the
don't
swallowing.
remember
She's
her being
choking.
that as one of the main
Literally
characters. I know
choking
it's
on
The
the
Rock
stand.
and
You,
that
you,
whole
you
crew.
didn't even know she was in the Fast and Furious franchise.
I've seen it on her resume, but I didn't. I'm not a fan of the Fast and Furious.
All right. You'll agree with me that Wonder
Lord.
Woman is a more prominent role than Mira?
The jury is like, yeah, we've heard of Wonder Woman.
If you're going
We
to
know
talk about
who
apples,
Gal
apples
Gadot
in
is.
that exact movie, yes.
We do not know who this person is.
What about,
No.
does
one
Mira
knows
have
who I
any,
am.
self-titled franchise films?
Not yet.
No.
Not,
yet.
And
Oh, come
Ms.
on,
Gadot
lady. Just
played a much
no is
bigger role
sufficient.
in the movie they were in together, the Justice League movie.
Way bigger and bigger.
And what movie they were in together? Oh, in Justice League?
Yeah.
I haven't counted the screen time, so I can't really say.
Are you
Okay.
serious right now?
She doesn't know anything.
You
Are you
indicated that another person that you compared Ms. Heard with is Zendaya.
Yeah. Good luck on this
Zendaya,
one.
yeah.
Here
Let's
we
do it.
go.
Person so famous she goes by one name.
So famous.
I guess when you have a name that's a Z, it works, I guess.
Oh, you such a
She's been on the
dishonest
Disney
woman.
Channel since she's 13 years old.
Get
Right.
wrecked,
Right.
lady.
Yep.
She's won an Emmy.
Yep.
Yes, she did.
Right. She was singing and dancing and swimming from trapezes in The Greatest Showman, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. She's now been in multiple Spider-Man movies.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Yes.
not even comparable.
She's 10 years younger than your client.
What a
10 years
loser.
younger.
Yeah.
Nice one.
But this is a person that you deemed incomparable.
Well, as I was
That's
explaining to
stupid.
you how I chose them, when you look at superhero characters, there's not that many to pull from. So I just I
What?
worked on pulling characters that
Oh
were
my
in
God.
superhero movies that were about the same age range within
10
10 years,
difference?
as you've noted to me. Thank you.
That is not the
And
same
also
in
just where her
Hollywood.
career
It's
would
not
have gone.
even
I
close.
said that they
So
were
stupid.
comparables. They're not identical. So you
They're
can
not
just
comparable.
look at
Not
what
at
their
all.
career has done either before that superhero movie, then in others, or the one they were in, and then you look at where her
Lady,
career
you
should
sound
have
like a
gone.
fool.
even though
officially
she may
hate
not
this
have been
woman.
at
I
the
hate her too.
stature of a
I
Zendaya
give her the benefit
at
of the
that
doubt at the
time,
beginning.
you
I
can
hate
still
her so
look at
much.
it
We're
as a
doing a new
comparable
poll.
trajectory of what happens when you're in a blockbuster movie. It's just a reference point. It's not meant to be identical. They're not meant to be the same people, or not even have the exact same career. It's meant to be
What
a
about Zoe
reference point.
Saldana?
Simple as
Bring
that.
her up. Let's just
So
throw
far,
more names that are way more
everybody
popular
we've
than
looked
Amber.
at have been in more blockbuster movies than Ms. Heard.
But Miss Heard was also in the biggest blockbuster movie, and the light that shines
No.
on Jason Momoa will also shine on her. So you
Wrong.
have to look at it in
New poll.
context
Who do we
of
hate
the
more?
biggest movie that
Saddam
In the
DC
Hussein
Comics
DC
or
is,
this woman?
and also one of the biggest box office films ever, probably
Nope.
within the top 10, because I've looked at
Wrong.
it, right?
No,
So
wrong.
that light
You're
is going to
lying.
shine brighter on her than someone who wasn't in that movie. And again, it would have just helped her in her career move forward, not stalled it and be in her world be silent afterwards.
For the jury to accept your damage analysis, they would have to agree
Why not
with
lie?
you that Ms. Heard was on the precipice
12% of the
of a
chat hates
meteoric
Saddam
rise.
Hussein more.
That's the word you used, right?
Actually, no, I didn't. I did use meteoric with someone like, let's say, Gal Gadot or Zendaya, but I actually gave you a range and gave
But
the
only
jury a range that they
12%.
weren't all going to have a meteoric rise. Some of them would be smaller, right? And so what the numbers that I gave you do not represent a meteoric rise. A meteoric rise is when Jason Momoa goes from, I don't know, 4 million, 5 million to a $50 million payday. That's a meteoric shift in our
You got paid
business.
50
But
million?
when someone has contracts that actually go from 1 million to the first one, 2 million, and then 4 million, that is standard for a franchise that is perceived to do well. And so I based those calculations on very specific numbers that were already contracted. I wanted to stay
Who
within
really thinks
reality
Vera was gonna
and
get
look
her
at the
own
numbers
movie?
that were already contracted for Ms. Heard and just move out forward on one film a year, maybe a TV show here or there, and some endorsement contracts,
I
which is
think
very
Camille
typical
Vasquez would have a
for an
bigger
actor
career than
in our
Amber Heard.
business to make that kind of
Yeah,
money.
she
It
will.
just is what
She will have a
happens.
bigger.
So
15
the example
million.
you just used is
I like you
somebody
said
went from 1
50.
million to 2 million to 4 million. Your client has never had a contract that exceeds $2 million, correct?
Incorrect.
All right.
In the Aquaman Justice, it's actually the Justice League contract because they're associated. So Justice League,
That's a pretty big
Tina,
Aquaman
that's
2
a
was paid
good
1
point.
million. Then in Aquaman
Megan
2,
Fox would
it
be a better
was written that she was
comparison,
going
'cause she hasn't
been in
to earn
Fox.
2 million. And
Fox
if
was
there's
20
another
times more
one, it
famous
was
than
written in the
Amber
terms
Heard.
that
She is
she would
more
get 4
famous.
million. So it
She is
actually
more
was a
famous.
contract that Ms. Heard signed with the studio.
Right. But the movie hasn't been made.
Aquaman 2 hasn't even come out yet. So the
Right.
third one is still on deck, as they say.
Yeah. Okay. Let's put it differently. Your client's never been paid $2 million for a movie she appeared in.
She was paid $2 million for Aquaman.
He
Two,
said more
Aquaman 2.
than.
And she's never been paid $4 million.
She was contracted to be paid, and when the movie goes, that's what she will be paid. So that's what I said. She was
If
on
she's
the
in the movie.
right. But if Aquaman 2 does even nearly as well as Aquaman 1, there's going to most likely be a third one. So we can look at that as a precedent that was set
Why would she be in it?
in writing, actually.
If a movie makes $795 million, you think there's likely to be a next one?
If it was the first or the second one, but if it's the fifth in the series, I assume that you're referring to Pirates 5. It performed well at the box office, yes, but certainly not in comparison to some of the other ones. And that's what a studio like Disney will look at to say, has that franchise had its run? Or do we need
A
to change it?
studio
or stop
like
it?
Disney wants to walk away from an $800 million payday?
Well, an $800 million payday has to be put into context to the budget that it costs to get that movie and then the marketing thereafter. And with the
So let's
increasing
talk
costs of not
Justice
only
League.
Mr. Depp's fee or any of the, and plus the other actors' fees, plus general production costs that are getting more expensive, then you put in the marketing costs, which are sometimes 1, 2, or 3 times the budget of the film. A film like that, a studio can spend $600-800 million just making and marketing the film. So $795 million is a lot of money. And it seems like a really good box office, but you have to put into perspective of what's spent on production, marketing, and the overhead costs that the studio takes. So you have, again, it's all in context of what the budget of the film and the marketing of the film is.
All right, let's put some more things in context. Ana de Armas.
Let's do it.
That's another one you used.
Yes.
All right. She's most recently, I guess, in Deep Water with Ben Affleck.
I don't, again, I know some of the movies that she's been in. I don't remember about Deep Water. I don't even know if that's out yet, to be
Okay.
honest.
She was in the last James Bond movie.
Yes, she was.
They were talking about making her the next female Bond, right?
Right after her big Stars Born moment. Yeah, she's gotten a lot more big roles, which is what we had hoped for Miss Heard.
Yeah.
Hope.
And you said that her breakout role was Blade Runner?
It was like the first big, studio movie that got a lot of attention. I believe that was the one that we can look at as a marker for her. Sure.
Did you watch Blade Runner 2049?
I did.
Do you know what she did in the movie?
It was years ago. I don't remember exactly what she was in, what role she played, but she was in that movie. And from that, her agents used that as leverage to get her more movies.
You have no knowledge that her principal role in that movie was as a gigantic naked billboard?
Are you saying that's the only thing she was? She was a gigantic naked billboard. She wasn't in the
That's the
movie.
principal role in that movie.
I don't remember the movie well enough to know.
Okay.
She was like,
And-
what?
She was like,
Did you know that she was? I talked a little bit about Ben Affleck, right?
Right.
Blade Runner is such a good movie, but it failed at the box office. So what are we
He's
talking
an
about?
interesting example because he's been in a role that's been recast.
Gadfly is
multiple
holding his
times.
head. This is not a good sign.
You know that role?
We're talking about Batman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Batman.
Sure.
All right. So the title character in that DC series has seen how many actors?
Several.
And was recast
Michael
recently.
Keaton,
He was Batman.
Val Kilmer.
You're a movie buff. Yeah.
What? Movie buff? Get shut the. Oh my God.
Christian Bale was Batman.
I think he was. You're right.
George Clooney was Batman.
Definitely.
Yeah. I guess Robert Pattinson is now Batman.
Don't know.
Okay.
Don't know. Oh my Lord.
But you're taking an absolutely iconic role that the DC universe has recast 4, 5, 6 times, correct?
Correct.
So just because you have the role in the first movie or the second movie doesn't mean that you get it in the third movie or the fourth movie.
Unless it's contractual.
Right. Unless it's contractual. So
Not even really.
now let's look. Ana de Armas, she's like the new Marilyn Monroe on Netflix too, right?
I believe so. She was also in Knives Out, which is probably even a bigger breakout role for her. But
Right.
again, I chose Blade Runner because it's a similar thing. You have to start somewhere. But Knives Out probably was her big moment in time.
All right. The other person you picked was Chris Pine. Chris Pine is in a superhero movie, Wonder Woman.
He is in Wonder Woman. He's also, well, Star Trek being a blockbuster, but not necessarily a superhero, right?
Yeah. He was in both Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes, he plays the love interest to Gal Gadot, yeah.
Yeah. On Star Trek, in the Star Trek franchise, he plays Captain Kirk, right?
I don't remember exact role that he played. I didn't see it in the movie. I
Oh.
just know from his resume, to be honest.
Do you know
my
who
God.
Captain Kirk is?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Well,
But you didn't know
What did
that
I
Chris
miss?
Pine is Captain Kirk in Star Trek?
Doesn't know that Chris
I
Pine.
hate to say
plays
I'm not a
Captain
Star Trek
Kirk.
fan.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh
you shouldn't
my
need
God.
to say
Use
that.
Mr.
you
Pine
demon.
as an example, irrespective of the fact you didn't
Yeah,
even know he
Captain Kirk.
starred in this franchise
Oh
film.
my God, she
I didn't know
didn't
that he starred. That's why I used it. Again,
What?
In fact,
we can go over. We can go over this a couple more times, and I'm
How
happy
could
to do
you
so.
compare him
All
to
I
her?
wanted to do was look at from a small pool of people that have been in huge franchise movies or superhero movies, and give you a sense of what the range is or what someone's trajectory can be. Again, they are not apples and apples. They're not both green apples or both red apples. I just was looking at a range. It's what we do. It's what we do in the industry. It's what you do to kind of get a sense of how much you're going to pay an actor, what they're
Stephanie,
worth in the
no
foreign
one
markets
believes
and the
this.
Ma'am, I
domestic
think my
markets.
No
question
one.
was, did you know whether he was in Star Trek?
Yes, and you were asking me why I chose him, which is what this conversation is about. And again, I chose him because he was part of Star Trek and Wonder Woman, but mostly because he was in Wonder Woman. And I don't know the exact time frame of which came first, but the fact that he's in both of them is consistent with what actors of this ilk tend to do once they're in a movie like this.
Just stop it.
But you talked about breakout roles, but you don't know which was his breakout role.
Chris Pine's been an actor. He's been a well-liked actor. He was in both Star Trek and in Wonder Woman. And
Did a
Star
movie
Trek.
with Denzel Washington?
Pardon?
Did a movie with Denzel Washington?
He's had a good career.
Yeah, great career. Yeah, much longer career than Ms. Hurt, right?
She was on the precipice of a great career.
Yeah,
She hasn't had the chance to negotiate that yet or be in those movies yet. So we don't know yet.
We're getting back to precipice. Didn't you just deny precipice a few minutes ago? I thought your testimony was she was on the precipice of meteoric rise. You said, I guess.
I didn't say meteoric. I said consistent. I don't know. She could have a meteoric rise, but I was talking about consistent with Ms. Hurd.
All right. So of the actors you selected, 2 of them are the title characters in their DC movies. One
is Aquaman. Who's the other title character?
Gal Gadot.
Wonder Woman, right. She's Wonder Woman. And you mean Jason Momoa? Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, title characters. Yep, that's what I mean.
So
the
you
thing I
got
said.
2 title characters. You got James Kirk. And those are the people that you thought were most representative of Ms. Hurd.
Again, there are not that many in the pool to pick from. I'm not going to put comparable actors that haven't been in either large, what we call tentpole movies or franchise movies or superhero movies. So I wanted to work within those parameters, and that's what I did. So those are the actors I chose, yes. And to
I did not kill the stream volume. They did that.
One of the actors you chose had a much longer TV career than Ms. Hurd.
Again, they were all in superhero or franchise movies that did very, very well at the box office.
And there are tons of actors and actresses who are in superhero movies that don't have meteoric rises thereafter, correct?
Not when they're the lead character with Jason Momoa, but to your point,
They're not the lead character.
There are many actors that have
Was not a
no
lead
career
character.
prior to a breakout role and then have a meteoric career and have had no career prior. So you don't always just look at the past. It's helpful.
Yeah,
and
talk to the
with Ms.
jury.
Hurd,
It
she
feels
had
fake.
good reviews. So that's what I looked at. But if you look at other actors and they have their first role and all of a sudden they become a superstar from one role. So that happens in our business. It just does.
All right. With respect to your comparable actors, you have no personal knowledge as to how much any of them were compensated over the period you reviewed.
Incorrect.
You have personal knowledge as to who?
Jason Momoa.
And you derive that personal knowledge from talking to somebody?
Yes.
He didn't tell you.
His agent did.
Okay. So what you will rely on what Mr. Momoa's agent told you, but you have no knowledge. You didn't see the contract.
No, his agent is at William Morris as well. So they told me that.
Right. And you've never seen anybody else's contracts as to what they were making.
No, but in 25 years of being in this business, I understand the basis of which actors are
Thank you,
paid when
Ryan.
they're in blockbuster films and then
Lawyer's
they're in
name,
large budgeted
Andrew
studio
Crawford.
films. So it's not a leap to kind of understand where the actor's making. And again, I really didn't want to try to be speculative in my analysis. I wanted to work with the numbers that Amber had contracted for already and just take it from there and said if she had done one movie a year and one series and done product endorsement, that's how I got to the number. So I wasn't looking to take her on a meteoric rise. I wasn't looking to give her the same career as Jason Momoa. I took her numbers that her agents had actually negotiated and worked from there.
When you say you weren't trying to give her the same career as Jason Momoa, the TV program that she most recently did, The Stand, She made 200,000 an episode. That's what you
This is
tested.
so funny.
Correct.
I don't know how.
And in your damage
why did they
analysis,
put this person up?
you give her $1 million an episode had the
Such a
Waldman
liar.
statements
So
not
wrong.
occurred. And you do it only because you believe Mr. Momoa has gotten that in something that he's in.
Right.
So you are giving her the same career as Jason Momoa.
Well, again, with someone like Ms. Heard, who was in a blockbuster film with the team at William Morris, in my discussions with William Morris, that's what they were looking to negotiate for her on other projects. So I got some of that information from her management team directly.
So her agents were looking to get her as much money as possible.
I think that's the job of an agent. They usually try to get the most
but
money as
your
possible.
Your testimony is they were looking to get the money for her, but you need somebody willing to pay on the other side of that deal, don't you?
Right, but agents are working with people in the industry and have a pulse on have a finger on a pulse of what's going on, so they know who's marketable and what the prices that all the streamers are paying these days.
No.
You haven't seen a single one of the endorsement contracts that you referenced, other than Ms. Heard's?
No, other than, again, what I was talking to William Morris in terms of the pricing that they are aware of, not only for their own clients, but what's out in the marketplace, and it's pretty consistent. And I've also worked with other actors on other cases that have gotten similar contracts, so I'm familiar with the rates of endorsement contracts.
You haven't made any reference to the actual earnings of any of these actors.
Again, as you do an analysis, you put together the numbers that you know from both your experience and the marketplace and the agents that are working in the marketplace. So together, that's how I created those numbers, and mostly using Ms. Heard's numbers specifically and giving her a very steady career, which is what she had prior to Aquaman.
Yeah, and you don't have the prior earnings of any of the actors you looked at other than Ms. Heard's.
No, I don't have all the contracts now.
You don't have any of that information.
I'm sorry?
You don't have any of that information?
No.
Okay.
This is so bad
In
for
fact, that
Amber.
information,
No one
I
on
guess
that
aside
jury
from Mr. Momoa's,
believes she's
is
equal to
confidential,
Jason
right?
Momoa.
Usually it is, yes.
Stupid.
And the only reason you know anything about Mr. Momoa is that Ms. Heard shares an agent or an
Right,
agency.
but I've also been in the industry for many years, and I know what actors get paid. I talk about budgets constantly, so it's not a secret within the industry the amount that actors in those types of movies are paid very, very well.
You're not currently working as an agent for anyone, are you?
No.
All right. So the salaries of these comparable actors, did they form some basis for your opinion?
No.
Okay. So your opinion, as I understand it, is that Ms. Heard should have been able to renegotiate an existing contract.
Which is standard in the industry as well as with her agent
Do
specifically.
you know if it's standard with Warner Brothers?
I'm sorry?
Do you know if it's standard with Warner Brothers?
I don't know if it's standard at any of the studios, but it is standard for agents to renegotiate, and oftentimes are successful when the film is done so well.
Right, but what you're talking about is there's an existing contract where Ms. Heard has made a promise that she will do the next movie for, in this instance, $2 million, right?
Right.
And what the agent is trying to do is to get Warner Brothers to say, hey, you should pay her more than your contract says because you like her? What?
Thank you, Jen. Well, as Ms. Kovacevic said, also, it's standard in the industry. As again, I've been in the industry, I've worked with agents, and I've worked with lots of lawyers, and we have conversations about what is an actor getting, or what can they do, or what are they going to do the next time. So again, it's a standard in practice in the industry, especially when a film is as successful as Aquaman, that the agents will go back and renegotiate. In fact, that was
Isn't
conversation.
the standard practice is that they would try to renegotiate, but it's up to the studio?
Sure, but oftentimes in a movie of such of the nature of Aquaman, they're very successful, usually.
But the entirety of your analysis assumes a renegotiation with a studio
It's
for
time
terms that are double
for more ASMR.
what the studio had already got a promise from Miss Heard she would work for.
Beautiful.
Correct.
It's good stuff. She's drinking too. She needs it.
She's drinking Aquapana. Very good water.
Holy
Hi.
crap. I mean, this is unbelievable. Can you imagine what Jason Momoa is
Have
thinking right
you
now? Because you know damn well he's
talked
watching this.
And he's
So
like, "You're
Walter
telling me
Obama.
I'm like Amber Heard?
I've spoken to
Keep my
him.
name out of your mouth."
Do you know who he is?
Keep your name out
Yes.
keep my name out of your mouth.
Who is he?
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
a senior
yeah.
executive
My
at
name
Warner
is-
Brothers. Or,
said it wrong.
yeah,
I've
I
been
think he
drinking-
still
I've
is
been
there,
blanking
but certainly
drinking.
at the time of the renegotiation, he was a senior executive.
And do you know whether he's the president of DC-based film productions?
I think that's exactly his title, yeah.
Who's in a better position to determine whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate, you or Mr. Hamada?
I based this on the agents that were talking to Warner Brothers about Mr. Momoa, and they were wanting to talk to them about Miss Heard as well.
Okay, I'm not.
So I based my information on them. So the connection should be Mr. Hamada or the agents, not Mr. Hamada and me.
All right. Who's in a better position to know whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Just asking.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Sorry.
question.
She made that objection.
Review the testimony, Mr. Hamada?
I did.
Sean, you sound like a robot.
Did you
I don't know what
understand that
happened to
Mr.
your audio
Hamada
there.
says that they want to hold the lawyers, hold the actors to their deals?
She made that
That's
objection.
the philosophy
making
that
the
he's taken
firm off
on
his
Brothers
stride,
Drive, yes.
doing well.
Oh, I hear what you're saying.
Did you understand that Mr. Hamada said that nothing Mr. Depp did impacted her compensation?
I don't remember that part of the testimony. You have it available for me to read?
You don't know whether Mr. Hamada testified. Did anything Mr. Depp said about Amber Heard affect her compensation?
Again, I don't
remember. That's
I don't
okay.
I don't recall that testimony. No.
Do you know whether Mr. Hamada
comment,
indicated
Jen.
whether he even knew who Adam Waldman was?
Again, I don't remember the conversation about Hamada and Waldman or Depp.
And you don't remember whether Mr. Hamada made any statements as to whether anything Mr. Waldman said affected Ms. Heard's compensation?
In my experience, studios don't talk about how or why they make decisions based on publicity or conversations. They're not going to try. They're going to be very protective of all their relationships. So that's just natural.
Oh, but you know somehow, right?
Unless you
Okay.
get him to testify under oath at a deposition, right?
Well, even so, they're not going to say anything negative. They may bypass it by being positive, but they're not going to do anything that could potentially damage a relationship that may change or be worthwhile in the future. So that's just what a studio person does.
Ah, they're all lying. Got it. Okay.
Mr. Hamada is in the best position to determine whether there were chemistry issues with Ms. Heard.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
He's the president of the company.
Overruled.
I don't know how involved Mr. Hamada was on a daily basis in terms of chemistry, but I do know that Warner Brothers did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Mr. Momoa before she even got the role. She went in and did what they call a chemistry test. So that was to actually see whether there was good chemistry between them. And evidently there was good chemistry because she was then hired to be the romantic interest. So
there isn't any
whatever
more.
Mr. Hamada said during his deposition, I look at what actually happened in real life, which is she got the chemistry test and then she got the job.
In real
I'm
life.
going to Google that
Happened in
article
real
that
life.
just came out.
She went in before and took the test. Then she made a movie. Then there was an existing movie under which Warner Brothers could then decide whether there was chemistry, right?
The movie worked. It made over $1 billion and they're all over the poster. If they didn't think that there was chemistry, they wouldn't have put Ms. Heard on the poster next to Mr. Momoa. So
Right. That's how that works. Yeah.
You know there were multiple posters for the Aquaman movie.
yes,
And that
there always
three-
are. That's standard.
Thank
And
you.
that 3 out of the 4 posters, the standard posters for Aquaman, didn't even feature Miss Heard.
Right. So when you make a poster at the studio, it's normal to have 3 or 4 variations because you want to appeal to different people's perspectives. So you want the romantic poster, you want the action poster, you want the superhero poster. So it's normal for them to have many posters, but the romantic poster was of Ms. Heard and Mr. Momoa.
Right. And everyone, and all the others are just of Mr. Momoa.
Like we talked about, it's Aquaman, but she was prominent in the ones that that Warner Brothers wanted to appeal to women and to the romantic interest of the consumer.
Right.
We just heard this testimony. We just heard it yesterday or Thursday.
What?
Yep, sure did.
No
Movies
chemistry.
would Ms. Heard have gotten
Just going to
absent
leave this
Mr.
up here for a
Waldman's
few
statement?
minutes.
Well, the ones we know about specifically that she was in conversations with was a movie with Gail Garcelle Bernal, I believe that's how you say his name, at Amazon, which is what Ms. Kovacevic said. And she was also in consideration for a movie called Ambulance with Michael Bay. But again, after the Waldman statements, nobody would talk to the agents. And so they weren't able to garner more. Oh, she also had a movie that she was interested in producing that a good friend of hers or a friend of hers or colleague was doing. So there was at least those 3 that I read about.
Those were 3 movies that she was being considered for, but you don't know what movie she was going to be in.
Well, again, they stopped the conversation after the statement, so we don't know where they would have gone, of course. But she was in consideration for all of them, and given her fame from Aquaman, that would have helped all those movies. So it would have made a lot of sense.
You're projecting movies way out into the future that you have no knowledge would ever have gotten made.
Well, that's what we do when you talk about comparables and economic damages. You talk about the future. That's standard in our industry as a forensic expert and in the industry. That's how movies are financed, as a matter of fact, is by forecasting what happens in the future.
What
Cool.
connection do you draw between Mr. Waldman's statements and the reported reduction in Ms. Heard's Aquaman 2 role?
Again, it's the timing of it all. It's the timing of it all. And also they were going to take her out of the movie after the statements and they put her back in. And then can I talk about the emails that I read? I'm not sure at this point.
Every time she says some bullshit, I'm just going to put this back up on the screen.
When you say they're going to take her out of the movie, when you have an option, you literally have the option whether to include the actress, right?
Correct.
That's what it means.
Correct.
Right. So they can choose to exercise the option or not exercise the option. Entirely up to them.
Correct.
And they have that particular studio, to your knowledge,
I wish I could make
has
this flash.
repeatedly recast
Yeah, right.
even major figures in their DC movies.
There we go.
We talked about Batman.
What about Superman?
I'm not, I think I'm more familiar with the Batman actor.
Oh.
Again, it's not me. It's Law and Crime. Blame them. Blame them. The stream sucks. Okay.
My mom.
Sean, what do you think about this cross, though? How's the cross going?
I think that happened
Oh,
a couple
now
hours
it's
of
back.
Superman, but depending on how the movie performed, if a movie doesn't perform, they'll look for other actors. If they want to go a different direction or reboot a franchise, they will look at different actors. So if the movie's successful, they're not likely to change the actors, especially not in the second one or the third one.
Another reason they'll look
Like
for a
Iron
different
Man,
actor or
right.
actress, if the actor or actress is charged or asking too much money to play the role again, correct?
Yes, not in figures under $10 million, but yes.
Yeah. If you're asking for too much money, you might not get your role again. And your analysis assumes that Ms. Heard could double her money.
Well, her contracts doubled her money from each one to the next, so it wasn't that large a leap to do that, especially when the agents had told me that was what had been they were considering and what they'd been discussing.
All right. You seen the script of Aquaman 2?
Personally,
Yeah.
I did see a draft. I don't know what the date was or when it was or where in the succession of the rewrites it was. I did see one draft, yes.
You don't know what Warner Brothers has in mind for that movie in terms of the kind of movie it's going to be?
It's a superhero movie.
Right. It's supposed to be like a buddy comedy, right?
I don't know. I don't know about a buddy comedy. It's an action movie, superhero movie. I don't know.
Who's Patrick Wilson?
Patrick Wilson.
Oh my Lord.
I've heard that name in terms of an actor, but I don't know Mr. Wilson.
What a Hollywood expert. Oh my God.
You know if he appears in Aquaman?
Again, I don't know him by name. If you want to show me a picture, or a clip from the movie.
All right. Do you know if Mr. Wilson appears more frequently in Aquaman than your client does?
He does.
I didn't count the screen time when I watched the movie. It was a long, even when I watched it again, I didn't count the screen time of anybody else.
Did you read the testimony of Mr. Hamada?
We discussed that, yes.
You disregarded all of it in your analysis as to her ability to renegotiate, correct?
Well, I remember the part where Mr. Hamada said that from time to time they will break their philosophy and renegotiate. It's what they did with Jason Momoa and with Gal Gadot. So, it coincides with what we know in the industry, which is it can be done.
It's what they did with the two title characters in the DC universe.
Absolutely correct.
Again,
Liz.
I worked in the business for a long
Absolutely
time,
right.
and I've seen a lot of actors renegotiate their careers. I'm sorry, not their careers, renegotiate their fees. It's common practice. And it's certainly what the agent will think about first when a movie makes $1 billion+ dollars.
Right.
Terrence Howard, Iron Man.
Focused on the agent, but it's the studio that pays the bills.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Half hour till court ends today.
I
Half
have
hour.
a fair amount
30
more
more
to
minutes.
do.
Continue.
I'm sorry?
Continue.
Okay. I didn't know if we were going to 5:30 today or not.
Every day is 5:30.
Every day is 5:30, sir.
Okay.
She said that before the break.
We may not even need to get there.
Every day is 5:30.
All right. Perfect.
Every day.
All right.
Every day.
You talked about Ms. Heard's endorsement deal with L'Oreal.
Yes.
And that L'Oreal has concerns about using her because every time they try to use her, people respond negatively to her.
People don't. The Depp fan base has responded. Has
people, no?
Have posted negative things
Aren't those
about
people,
Ms. Heard
though?
on their campaigns.
So, did you say the Depp fan base?
Well, people that were using the hashtags that were consistent with the rest of the
I
Depp
wouldn't
fan
say
base.
that I'm in the
Yeah, but
Depp fan
there
base,
are
but I
people
use
posting
the
negative
hashtags.
things that
I'm
other
not.
than things that
And I am
came
using
from
the
Mr.
hashtag.
Waldman, correct?
Everybody uses the
I haven't seen all
hashtags.
I haven't seen all that. I was just looking at what L'Oreal discussed and what L'Oreal said in their communications.
Yeah, fan base is made up of people. What are they made up of?
They made-
Aliens? Like what?
Do you see L'Oreal make a word cloud of the words that were most commonly associated with Ms. Heard in its?
Is this bitch calling me a
marketing campaigns?
troll?
I knew
don't
they
ag-
did that.
I
I
don't
didn't see it
like
myself, actually.
Do you know what words there were?
Again, no.
I object to that characterization. I didn't hit you, I punched you. No, that's not how it goes.
You didn't
That's
talk
the real
much about this,
thing.
but in order to get to the damage analysis that you got, the $45 million.
I need auto-tune on my
I
mic.
think
That would be
at least
fun.
Yeah.
initially you suggested that Ms. Heard would have a role producing and starring in a movie, and that she would make $12 million.
I've talked about that, but in the latest calculation, that was really less what I considered and more about what films and TV and endorsement deals that she would do. The producing was something that she had wanted to do. And again, Mr. Momoa got that. So that's where the agents were discussing those figures with me.
Amber's
The
gonna like
last
take a risk
movie
also.
that she has a production credit for is in 2013, right?
Again, I haven't memorized her resume.
There's a movie called Syrup. Did you ever hear of it?
No. Aside from having probably seen it on her IMDb.
And Soon the Darkness, that's her other production credit, right?
I'll if you say so. If you're reading it off of her resume, I will believe you. Yes.
Suzanne, they're not my
2010?
songs. They're Gadfly's.
Okay.
All right.
He wrote them.
12 years ago.
I just can't get them out of my head.
But you, at least at some portion of at some point in this analysis, were of the mind that she would recover $12 million with a producing role and a starring role in a movie, because that's what Mr. Momoa got.
Again, the agents were just saying that those were the kinds of numbers they were looking at to help her as she moved forward in her producing career.
Right. Those are the kind of the numbers the agents would like her to get.
Right, but again, I didn't use that in the final analysis of my 45 million. So it was just a discussion point because that's what the agents wanted me to consider.
All right. All right. You have testified that the breakout role for Miss Heard was Aquaman, right?
I didn't say the breakout role, but I used it as a movie that it was a superhero kind of super box office success. I think that, some of her other critically acclaimed movies probably helped her break into that role, which would have been The Danish Girl, and then her work in Justice League, which was a natural progression to getting to star
work in Justice
Aquaman.
League was what, a minute and a
All right.
half?
But
Probably.
I used breakout, perhaps you didn't, but this is the movie that springboards her to the kind of money that you are suggesting she should earn.
It should have, yes.
Yeah. And other than Aquaman, which was released in 2018, how many movies has she booked?
Well, she booked Aquaman 2.
Right.
And she did The Stand, which was a significant television show.
Right.
The Stand? I've never seen that. Oh, that was that
but
Stephen King thing.
Outside of
I
the
never
Aquaman
watched Stephen
franchise,
King.
she obtained only
he's a
one
sicko.
movie role since 2018, right?
Her screen time. You're
Right.
never
And
gonna
she
guess
also
what it
knows that
actually
she's
is.
planning to be in the next movie, and we understand her production schedule, so she's not going to go after films that would conflict with a mega box office movie. So there's scheduling and conflict issues as well that she and her team would consider.
So from when was Aquaman released in 2018? It's December.
It was either December 2018 and then it depends on where it was in the world. It was started in December 2018 and then it moved out, into 2019.
Oh, Lord.
How many months between December 2018 and the Waldman statements went by?
12, I think 15 or 16, if my math is correct.
Right. She got one role during that 15 or 16 month period.
Huh.
During the entirety of the post Aquaman boost, right?
She got Stand.
Right.
And then she was in discussions for the films as they were getting ready to go.
But she didn't get another role for 16 months
Wow.
between the release of Aquaman and what you say are the Waldman statements.
Well, she got The Stand.
Right. She got one TV role.
A pretty significant TV role, yes, for a Stephen King novel.
Why? This woman is not
She
doing a
was
good
in a
job
movie,
hiding her bias.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
She was in a movie that was released after Aquaman.
What movie are you referring to?
Gully.
Oh, well, I don't know when that was shot, so you'd have to tell me when it was shot. Movies get released at different time frames. Like they can be shot in 2016 and not get released till 2018. So you'd have to tell me. We'd have to look at the actual filming dates of the Gully for me to talk to you about that.
She wasn't initially cast in Gully, was she?
I'm not familiar with the casting process of Gully.
Man, she doesn't know anything,
You
huh?
know who Alice
No,
Eve
she
is?
doesn't know anything, apparently.
Who?
Alice
She's a Hollywood
Eve.
expert who doesn't
Alice
know
Eve.
anything.
Sounds familiar, but I'm not recalling who she is. at
She's
this
an
moment.
actress, been in Any number of movies. You don't know who she is.
Again, I know her name, but I don't know her resume.
She's in Star Trek.
Again, she doesn't know Star
Great.
Trek though.
Right. She was in one of those breakout roles, Star Trek, but you don't even know who she is.
You don't know who she is, no. And you
I
wouldn't.
talked to you about Star Trek before. I'm not a big Star Trekian.
Okay.
Star Trekian.
Ms. Heard replaced Alice Eve in the movie Gully, right?
I don't know the casting process. I don't know who starred in that movie.
Do you know what she was paid?
Who?
Ms. Heard.
For Gully?
Yeah.
Can you tell me when that was in? No, I don't. But what was the filming date of, and what was the start date of Gully?
Why does that matter?
Do you didn't look at the Gully contract when you were making an analysis of Ms. Heard's damages?
Yeah, good question.
I don't recall whether I looked at it or not.
Oh, this is interesting.
Cool.
Did you understand that she was making $2,190 per week for Gully?
Can you tell me when it was shot? When does that
Why does
contract
that
get
matter?
negotiated? It's relevant.
She's trying
The
to say
contract
that
was
the movie was
negotiated
shelved and
prior
was
to the
released
release.
because of Aquaman.
Okay.
So she signs this contract for $2,190. Do you know what the Screen Actors Guild low budget agreement minimum scale is?
It changes from year to year. It depends on what year and what the size of the budget. There's actually 3 or 4 different scale, benchmarks. So
It said minimum.
when there's a low budget, it can be a micro budget. It can be a minimum budget. At low budget, there's like 4 or 5 different scales that they use when it gets to anything other than a studio film.
Yeah.
And oftentimes actors do passion projects, and that has nothing to do with, or something that they really love to do, or they think that would be good for the career. It doesn't have anything to do with the fee made on the film.
Oh, like when Johnny did a movie with his daughter? You mean like that?
All right.
Mm-hmm.
What's a loan out?
Oh, she's getting either
A
frustrated
loan
or
out?
tired.
A loan out is the corporation that an actor will use so that their money comes in through a corporation, and then that corporation technically loans out the actor's services to the production. So the loan out is the corporation that the actor uses, and then they loan out the services to the production company. It's just really for tax purposes.
Like pledging.
Do you know of any movie that Ms. Heard booked immediately prior to Aquaman other than Gully?
Well, I know she did Justice League. I don't remember the dates and times of the filming of the other ones. You always have to look at the filming dates.
I'm going to get dinner started. I'm going to go mobile.
You talked about Mr. Schnell. Gully was in his chart, right?
I don't remember where Gully was.
Right. Did you look closely at his chart?
Pardon?
Did you look closely at his chart?
At Mr. Schnell's chart?
Yeah.
I looked at the numbers with respect to the social media campaigns is what I was looking at Mr. Schnell for.
Okay. Do you know whether any of the dates of the Waldman statements even appear in Mr. Schnell's chart?
I don't remember.
Okay. You talked a little bit about Q scores and Mr. Banya. Do you remember that?
Yes.
For Ms. Heard, Mr. Banya used Q scores from immediately after Aquaman, right?
Again, if you want to show me something, I can answer. I don't remember every word of Mr. Banya's, but I remember talking about the dates with you earlier.
All right. But you don't know as you sit here today whether the Q scores that Mr. Banya used were after Aquaman but before the Waldman statements?
He used a couple different scores based on dates. I don't remember if they were correlated to the statements or not. I remember years more than anything else. Again, I looked at thousands and thousands of pages of documents, so I don't remember exactly what he said.
Even before the Waldman statements, Ms. Heard had very high negative Q scores. Isn't that correct?
Very negative high Q scores?
No, very high negative Q
As
scores.
I said, very high negative Q scores. I remember discussions of a lot of Q scores. I don't remember exactly what or when, which score, or whether it was net.
So in your analysis, you didn't consider Ms. Heard's negative Q scores as a restraint on what she might earn on a going forward basis?
No, Q scores change all the time. Ms. Heard's IMDb score has been 1, and it's been 300. Mr. Depp's Q score has been 1, and it's been 253. You know, Q scores change all the time. Scores change all the time. They're based on current events and movie releases.
Yep.
You talked a little bit about Mr. Depp's damages. Did you talk, who's Jerry Bruckheimer?
Who's Jerry Bruckheimer? The producer of the Pirates franchise. Well, he's a huge producer of a lot of movies, but he happens to be the producer of the Pirates franchise.
You didn't talk to him prior to your testimony?
Personally, no.
No. And you didn't have other people talk to him on your behalf, did you?
Me personally, no. I did not talk to Mr. Bruckheimer.
And you've never spoken with Mr. Bruckheimer about why Mr. Depp has not appeared in a 6 pirate movie?
There has been no 6 pirate movie. There is not a Pirates movie titled Pirate 6 yet.
Right.
Forever.
But you haven't talked to Mr. Bruckheimer? as to
Yeah, there
whether
is,
Mr.
and Margot
Depp
Robbie's in
was
it.
going to appear in the movie?
From things that I've read in newspaper publications and emails, I've read that Mr. Bruckheimer was uncertain whether Mr. Depp would star in.
Right. But you haven't talked to him. And you've never spoken with Sean Bailey about this, right?
No.
Or anyone at Disney?
I actually put a call into somebody at Disney and they didn't want to talk on the record.
All right, you called somebody at Disney and they didn't want to talk to you.
No, again, as I said, studios don't want to talk about their stars, whether they want to preserve a relationship that may or may not be used in the future. So it's their tendency not to talk about people they are in business with.
So you have no personal knowledge why Mr. Depp hasn't made a 6 pirate movie?
Well, as I said, there is no 6 pirate movie.
Right. But you don't know why. You have no personal knowledge why.
I don't work at Disney now.
Did you listen to Mr. Wiggum's testimony in this trial?
I read Mr. Wiggum's testimony.
And Mr. Wiggum said Mr. Depp had a deal for the movie, right?
I think Mr. Wiggum did. The other agent, Mr. Carino, said he did not. And as there is no Pirates movie, there have been no deals negotiated, and that's what Ms. Jacobs also testified to.
But Mr. Wiggum testified to something else.
It doesn't correlate, as we say, to the other 2 agents' testimony.
You've indicated that a portion of the reason that Mr. Depp has received a variety of negative comments in Hollywood is that he engages in lawsuits.
One of the elements that has contributed to a lot of negative press and attention is due to the lawsuits, and the activity and the behaviors that we talked about earlier have been brought into the limelight.
Mr. Depp's lawsuit here has generated negative publicity for Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes.
That lawsuit, until she's filed a counterclaim, didn't relate to the Waldman statements, did it?
Mr. Depp's lawsuits?
Yeah.
No, we talked about that. It was pertaining to the her op-ed piece.
Right. It related to what
Pardon?
Ms. Hurd said.
I'm sorry.
This, Mr. Depp's lawsuit relates to what Ms. Hurd said and not to what Mr. Waldman said.
That would, well, it related to the op-ed piece that Ms. Hurd wrote.
Right. So Mr. Waldman's statements have no connection to the negative publicity that Ms. Hurd has received relative to this trial, correct?
Objection calls for speculation, foundation, hearsay, and outside the scope.
And also
Any
this
response?
and also that.
We're looking for a causal connection here.
Sustained objection. Next question.
When was the last time you met with Ms. Hurd?
I only met Ms. Hurd at lunch today.
Okay, that's the first time you talked to her.
First time I met her.
Okay. What's your compensation for testifying here today?
For a testimony, it's $650 an hour.
What has been your compensation to date for providing the assistance that you have in this case?
I've been working on the case for about 3 years, and
What?
over the 3 years, I believe it's around $60,000.
You said 60?
Yeah, over 3 years.
All right. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'm going to make it definitely fit within that 5:30. Ms. Arnold, you were asked a number of questions about the different social media, the negative, and how do you know that it relates to the Waldman Depp statements? Do you recall all those questions?
Yes.
Okay. The social media that was connected, and some of that was your testimony, some Jessica Kovacs-Vatsevich, and some of it was Mr. Schnell, actually tracked the language from the 3 statements from Waldman, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay. What, if any, efforts were made to track the negative social media that caused the damages that you've attributed?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
So L'Oreal did a lot of research. William Morris did a lot of research. Mr. Schnell did a lot of research. And in those conversations, those were also connective tissues to the negative social media campaign and the Waldman statements.
All right. And they connected back to those 3 statements, correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And what, if any, connection did they have to those 3 statements?
Again, we talked about this earlier. We talked about some of the hashtags being similar. We talked about the Waldman or the Waldminion. So there were a lot of connective tissues between the negative social media campaigns and the Waldman statements.
Okay. And I'm going to jump because I think this is part of this. So you were asked some questions about Mr. Hamada. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And asked whether he testified that whether anything Mr. Depp said or anything Mr. Waldman said had anything to do with their initial decision not to exercise the option to Aquaman 2. Do you recall that testimony? Or that, those questions?
The questioning, yes.
Okay. Now, the testimony from Mr. Schnell tracked the 1.2 million tracers to January 2021, correct?
Objection leading.
Do you remember what month that was until?
Right. So when Mr. Schnell did his analysis, it was from April of 2020 to January 2021.
And when did Warner Brothers tell Amber Heard and her agents they were not exercising her Aquaman 2 contract?
It was in February of 2021.
All right. And what, if anything, did Mr. Hamada say about whether the reason they did that was because of the 1.2 million negative social media tweets and Instagrams and other communications?
Objection, no foundation.
Had any impact?
Sustained. Right. Next question.
Are you aware of whether he said anything about that?
I recall in the Warner Brothers
Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know whether that had any impact?
Objection hearsay.
I'm asking now, she's allowed to rely on hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. You were asked a whole lot of questions about the different comparables. And so I'm just going to go to this again. Of all the different movies, of all of those comparables, which movie was the highest grossing of all of them?
Again, I believe it's Aquaman. I mean, everybody talks about Aquaman being one of the highest, if not the highest grossing films. Certainly the highest DC comic film or in that superhero world. But again, I don't want to say it was the highest, but I think it was very close to it.
Do you know whether Walter Hamada admits it was the highest grossing DC film?
Yes, he said that, yes.
Okay. So when you're looking at all the comparables, what, if any, relevance is there to the degree of success of that DC superhero movie?
Objection foundation.
She can speak to that, Your Honor.
That's the foundation. That's
Do you know the answer to that question? Do you know?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I forgot it. No, I have to admit. Okay, so let's go backwards. So what if, do you know whether it makes a difference, whether how successful that DC superhero movie is in what types of films they'll be able to get in the future?
Objection foundation.
I'm asking the foundation.
If you want to ask the foundation, go ahead.
I'm sorry, that's what I thought I was asking. Do you know whether that plays any role, the degree of success?
Customarily, when a film...
Objection foundation.
Ask her how she knows.
How do you know?
In 25 years of being in the film industry, it's customary for when a movie does such an extraordinary amount at the box office, it shines a very bright light on the actors, especially if they're in lead roles. And it's customary that they will get, not customary, it is, I don't want to use the word standard, but it is very frequent that a star in a movie that has performed so well at the box office and with a role model character that Mira was, that she would have gotten other roles and worked quite a bit afterwards, and that movie would have helped her career. I mean, that's no question.
Okay. And with all these comparables, when you gave the range to this jury of 45 to 50 million in estimating this over this period of time, did you put Amber Heard's estimated damages ranges above all those other comparables?
No, again, I was very specific in using the actual negotiated rates that Ms. Heard's agents were able to get for her in that contract and use that as a precedent. So again, I always wanted to be grounded in what Ms. Heard actually was in contract for and what her agents negotiated. And I used that as the baseline for the financial numbers of her loss. I used the comparable actors to show how consistently they all worked and how their careers moved forward after being in a box office.
You were asked about Disney and the Pirates 6 again. What, if any, knowledge do you have of whether Disney is willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and 1 million alpacas?
Objection, no foundation.
I'm asking her, what, if anything, does she know about whether Disney is?
If you can lay a foundation.
Okay. Did you listen to or did you read the Disney testimony in this case?
I did, yes.
All right. What do you recall Disney saying about whether they were willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and give him 1 million alpacas?
They would not be willing to pay $300 million and give him alpacas.
Thank you.
It was a joke.
You were asked about
I can't believe they got the alpacas in.
defecation. What, if any, recollection or knowledge do you have about whether that social media negative campaign that you've testified had the words defecation in it or poop?
Objection, no foundation.
I know that the word poop and the hashtag poop is used.
Okay. Was that in any of the
Move to
ones?
strike.
Pause. Sustain the objection.
Okay.
Move to strike. Next question.
Okay. In your review of the social media campaigns and the negative social media campaigns that you testified to with this jury, that include the L'Oreal, that include the WME, that include Mr. Snell, and include what you've done, what, if any, recollection do you have of how many of those that are influencing your connections to the defamation statements include the words poop or defecation?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
I don't believe poop was one of the hashtags that was connected to the statements.
Okay, thank you.
So
You
think
were
that's one of the-
asked about the time period between the defamatory statement, between the release of Aquaman 2 in December 2018.
Aquaman 1.
Aquaman 1, thank you. And the defamatory statements that were in April 2020 and June 2020. Do you recall that testimony?
I remember that questioning, yes.
Okay. During that time, were you aware of whether Aquaman 2 was in discussions with Amber Heard about scheduling the filming of Aquaman 2?
In the period between the statements and,
Before. I'm going before.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
talking about the period of time when they released Aquaman 1
okay,
and the April 8th, first of the defamatory statements.
right.
Do you know whether whether Warner Brothers was in discussions already with Amber Heard about scheduling her for Aquaman 2?
Objection hearsay.
Do you know? I'm asking her whether you know.
I'll sustain as the hearsay.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of whether Aquaman was in discussions with Amber during that period?
Objection hearsay.
I don't know how to, I'm
I was
asking
going to ask her
foundation.
foundation.
Right. How would you know?
Well, Amber received an early draft of the script. Amber's agents were in discussions.
Objection hearsay.
I think she can say that.
Sustained.
Okay. What is, in your experience, based on getting scripts, what does that mean? I'm asking for experience.
In my
Sustained
experience, when
delay.
the movie is high profile, as something like Aquaman, they keep the scripts very tight. You know, they don't let anybody read them. They're numbered. They have your name on it. So if you're
Yeah.
getting a script for a movie such as Aquaman that's kept tightly close to the vest, if you will, by the studio, you are going to, they want you to be in the movie. Otherwise, they would never give you the script.
Okay. And so if a script was given to Amber Heard before the first April 8, 2020 defamatory statement, what would that suggest?
Objection.
Based on your knowledge that you've just testified to.
Objection speculation.
It's not speculation. Mayor.
Overruled.
Again, if she got the script, they were going to use her in the movie. That was their plan.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you're still an expert, so you can have a seat in the
Okay.
courtroom.
I'm
sorry.
still-
Okay,
okay.
you are.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this come to the end of our day. All right, so please do not do any outside research tonight and don't talk with anybody about the case, okay? And we'll see you in the morning, bright and early at 9 o'clock, all right? Okay, thank you.
Wow. What was that? Oh, the judge was just sitting there.
I'm coming. All right.
I thought she was frozen, but she was just sitting there, frozen like a
All
like
right.
an alien. It was
Just a
amazing.
few planning notes, okay?
Okay.
After testimony tomorrow, and we excuse the jury, we'll go ahead and have the proffers that you requested, Mr. Rottenborn. We'll do those tomorrow after, is that okay? Does that sound good? All right, we'll do those right after, like right now, tomorrow. Okay, that should give you with the proffers that you need to do for the record, okay? All right, and then whenever all the testimony is done, possibly at this point, it would be Thursday afternoon after the jury is excused. We'll go over the remaining jury instructions. I have 3 under advisement. We'll take up those. And we'll also, if there's any other from the evidence this week that we need to talk about, we can discuss those as well after the jury's gone on Thursday evening, or if earlier, if the evidence is done before then, okay? And just as times up to this minute, the plaintiff has used 45 hours and 24 minutes. The defendant has used 57 hours and 6 minutes. Which means the plaintiff has left 15 hours and 51 minutes, and the defendant has 4 hours and 9 minutes left.
Oh,
okay?
boy.
So that's where we're
That
at.
much time.
All right, anything else for this evening?
Your Honor, the last witness, it appears that is on the plaintiff's witness list is Mr. Depp, and I was just hoping we would get an
You
answer
mean
as to what.
defendant's witnesses?
Yeah, defendant's witness list.
I don't know. Are
was
you
hoping
still
to get an answer.
changing witness? I'm not sure. We're discussing. Okay.
They still haven't
Making
decided
decisions
whether
this
they're
morning,
bringing
okay?
Johnny
All
back
right,
to the
everybody have a good
stand.
evening. All right, thank you.
All right, they haven't decided whether they're going to bring Johnny back to the stand. I'm switching over to Sky News, by the way, because they usually get them leaving the courtroom. So I want to switch over to Sky News's coverage, and we'll just play that just to see, because the crowd is fun to watch.
They
So
only
there
have
goes.
4 hours. How are they going to do a whole other 3 days? There's no way, right?
I don't know. I don't know. But I mean, the defense has wasted all of their time, literally all of their time, on these last few witnesses you saw over the last couple days. And I don't know how this works for them, to tell you the truth. But that's how they decided to use their time.
I mean, there's no way there's 3 days left. Like, what are they going to do? Just give it to the jury earlier than normal? How does that work, Sean?
You know, I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, if they got 4 hours left, I mean, it's possible the judge could give them more time.
She's not going to do that. This judge is well known to people in the courtroom. She does
I don't
not
know.
play with time. The law lawyer, or the law and lumber, he works in this courtroom. This is where he works. And he says that Judge Penny, she does it down to the minute. And when your time is up, your time is up, period.
Well, what did he say she does?
That's it. That's all the time you have. I don't know what happens after that, but that's all the time that they're going to be given. They are not going to be given more time unless Judge Penny should go against all of her normal behavior. They will not get any more time.
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, I really don't know. And I would be, if I were her, if I were that judge, I would be really, really hesitant if, Johnny's got hours and hours left to present his case, and she doesn't give them at least, short bursts of time to be able to respond to what's happening. I don't know. Beats me.
Well, I mean, it's up to them, though, to use their time wisely and to make good decisions for their client. I mean, I don't think they should get more time because then what do you do then? You give Johnny's team more time, then this case will never end.
I mean, I agree with you, but, the problem for a judge is you run up against due process concerns, right? So if and this is an incredibly high profile case. This case is going to be important to American jurisprudence no matter which way it goes. It's absolutely going to be taught in law school. She's going to be under a magnifying glass and a microscope. And, if I were the judge, I were sitting in her seat, and, the defense runs out of time, and then, the plaintiff is still putting evidence on, I would be very leery about saying to the defense, you don't get to say or do anything because your time is up.
Yeah, according to the people who practice in Fairfax, though, that's the way they do it there. They said one judge actually has a time clock like they use in chess games.
Oh, wow.
And they will push that button every time the other side is done, and then the next time, and when it's done, it's done. That's it.
I've litigated in courtrooms like that, and it's spooky to watch the clock move.
I bet.
The problem always for the defense is it only takes 5 words to accuse, and it takes 500 words to refute.
Yeah.
So it's always a difficult place to be, in that situation, and I just don't know what she's going to do. I mean, it would be bad, right, if she cuts the defense off at, when their clock runs to 0 and that's it, and then the plaintiff is still
but they both
evidence.
had the same amount of time, Sean. I don't think you would get a whole lot of people real sympathetic to Heard's lawyers because, I mean, they had the same amount of time.
Right. No, I know. But but think about it this way. Would you want to be the judge that a case is on, a high profile case is now up on appeal, and the defendant is making the argument that, yes, they ran out of time, but the plaintiff then put on 2 other, witnesses, and the
Right.
defense was not allowed to say anything at all, right? And the
I think
plaintiff
they're allowed
won.
to cross. I think they're allowed to cross. I just don't think they're allowed to put up any more witnesses. I think they're allowed to do cross.
Doesn't the
Uh,
cross count towards your time though, or does it
I
not?
don't know. I don't. That's a question. That's a good question, and we need to ask Law and Lumber. Somebody needs to go ask Law and Lumber that question, because since he practices in that courtroom, I'm assuming he would know that, and I'm not sure. I don't know the answer. All right, let's talk about what we have in the. I don't want to forget what we made notes about, because we made a lot of notes while this was going on. So I am going back to our private chat because we were dropping stuff in there, and you, Gadfly, you gave me. Where was it? Ah, yes, this. We need to watch this right now. Okay, please tell me that this is the one. Aquaman people saw this, and then they decided, yeah, this is the woman we want to make an entire film based around after this interview. Now,
She's
this,
super sober. Super sober.
oh my Lord, watch this interview.
Hi,
Hi, Amber. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Pleasure to speak with you. Thank you for taking the time.
I'm happy to.
So, let me talk about this character. When you started, researching Mira and started trying to imagine your own interpretation of the character, what was your process like? Really just about researching and reading as much as you can, or was it about finding a way into it personally, and finding a way to bring yourself to him?
Well, that's a good question. I think for me, honestly, the most of the battle was in getting, getting familiar enough with the character to justify participating in the comic book world that I, up until that point, was kind of, admittedly a little ignorant to and unfamiliar with. I just didn't, it's not a world I'm familiar with. And I thought I had a vague sense or a vague understanding of what I could expect the representation of my character would be based on the vague understanding of the representation I had seen in women in that particular genre, especially. And so I was pleasantly surprised when I read when I heard that she was an empowered superhero in her own right, when she was a badass, kick-ass empowered woman with agency. And then I was even more pleasantly surprised when I read in the comic book that same sensibility echoed in just right out of the gate, right off the bat. She, is rescuing this town and says something to someone who mistakenly asks if that was Aqua Woman, and she stops and she says, "No, I have my own name. I'm my own person. I have my own name. My name is Mira." And I was like, "Oh yeah, that."
Okay, hold on a minute. Did you see that?
So I love that part.
She
That's my favorite part.
cannot hold her head up.
No, I have my own name. I'm my own person. I have my own name. My name is Mira. And I was like, "Oh yeah."
Holy crap. You don't even have to watch the rest of the video. What are our thoughts here? They actually had to take this down, by the way. They just reposted it. They had this in their archives somewhere because they did not publish it because of how bad this was.
I don't get it.
She's not-
This is an interview she's giving, Sean, for the Aquaman marketing. Do you think this is what DC wants to see?
No, she's being filmed. I thought this was just a call in, and that this was
No.
No, this is an official interview.
No, it's an official interview. I mean, could it be on Zoom? Maybe she doesn't think there's a camera on her, possibly. But what is this?
No, she knows there's a camera because she's looking at it multiple times. She's just looking away from it all.
What is this?
That's horrible.
My own name. My name is Mira.
She can't keep her head up.
Is she high?
I think
and then
so.
here she goes to the camera. Look, so she knows there's a camera there.
The movie's, joy. So, what was that? I mean, obviously, I think you guys have a very easy chemistry. But how did you develop that chemistry to begin with? How did you guys meet? How much did you guys, improvise and play off each other in developing your characters together?
Well, I was lucky to have had time to get to know him when we did Justice League in London. And because even though my part was small in that, it required a lot of training. I was there for a long time. And so we got to know each other and we became friends where we hit it off instantly. Jason and I are very similar in certain ways. We like similar things. And we have a similar taste in music and artistic sensibilities. And we just get along great. We're just.
Does that sound familiar to
yeah,
to
sounds a
anyone?
little.
Does that sound familiar to you as far as how Amber describes how she gets along with people and how she meets stars and stuff?
Didn't she say the exact same words that she had the similar taste in music with Johnny, and it was some obscure jazz or blues?
Blues.
Yeah.
That's what she said about Johnny. Yes. So she knows there's a camera there, Sean. That
Got
thing with the nodding head, though, I mean, it's almost like I saw somebody comment on Twitter, like the moment the MDMA kicks in, like
Yeah.
here it is, right here. Boom.
My own person. I have my own name.
What?
I
mean, so this did not even make it onto the marketing stuff because it was so bad. And now they've dug it up, of course, and published it for all of us to see, because it's clear that she has either drinking, drug, or whatever problems, substance abuse problems that are coming out in this interview.
Yeah, I don't have any drug experience, so I don't know, and so I'm sort of like a clean slate on that respect. And I would look at her and go, like she seems off.
Yeah. No, well, I do have that experience, and I've been around a lot of people on drugs. I've ingested some of them myself, and I can tell you right now, that's what this is. There's no doubt about it.
They were both clearly doing drugs, and so for everyone to characterize Johnny as like some crazy man who does drugs while Amber's a saint in the same place, it's like, dude. They were both doing drugs and drinking a bunch.
Yeah. And if she had just been honest about that,
yeah,
without trying to put all this weird negative spin on his drug use and this weird positive spin on hers, like it wasn't affecting her career at all.
Yeah.
I think she would have done much better. But yeah, that head drop was so fast. It was like her neck muscles stopped working for a second. And a couple of people are saying that's not how Molly works. MDMA, Molly, it does give your muscles extreme relaxation. Okay, so that absolutely could have happened. That absolutely could have happened. Now, also, though, she likes to drink too. So
yeah, maybe she just wasted.
She could just be wasted. I'm sure a lot of alcohol can make you behave like this as well. So we can't say for sure. But I can say that this is not normal human sober behavior.
I have an even bigger problem with the interview itself, because whether she's high or drunk or not, she then goes on to say basically that her character is some like monumental moment for women in superhero movies. Keeping in mind, this is after like Wonder Woman has come out. This is after like, Captain Marvel's already on the way. We've already had Black Widow in superhero movies. We've had it's like Mira from Aquaman. Come on, man.
Come on. I know she keeps trying to sell this as like this really big feminist thing, this feminist moment in time. And Mira,
you're a love interest in a movie.
I know. You have like a very small part, Mira. No one even knows how to spell the damn name. Is it Mira, Mera? Like, we don't even know. We don't know because it's not a big part.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to point that out, because if she's going to go around saying that DC Comics had her down as the next big star of their franchises, and we're supposed to believe that they saw this interview and were like, yeah, we're going to give her own movie. No, absolutely not.
I found out how much screen time she has in Justice League, by the way.
Oh yeah, how much?
Does everybody want to guess?
I said a minute. I'm sticking to it.
Sean, do you have a guess for her breakout role in Justice League?
I'm going to say 38.6 seconds.
Well, it's in between you two. It's 55 seconds.
55 seconds. I win. I was closer. 55 seconds. Wow.
Yeah, but you went over.
Beverage.
Oh, that's true. I went over. So Sean wins. If we're doing
Price is Right,
then he wins because I went over. That's right.
You owe me a malted beverage.
I do.
So
gosh darn it. I was so close though. By
5
seconds.
seconds. And we're gonna believe that is a big breakout thing for her for Justice League. Come on.
Do we
All
have
right.
a clip of that?
For
clip of-
55
we can't-
seconds.
I can't play it because they'll hit me with a copyright. You're not allowed. I'm not allowed to play any kind of movie clip. They are so bad about that, and it really sucks. Even without the volume, they'll catch it. Can you believe that?
Wow.
All right, check this out. So this is something else we have to talk about. I know. All of you in the chat have wanted me to get to this, so we're going to get to it right now. It's about that bruise kit that possibly might have been in the picture with Johnny and the ice cream. Remember when he said he was not, I'm sorry, Sean, I'm muting you just because I can hear myself back in your monitor. So I'm just going to mute you. And so if you need to talk, just unmute yourself. All right. We are going to go over to Twitter, and I'm going to look at... those are the breaks of not using headphones. If you use headphones, we don't get the feedback. Okay, here we go. Photo of Johnny Depp. This is the one with the ice cream. Now let's blow it up real big. This down here in the left corner, do you see that little plastic palette that's sitting on the table? Well, there it is. There's a close-up of the plastic palette that's sitting on the table. People have looked up, they have found a bruise kit that looks suspiciously like that thing on the table. So we don't know if that's what this is, but she did use the term bruise kit. And this is one that's made in China. It's available for sale. I can't remember what it's called Ben Knight translucent powder neutral set with a bruise kit. So this is pretty interesting, and I know everybody's talking about it. I'm going to say I think it's inconclusive. We can't tell exactly what it is. I think there's a possibility. Oh, I should have made that bigger. I'm sorry, you guys. This is too small, right? There's a possibility, I would say, that that's what it is. But there's also a possibility that it is a watercolor kit, because there's a lot of painting going on in this house. Amber paints supposedly, and so does Johnny. So.
Yeah, it could be a number of things, I suppose. I mean, the colors are obviously very similar to the picture you showed, but
Very similar.
if you you'd have to rotate
Turn it upside down. Yeah, if you turned it upside down, so we have the pink in the upper left corner, yellow in the lower left, and if you turned this around, it would be that. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say definitively.
No, I don't think we can say definitively, but I think it's interesting nonetheless. It's interesting, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that was something that everybody's been talking about that I know you guys wanted me to address. Okay. Ashley says, I don't think a watercolor kit comes with 4 bruise-looking colors. Maybe not. I've never seen a watercolor kit like that. Normally, watercolor kits come with primary colors, or a couple of primaries plus a few others. But that doesn't mean it's not paints. It's just kind of strange.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so I ordered a bruise kit, actually. After she said bruise kit, I was like, I looked it up and you can find these things on Amazon. They're for creating bruises, like for Halloween. And I ordered one. So when they get here, I'm hoping it's going to get here this week, and I'll have to try creating another bruise on my face and see if I can do it better with the bruise kit than I did with my own contour and eyeshadow, because I did a good job with the contour and the eyeshadow. I looked really beat up. And look, I'm not even a makeup artist like Amber Heard, but I looked pretty beat up, and that was just with contour and eyeshadow.
I think that would actually be better evidence than any picture that Amber Heard has shown.
I know, right?
Not even joking.
I know, it looked really good, and I did it live on the stream, and I'll do it again when I get the bruise kit she said bruise kit. She said that. And when you look up bruise kit, all you find are kits to make bruises with. You do not find color correction.
Yeah, it's a makeup effects term, usually.
Yeah. All right. What were your thoughts on, Sean? I want to know what your thoughts were today on, we were going to talk about defamation per se, right? So let's talk about that.
Okay. So defamation per se, it is a type of defamation in which the the defamatory statements are so damaging to your reputation that you do not have to prove damages from them. So, for instance, if there's case law that says that when you accuse somebody else of having engaged in criminal conduct, and that's false. So if you defamatorily accuse somebody of being a criminal, that's defamation per se. So you don't have to then turn around and prove your damages, because normally, that's the fifth element that the plaintiff has to prove. They have to prove how they were damaged by whatever it is that the defendant did, right? So, Johnny would have to say, well, I was damaged this way. I lost this contract. I lost that contract, right? In a personal injury case, you say I was hurt because I broke my arm and, and it cost me, $5,000, to get it reset, you have to prove whatever your damages are. But in defamation per se, you don't have to prove your damages. Instead, you prove the defamatory statement is false, and you prove all the other elements of defamation, and the jury gets to go, okay, this is defamation per se, and then they get to assign your damages to you. So for instance, let's say if I made up a rumor that Megan Fox, this one, not the other one, okay, right, was drinking the blood of her lover. And I told that story. I told that story to her, to her local church, and everybody's all freaked out, right? And, Megan loses her job as, secretary at the church, and, and she's no longer getting invited to the quilting bees, right? And, everyone's talking about her, right? Well, that would probably be defamation per se. And once Megan proved
But
it.
maybe not, because it's not technically a crime, and it's not, it could be argued that it's not that damaging.
That's true, but it's also in the context of who it's being said to. So if it's being said, to a conservative group of religious people, then it could be defamation per se. But the distinction is that the plaintiff does not have to prove that they were the monetary damages that came from the defamatory statement.
Yeah.
And wife beater is one of those things.
Yeah.
So, right, being falsely accused of being, an abuser is, a defamatory per se statement. So, but I don't know if Virginia allows defamation per se.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is. All right, Gadfly, we may have more people here who weren't here when we did the Camille song. And I think it's time to play that again. I just want to tell people, I'm going to go over to your YouTube channel. I'm going to share that with everybody. I'm going to put it in the description, because this man is the most talented person I've run into in a very long time. And he's been so generous and kind to hang out with us here. And I want you to hear his new song he wrote about Camille Vasquez. She is Johnny's lawyer. And Sean, you're going to love this so much. Wait till you see this. I don't know if you've even seen it. Sean hasn't seen it yet, I don't think. So hold on. This is such a throwback to the 80s. It is such a great song. I believe it should be a top 40 #1 hit, and he should win a Grammy for it. That's how good it is. And I don't say that lightly, because I know good music, and this is it. Like, this isn't even like a funny song. It is funny, but it's really a great song. Here we go.
Saw an angel dressed in white in Fairfax, Virginia, and she had to fight a serpent in his sides that was spewing lies. But don't look in his eyes. I know that this is the end. The money ran and sold it, all the friends and right down there. You're lying on the stand, legend down there. Not the same, you understand. Come here, brighten up the room.
I love this part with your little thing on the pillow.
Insomnia, getting trapped by all the deposition that's boring you. If you wanna be alright, well, think of what a crazy life can make it up. I know, you're all I require. You put the demon flame out while we get gaslit fire. Hope you never retire, 'cause I'll be fine. You're all that I need. Call me up, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you grow. Count the liars, come
This
back
John.
for real. What girl you give me, you just don't know. Call me up, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Call me up, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Count the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Call me up, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Call me up, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow.
I mean, come on. Is that amazing or is that amazing, Sean? What do you have to say to that? Isn't it so good?
Like cough up a lung.
Isn't it so good? It's
That
the
is pretty funny.
best.
That was
And
pretty
I
funny.
sent-
You made that, Gadfly?
Yes.
I did.
Cool.
He sings it. He sings it. I mean, he's
That's you
amazing.
singing?
Yes.
Wow.
Finally found a way to match all my useless talents together.
Useless talent.
You're-
Not useless.
That was pretty damn funny.
Alexandra says she thinks it reminds her of Peter Gabriel. That's high praise.
That is very high praise.
High praise. It's a great, great album. You're creating an album right now. You have 4 songs. You got to keep going until you have a whole album. And I mean that song is hot. It is a bop. I love it. My kids love it. Everyone starts dancing. It is fantastic. I just love how melodic it is. I love the 80s vibe. I love the MTV vibe. I'm such an 80s kid. I'm Generation X, man. And if you give me some 80s throwback, I'm all in.
Yeah, I had a
so
fun time. I had a fun time making it. It took a while, but I had a fun time.
How long did it take? Because I feel like you just told me a couple days ago you were working on a new song and then boom, it's done. So I don't really believe you that it took a long time.
Well, okay, so I have to make the song, right? And so I have to, that takes a while just to think of like, just to make sure the lyrics and everything is right. And then I got to record it, and then I got to mix it, and then I got to master it. And I'm not really trying to focus too hard on it because they are like meme songs after all. So I do them a little bit faster than I would.
Still, it could be a #1 hit. I'm not kidding. Like, it's that good. It's so good. So
I
how long did
appreciate
it take? I want to know how long we're talking.
I mean, the video itself probably took about like 20 hours. I don't know.
No,
how
I'm
long
talking
the
about the
song did.
composure and of the song. I want to know how long it took you to write and perfect that song.
I mean, probably an equal amount of time. Yeah, at least like a
20
full
hours.
video.
The guy is Mozart. He's a freaking genius. 20. Who writes a song in that short of time? I mean,
It came together pretty quickly. It really did. But yeah,
man, it was
takes a little
so
bit.
good. It was so good. You guys get over to his channel and please subscribe. Subscribe to Gadfly. His stuff is amazing. And it's not just that. I mean, and you know what? The chat's been asking me all day to play Objection Hearsay. And you know what? We haven't done it all day. So clearly I have to do it. Hold on.
Boo.
Boo. Are you getting sick of hearing
This
it?
song sucks.
Are you sick of hearing it already? Is it like it's like the hit everyone wants you to play? But everyone wants to hear it. Everyone wants to hear it. So we're gonna
I
have
heard
to
it
do
show
it.
up somewhere else.
It has been reposted elsewhere. Yeah, a few times.
Oh yeah, it's everywhere. It's all over TikTok. People are doing their own renditions of their own lip syncing to it. It's all over the place. So we're gonna hear it again.
I used to be respected, people took me at my word. Then I became a lawyer representing Amber Heard. Objection hearsay. Oh my God, I don't have a case. Objection hearsay. Now I'm ashamed to show my face. Well, I'm a famous movie star, yeah, life is always fine. I sit down at my penthouse drinking mega pints of wine. Objection hearsay. I don't know why we have a wed. Objection hearsay. Who the hell poops in someone's bed? I object to everything. I may have an infection. Cause I say I object. The judge says
That was your own question.
objection hearsay. Court isn't supposed to be this hard. Objection hearsay. How did I ever pass the bar? Well, just one final question, sir, and this one has been prepped. What is your name?
My name is Johnny Depp.
Objection hearsay. How can you prove that that's your name? Objection hearsay. Looks like we win and you are lame. Objection hearsay. Objection hearsay.
I think my favorite part is when you go to her face and she says nothing, but it's still objection hearsay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I object.
I object to that face. I object to those fake cheekbones. Oh, it's so great to have someone with so much talent putting out such stuff. Things that make you laugh, things that are joyful are so worthwhile in this world, especially because there just isn't enough of it. And I feel like this has made, how can people call this abuse? This isn't abuse. This is bringing the people together. It's a big party. We're having a party here. This is what this is. Amber has done this to herself. And these lawyers have done it to themselves. They objected to their own question. Now, come on. How was
They
someone
did.
not supposed to make a video about that?
Yeah, I was clearly making fun of the lawyers, messing up stuff, and because I thought it was funny,
It was funny.
and them objecting over and over again and getting overruled. I thought that was funny.
And they
So-
were so aggressive when they first came out. Remember that was such
Oh,
an
yeah.
aggressive day. They kind of calmed down after a couple of days, but those first 2 days, they turned everyone off so drastically, which is a mistake that you can make as an attorney, right, Sean? Where you can go too hard and turn the jury off. They did that.
Yeah, you absolutely can make that mistake. Juries decide things based upon, who knows what sometimes, it can really be a crapshoot as to what they're deciding based upon. So, the attorney's persona is definitely a piece of that puzzle.
Yes, Alicia, this is Gadfly's song. He wrote it, he recorded it, and he put it out on YouTube. He got over 1 million hits. He put it on TikTok. It went totally viral. And you guys are in the presence of greatness. If you didn't know it, you do now, because and I invited
Disavow.
him. I disavow. I invited him to come on this stream just to talk about objection hearsay, and he never left. So he's been here since then. It's fantastic. I'm so happy.
She just doesn't know how to kick me out of it.
No, Sean's not on mute. He's not on mute. We can hear him. I hear him. You don't hear him? Sean, give me a 1,
I'm
2,
here.
3. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
here.
I'm
He's
here.
fine.
I just turned the volume down so that I'm not so obnoxious.
Oh, no, it's not that. You're definitely not obnoxious. Love having you here, too. It's great to have an attorney perspective. What, if any, needs to be the next song, apparently? What, if any?
Oh man, I love that right above that Jennifer said that I published it. Correct, I did publish it, and I would take the responsibility of saying I published it.
Yes. Did you or did you not publish objection hearsay? I swear to God, if one of your meme songs makes it into this trial, I will flat out, what will we do? I will just die. I will fall out of my chair laughing. I mean,
She will ship you beer.
Umbrella
Oh,
Guy,
okay.
Umbrella Guy got put into this trial.
I know.
And he's a YouTuber who's just been like reporting on this stuff for like a couple of years now. And like he was mentioned in the trial yesterday. This happened during the Rittenhouse trial, where like online journalists were dragged into it. And like some poor guy who took the photos that night, he's just a photographer. And that poor guy he had some kind of autism too. And so it was really sad to see him getting grilled on the stand. Here's just this kid who went down to take pictures of the riots, you know, in Wisconsin. I think it was Wisconsin. Now I'm even forgetting where that was. But I mean, he goes down there in Kenosha. He goes down there to take pictures, and he gets dragged into this legal battle. So it's very similar how Umbrella Guy is now being named. Same with this Kenosha blogger who got named in the trial as well. And it's like it just like catapults these people from like kind of semi-obscurity to now national infamy, which has got to be a really weird thing.
Yeah, it's very strange.
What happens when you have a video that goes viral and gets over 1 million hits?
You get about $1,000 from YouTube,
Really?
which is great. Yeah. Well, and every million is about 1,000. So if he hits 2,000 or 2 million, he'll get 2,000. And I mean, and not only that, what else happens? I mean, you get, obviously people are talking about it. They're sharing it. Have you had anybody contact you besides me?
I was gonna say, what are you talking about? I get to be on this stream. That's what happened. So it's great.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and you got in right when it started to get kind of exciting in here. So that's good. That's good. We went from having like 50. We went from having 50 live viewers on this stream to having, I think the peak today was at the same 550 at once.
Wow.
And then when we close it, you'll see it'll probably have instantly 5,000, 6,000 views, and then it'll go up from there. And then of course the subscribers, you went from 2 subscribers, 3 subscribers to how many in like a day?
I had 3 subscribers when I posted Objection Hearsay. So I think that was the 21st is when I posted. Or no, I'm sorry, not the 21st. The 1st. Wait, first? Wait a minute. I don't remember.
You get to show your scalp on my stream. That's how. And if you want to know what she's referring to, let me pull up the scalp pictures, which I still have. Here we go. Let's look. Which one is the abused scalp? Can anybody pick it out?
Oh my God.
Which
They
one?
all look the same. It's so silly. It's so silly.
Pasty Caucasian scalp.
Well, that's great that you made some money on your hobby.
Yeah, no, it's cool. And I posted it on May 1st. I had 3 subscribers, and now I have like 11,500.
And by the way, you motherfucker, I had 4,000 subscribers for like 10 years. 10 years. It took me my subscribers went up from 4,000 to 7,000 within just like that, because I had a big viral video there. And then this Ricada stream pushed me over the 12,000 mark. It took me 10 years to do that. Bastard.
Hey, you know what? I put in my time. This is not my first YouTube channel, okay? I had plenty of them. No.
Oh, good. Okay. Well,
I
that
had
makes
plenty
me feel
where
a little better,
it took me
because
like
clearly you are not an amateur.
it took me like 2 years to get like to 200 subscribers on my other channel. So, you know.
It takes a while. It takes a while. It really does. And then I'm always, at least me, I'm always I'm scared that I'm going to lose all of them after saying something stupid or something that I believe that no one else does.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm always like scared.
Alex says, what's a gadfly? So that's an interesting question. A gadfly is someone who likes to mix it up. Somebody who likes to cause some buzz is really the way I look at it. They will sometimes. How do you define it?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. It's like someone who likes to, critique things, almost overly critique things, and kind of sort of a troublemaker a little bit.
Troublemaker is a good word. Yeah.
It's also a reference to the video game years. There is a documentary series, and there was somebody named Gaming Gadfly there, which is a reference to Mo Rocca from the VH1 show I Love the 80s, who is known as Media Gadfly. So it's kind of a bunch of things mixed together.
Interesting. Yeah. The bee. Alex, the bee.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm thrilled to have met you. It's been so much fun, and you've been such a great addition to the stream. Please never leave. Just stick around. Just stay here.
So did I hear that Kate Moss is going to testify?
Yes, on Wednesday. So apparently on
Oh, really?
Wednesday, Kate Moss is going to be there. I hope she'll be in the courtroom and not by deposition. She's coming to testify, I guess. Are they? But who's calling her?
Well, it must be Johnny, right? Because it must
It
be on
couldn't
that.
be Johnny. They've rested their case, unless he's calling her as a rebuttal, right?
Yeah, right. Because of the open door policy.
Gotcha.
Right.
Yeah. So Kate Moss. But then again,
Doctor.
hold on, because we were told last Thursday that Johnny was coming back to the stand, and now we know that jumped the gun. We do not know if they're going to call him. We just heard Elaine tell the judge, I don't know. We're not sure yet, because the judge said, the other lawyer said, we want to know, is he being recalled? And Elaine's all, I don't know yet. I'm not sure. We're not sure. So whoever leaked that to Court TV, because it was Court TV that told us that, they got that wrong, because he is not being recalled right now. He could be, but boy, would they be stupid to do it. And maybe they floated it and they wanted to hear what people thought about it. And we all said, boy, that's the dumbest thing you could do. And now they're not going to. Now I'm kind of bummed. I really want to see Johnny back on the stand.
Yeah, maybe in our fault, because we know that they're all looking at
It could be our fault.
everything online.
It could be our fault.
Why do you think having Johnny go back onto the stand would be dumb?
He is so likable, Sean. That jury likes him. Everybody in the room likes him. We are not even taking into consideration, by the way, that the whole gallery is there for Johnny. There's maybe 2 people there for Amber. That kind of crowd energy, I don't know if you've ever been at a concert, but if you've ever been to a concert when the whole crowd is ready for something and they're all in sync, there's a real thing that happens. It's that crowd energy that happens, and you can feel it. You can feel it. It goes through you. That's what's happening in that courtroom. You saw them all stand up this morning. I thought the judge was coming in. It wasn't the judge. It was Johnny. And every person in that courtroom stood up. That has got to affect the jury. It's got to affect everybody around them. That energy coming off that crowd is all pro Johnny. As soon as he takes the stand, that energy increases. You know, that energy is being pushed out all the time. Nothing about that is good for Amber. Nothing. He did not do poorly on the stand. He did wonderfully on cross. He was the one commanding the attention. Rottenborn screwed up several times because Johnny kept saying, "That's right, Mr. Rottenborn." And every time he said Rottenborn, everyone died laughing and saying things like, "You continue to read things correctly." I mean, you can't get better than that. He just did well on the stand.
Yeah, I think it was. Well, it's one of like those Voldemort names you're not supposed to say anymore, but I think it was Chris D'Elia on his podcast where he was saying that like they undervalued how people would perceive his like stoicness and like his calm demeanor, where they'll be like, "So you did this, didn't you, Johnny?" And he'll just go, "Yes." The whole jury's like, "Well, I guess it's not that big of a deal." He said, "Yeah," and he's kind of relaxed about it all.
Yeah, well, that was the other thing that's so good for him, is that he comes off as being very honest, and she comes off as being very dishonest. He has not equivocated once about the negative things about him. The only thing he has said, "No, I never did that," was about any abuse or hitting her. But he has admitted to the drug use, the alcohol abuse. He said he's been very honest about about overdoing it, about passing out. He says, "Yes, it puts me to sleep. Yes, I'm sure I've done that." Yeah, I mean,
you
it's
carried
not
cocaine. You
good
carried
for him.
cocaine in this box, right, Johnny? No, I don't think so, but it certainly looks like you could fit some cocaine in
Yeah,
there.
that was perfect. And also him saying, "Well, you probably wouldn't want to because it would be trailing out the back of it. You know, it's not." Basically saying it's not airtight. This is not a box you would carry cocaine in, you know.
Now that's a man who does cocaine.
Cocaine.
Yeah, now you realize at that point all the coke users are going, "Yeah, that's true. We would never do something like that." You know, so he just sounds very he just is more credible. He's just more credible. Period.
And because they spent all this time trying to convince everybody that him being on drugs is like such a bad thing, as if he's like trying to hide it. Because I don't know what else everything would be about. So for them to bring him up and then being like, "Did you do drugs for the 50th time?" He's going to go, "Yeah."
Yeah. And again, so they keep on doing, they're wasting The jury has got to be so pissed that
Oh,
their
no.
time has been wasted on so much of this drug testimony. They
Yeah.
already heard it from the horse's mouth. They already heard Johnny say, I've done drugs, I do drugs, I have a drug problem, alcohol, sometimes I'm sober, sometimes I'm not. What more do you need to hear about the drugs? And yet every day we have a new witness, a new expert to tell us how many drugs he did. Like, goddamn, people, this is not going over the way you think it's going to go over. It just isn't. If I'm on that jury, I'm just pissed.
Yeah, I'd be annoyed.
Yeah, no, I don't think that jury's annoyed at all. I think
You don't?
I think,
You think
they're happy to be there. They're all thinking about the book deal that they're going to write when it's all over,
Maybe.
right?
Maybe,
you know,
except, okay, but according to the lawyers inside the courtroom, this jury is not having fun. Half of them are checked out. They're not looking at the witness. One of them keeps removing his hearing aid. So he's not even listening. He's literally telling the crowd, I'm not listening to any of this anymore. They're looking very uncomfortable when Amber's on the stand. They won't look at her in the eyes. One of them was very late on Thursday, didn't show up, made court wait an entire half an hour before the jurors showed up. I'm not convinced that these people are enjoying this 6-week, this 6-week dragged out case when they could be living their lives. I'm not convinced that they're loving this. They may love the idea that they could get a book deal afterwards, but I think they're very, very bored for most of this.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've found even though I find a lot of this interesting, and I find this case very interesting, I found a lot of it very boring too.
Especially those depositions. Oh my God. Thank God for our commentary, or no one would be able to get through this, because when that vampirous succubus was on the stand, that was probably the most entertaining few minutes of this trial you will ever see. If you haven't seen it, you need to go back into my channel and look for Johnny Evicts the Succubus Freeloaders and watch that clip, because it will give you you don't need cocaine if you have this clip. You will be high as a kite, laughing your ass off at the succubus vampires living in coffins in Johnny's penthouses. The witches of penthouses 1 through 5. You cannot miss that part of this trial. Hilarious.
I would, if that were me, I would be. You get to the point when you're just like, time for you to go.
Oh yeah. God, yeah.
Do you know who William Randolph Hearst was?
Yes.
So a couple of weeks ago, I visited Hearst Castle, again, and they showed the dining room, and he had this amazing thing that he did. He would invite kings and queens to, and celebrities to his house, in California. So it'd be filled with movie stars and Winston Churchill and Charlie Chaplin, right? Okay,
awesome.
And so he had this dining room table, and him and his paramour would sit across from each other. And when you arrived, the first night that you were there, you were the first guest, you would sit immediately to the right of Mr. Hearst or to the left of Mr. Hearst. And the next day, the next people who arrived would be sitting there right next to, the Hearst and his girlfriend. Right, and each day you would move one
further and further away.
They're down the table, this long table.
I love this. I love this.
Until you're sitting in the
until there's no room for you. You're at the end, and you're like, "This is my last night here." There's no more room. What a great idea! What do they say? House guests are like fish; they go bad after 3 days.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Right. You do not want people indefinitely living off of you. And frankly, I thought his, what did she say? He came running at them or charging in with a bottle, swinging a bottle around. I might have been swinging more than that. I would have chosen maybe a horsewhip for that situation, like Jesus in the temple, man. Those people need to get out of his penthouse. Listening to all the Amber stands are killing me with all of her witnesses are her friends, and they're not even friends anymore. They're not working for her. They're not beholden to her. excuse me, they're not her friends anymore because one, the money is gone and the penthouses are gone and there's nothing for them to glom onto and suck dry anymore, right? The little suckers are they're done. And two, they were dependent on Johnny's generosity totally. They didn't do any work for him. They weren't working for this lifestyle they had. Whereas Johnny's witnesses, who everyone is like, oh, well, they're all on the payroll. Yeah, they're on the payroll. They're working for a living. They're working class people. And they could go work for anybody else. They do not need to stay with Johnny. Those people who've had this really long resume, the 25 years doing security for Johnny Depp, do you really think that those guys are not going to be able to go get a job somewhere else like immediately? Of course they can. So no, I don't believe her. I don't believe her witnesses at all. All right, listen, the Facebook stream ended, but I got to end this one too. So I'm not going to restart it because I got to go get dinner. We're having steaks, we're having potatoes and asparagus, and I'm not missing that. So it's time for me to go. You guys have a wonderful evening, and we will be back here tomorrow I'll be back at around 8:30 a.m., 8:45-ish. Gadfly will be joining us when he wakes up. Sean, if you're not working, you're always invited, of course, and I'll send you that link. And meanwhile, everybody get some rest, have a good dinner, have a mega pint, and we'll be back tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.